This is a Yun versus Ken in-depth matchup breakdown from both perspectives, similar to the one that I did for Chun-Li. So this means not only will you get Yun's combos, set play, etc., but it will focus on the interactions both in the corner and in mid-screen in neutral from both Ken and Yun's perspective. Because the goal is to be as thorough as possible, it is going to be extremely long, so if you are looking for a deep dive into understanding the mechanics of this particular matchup, then it'll hopefully be useful regardless if you play a Ken or a Yun, but just understand that you might have to watch it a few times to digest the information, just like the Chun-Li video. So regardless if you're playing Yun or Ken, you need to understand each character's frame data and how it influences the decisions that can be made. So the first example of this is going to be Ken's crouching medium kick. Ken's crouching medium kick on block is -4, and depending on the distance, you can either follow up with sweep, another crouching medium kick, but as you can see at this particular position, crouching medium kick whiffs. Or you can set up dashes, or you can set up jumps. And as you can see here, depending on the situation, the jump may be able to allow you to go for a high or a very low hitting jump roundhouse. Using something like jump medium kick here is only beneficial to the Ken if they think that the Yun is going to walk into their jump. Because otherwise, unless you are closer, you're not going to be able to cross the opponent up without walking forward into the range to do so. So for the Yun player, you have to understand the different choices that Ken has based on his spacing when he's using his crouching medium kick. Because the closer he is, he can still dash regardless, right? And the closer he is with his crouching medium kick, he can jump forward. If he's doing like point blank crouching medium kick, he does get that cross up available to him. So you have to be cognizant of the different decisions that can be made as well. Now, because this tool leaves Ken so negative, you get to contest all of his next decisions regardless of what they are. And it's extremely important to understand when Ken is using crouching medium kick as a tool, walking in and out, trying to get you to whiff buttons or contest things, that this is exactly what Yun wants. And it's also exactly what Ken wants in most situations. So, from the Yun perspective, you are also doing the same thing, right? You're using your crouching medium kick to set up ways to deal with Ken's attacks. Now, because your crouching medium kick on hit is 0, and on block is -1, you can also contest his stand or his crouching medium kick with an immediate stand light kick, almost regardless of distance. It just depends on when you press it and how far away you are, right? Because if you're max distance, you're not going to be able to do much here. And if you down parry here, Ken's not going to be able to hit you. So you also be able to whiff punish Ken with crouch medium kick dash punch if you can confirm it, right? Or confirm the whiff. So this is another very important tool. But Ken has to be very wary of this, because if Ken hits you, you get to jump. And if you block their crouching medium kick, you also get to jump afterward. So at this point, if I'm contesting Ken, and he does crouching medium kick and I jump, well, I get a free dive kick. So depending on the distance and what Ken's looking for in this particular neutral exchange, I can jump and then parry. So let me put on my inputs for this. Display, input history, yes. Okay. So when we're playing footsies, right, we're using this as a tool. Yun's crouching medium kick, like I've gone over in the dive kick video, is used to set up dive kicks that are plus, and used to set up dive kicks that whiff so that we can go for throw, so that we can go for land parry, depending on the opponent's types of reactions. Some Kens will try to do target combo when you do your dive kick, etc. But there are ways to take advantage of all the things that they want to do. Now, because jump roundhouse or whatever, or early jump roundhouse is an option to stop you from jumping, because you do have an immediate decision that you can make, you can option parry when you go for your jump. And this will still allow you to get the perfect timing on your dive kick to cover the early jump roundhouse, and then dive kick under them if they haven't done it at the correct time. And if they're on the ground and they do their crouching medium kick, then you get a dive kick into a punish. Now, depending on the situation as far as spacing goes, right, it's very important because even from this point on the stage, which is 2/3 of the stage to my left-hand side, if I dive kick and I get 1, 2, 3 dash punch, Ken is essentially cornered. So all it takes is one bad decision from Ken to put him in the opposite corner, even if they're like towards the opposing corner, right? So because of this and because of the ability to reposition after your dive kicks, it's very dangerous for both Yun and Ken. Because depending on how you're following up with your decisions from your dash punch, which we'll go over later, Ken has different options, right? He can commit to DP, he gets a lot of different things. And you can use space manipulation based on, you know, the type of Oki that you want to do. You get dash, you get jump, you get dive kick, etc., etc. So this is the fundamentals of footsies for this matchup, is both characters using their crouching medium kick. Now, why this is so important is because when you're doing crouching medium punch against Ken, at ranges where Ken really can't contest with something like a far roundhouse, right? He has to dash, right? So at this point, he can dash into a range where you are building meter that will contest you pressing buttons with a crouching medium kick, right? So if Yun's just building meter here and Ken does dash up crouching medium kick, depending on the hurt box of the move, this will work, and depending on the distance where he's dashing from, right? So if Ken is under his own name, right, then you know that if you are under your own name, under the life bars, that Ken can dash into crouching medium kick. So this is another reason why when Yuns are doing things, they will whiff and they will jump, because they will look for that dash and then hard committal of the crouching medium kick. Because doing dash, delay, crouching medium kick isn't going to really deal with a Yun that's pressing one button at a time every so often. So it's in a situation where it's hard for the Ken to do dash and then wait for a decision unless they're just looking to cover space and threaten, right? And at this point, if Ken dashes up, it's the perfect range for this to not hit. So if you're moving in and out of space when you are building your meter, you can also walk into the space to catch their dash with crouching medium kick dash punch, or to contest their crouching medium kick decision with a jump, just like previously discussed. So it's very nuanced in how you have to control the space because of how good Ken's dash is. Ken's dash is only 1 frame slower than Makoto's. So, as an example, if you use back medium kick from Ken, right, this move starts up in 18 frames. And Ken's dash has, I believe, 13 frames of startup. So when you are doing something, if I were to do crouching medium kick into back medium kick, you have 18 frames to catch that. This is faster, technically. So it's something that you have to be wary of, where when playing neutral and playing these footsie games, Ken using his dash to just cover space can not only screw with your using your crouching medium kick as a measuring stick for your dive kicks and stuff, but it can also set up situations where your dive kicks, if you were to jump forward, if you were to do whatever, end up becoming bad. So if Ken is playing neutral with you here, and then he dashes forward, and you are jumping, your dive kick will then end up become negative, right? So I'm going to make Ken forward dash after my crouching medium kick now. Okay, so to give you an idea here, when I'm poking with crouching medium kick, and if I'm out of range, right, and Ken does that dash up, he's at this position. So because of how the frame data stuff works, I have to turn this off. So at this particular position, let me save state. If I were to dive kick, I'm negative. Or I'm 0, depending on when I dive kick, what dive kick I use, etc. Or I can use this dive kick in order to push myself back out of throw range. So this is very important, but we'll cover that later. But the whole idea here is that when he's doing dashing, right, and I'm jumping, it's going to force this situation where you're forced to either commit to a jump dive kick, or you empty jump and try to deal with his attacks as you're coming down, right? Or you empty jump, or not empty jump, but you do something like this, right? And this is very common because you can make jump HK, a safe jump, and all that stuff. It's why you'll see some players that are a little bit more on the riskier side of things do stuff like dash DP in these situations, which can help as the young player doing early parry and then parry on the way down. But yeah, so this is a very common situation, and it's something that deshiken uses as an example to cover space and force these dive kicks to be a bad decision, not necessarily a bad decision, but to force the mind games to be in his favor, because he is then at advantage when Yun is landing. So another important aspect of this interaction is that when you show that you are jumping in these situations, not just from connecting, but just when you are trying to control space with your crouching medium kick, you have to be wary of Ken's ability to delay and then dash up. Because if he delays and he dashes up, then he still gets that situation where the dive kick hits poorly, or if he dashes properly, that he may be able to parry the dive kick, depending on the timing. But in general, you know, being able to do stuff like this is also why you have to be comfortable with different timings on your jump attacks that are not just that. And it's also why you'll see empty jumps from Yuns in these neutral situations, and it's not just because they're afraid to build the meter, it's not because they're afraid of Ken doing like jump EX Tatsu or whatever. And while that is a dangerous thing to happen, it's mostly because they want to check for Ken's movement and the dash. This jump can be used to watch your opponent, just like, you know, Ken can watch you as you're jumping, right? You know, they can react to your dive kicks at specific spacings with like walk back, crouch, medium kick. But this interaction of, you know, crouching, medium kick, you know, setting things up is, you know, fundamental. And depending on how the Ken is doing it, you'll be able to punish with things like 1, 2, 3 or walk back throw or whatever. So it's really important to really grasp how the spacing requirements and how the different spacings on where you're hitting your opponent change your choices. So crouching medium kick up close can lead to frame traps if Ken is looking to swing with crouching medium kick, but that's not really going to be the case in most situations. So when talking about dealing with the crouching medium kick outside of just like jumping and stuff, you need to think about the spacing that you're at and if moves will actually connect. So if you are frame perfect with far MP, you will trade with crouching medium kick. And it's not something that I would really suggest doing, but it is a possibility. Now, you can, look for down parries, obviously, and then punishes. But if you go for a punish here, you have to delay your crouching medium kick into dash punch, because Ken has the opportunity, depending on the distance at which he's using his crouching medium kick, to cancel into super or DP. And you have a long time after this parry to punish. You can even do it on the retraction of the crouching medium kick. So this makes it so that it's a lot easier for you to not get hit by your opponent just YOLO supering or whatever. And in situations where you are like far enough away, you can whiff punish with like standing HP if they are looking to contest like this. And it's the same thing where you can use far MK. Now these particular moves will push you back to a distance where you can't really contest with crouching medium kick unless they're looking to walk up, right? So this other move ends up getting used similarly to set up particular spacings on your decisions. So we will be covering standing medium kick next. So before we talk about standing medium kick, there is one more thing I need to say about crouching medium kick, and that is the corner control with it. Because when you're pushed back in the corner, it changes the distance at which you can be hit by your opponent. So there's less pushback on these moves, which means you have to be very specific as to the distances that you're doing it. So if you're under the timer and then you tap forward to be under where the wins are here, this is the distance where Ken cannot hit you with crouching medium kick without walking forward. So you'll see Yuns play with this distance a lot, right? And then sometimes they'll intentionally go too far in to set up down parry attempts and stuff like this. And then they will use the same thing for jumps. They will reposition, they'll use far up pokes, one of those being far medium kick. Now in the corner, far medium kick can get you into a situation where Ken can contest with crouching medium kick, just like your own close crouching medium kick. However, most of these ranges, that's not a possibility. It's very specific spacing-wise, a couple pixels between where your close standing medium kick and your far medium kick will actually happen. In situations when you're in mid-screen, it's not going to connect without Ken moving forward. And you're -4, so there's not really much that Ken can do as far as make a decision that will hit you. Because you can just jump after these as well, just like your own crouching medium kicks, or if you block his crouching medium kick. So this is really important because far medium kick from far distance pushes you very far away to the point that roundhouse dive kick whiffs. So when doing this, it opens up neutral jump for free where you can react to late EX Tatsus. And this is a very important spacing because if he does early EX Tatsu, it might only hit you once, and you might not get a great follow-up depending on the situation, as Ken. And if it hits you multiple times, then he will get his EXDP follow-up. Not EXDP, medium punch DP follow-up. So it's usually better for that to happen. But because at this point you get to walk forward and take space away from Ken after your forward medium kick in neutral from far away. Because he has to walk up to contest your walk, right? So you can how to walk down parry, or you can just walk down parry. So contesting with like Ken roundhouse or something may be a okay decision in these situations, but because Yun basically gets a free jump, it's hard for Ken to make these decisions, because from this situation, I also get my, jump forward roundhouse dive kick, which hits really, really low. Ken doesn't really get a whole lot of punishes, from this particular distance of a parry. He doesn't get target combo because Yun can block. He doesn't get throw because Yun can tech when he lands. So it's a relatively safe dive kick. And, you know, if Yun were to super jump instead, then it sets up a whiff, just like jump medium kick would whiff. He also gets to set up jump in attacks and whiff dive kicks that set up crouching medium kick distance. So it's a very fundamental tool to use that isn't used enough, in my opinion. It becomes more risky to do as Ken gains meter and he can, you know, look to deal with this spacing and preemptively place a crouching medium kick buffer super. But that doesn't mean that it's not a strong decision, because it does open up those great dive kicks. It opens up all of your spacing options, and it opens up your ability to walk back, jump away, build meter, do whatever you want. And again, in the corner, it's great at keeping them there, because if you were to do something like crouching medium kick into standing medium kick, it can hit their jump forward attempt, if that is something that they're looking to do. So it's like, in these situations here, where if they were to jump instead, you could be doing, you know, slight walk back, far medium kick, or just contesting them with a far medium kick after specific decisions. If they're to jump, obviously when you're close enough with your own crouching medium kick, you can get close standing medium kick on the way up, or you can hit them on the opposite side after they've jumped over you. But for Ken, going over this later, you have to worry about his jump over medium kick from the corner situation. So from Ken's perspective, when Yun is doing this particular move, you don't get a whole lot off of this, right? So when you whiff punish it, you can whiff punish it with sweep. But when you're playing neutral and you're trying to get into range to sweep, you have to be out of range of that standing medium kick. And it's the same thing for the crouching medium kick, obviously, where you have to be just a little bit closer, and it's not always easiest to whiff punish this. So it's why you have to be placing your crouching medium kick at specific distances to deal with it. But even if we have meter, where in this situation, we can do this, right, and buffer, you know, but if we're trying to whiff punish this, it's kind of hard to walk up into EX Fireball, and it doesn't even combo. It just gets pushback. So this is why, you know, if you get a punish on this far medium kick, it's very distance dependent on what you can actually get. So if you were to punish this, your technical best punish is going to just be raw DP, and it's going to be your light DP. Because the far medium kick extends for quite a bit of time. So outside of this, giving sort of the most corner, or corner push, I should say, the only other option you have is sweep. Or to preemptively, you know, sweep it, or to preemptively use crouching medium kick, right? Or to meticulously whiff punish it with crouch medium kick super. But again, you need super to do anything outside of sweep and DP. So this is not the best situation for Ken to be in, because if he gets his sweep, he has to double dash, right? And if he doesn't double dash off the sweep, he just goes right back to a range where crouching medium kick doesn't work, and Yun gets to jump or whatever he wants to do. So he has to manipulate space here, or take and give away space, which is perfectly viable and what most players will end up doing in this situation. You don't need to go for a hard Oki no matter what. But in this exact situation, it does open up dash jump as an option to stop both Yun's jump if he so desires, or to get a high or low jump roundhouse after the sweep. And the same thing will, you know, occur here. is that you can go for a jump after the dash. Oops. But in this case, if you double dash, you're extra plus, so you actually get real Oki. And it's why DP is going to be a better punish than sweep. Not just because it's more corner push, but because if you crouch cancel your dashes, you still have enough time to properly follow up. It's another reason why when you're doing DPs as Ken, let me make him not block. Where if you get DP, you can double dash and you have more than enough time to get Oki. But if you're stupid and you try to go for like Kara DP or something, which doesn't work on twins, then if you dash up here, you're negative to the point where like Yun can sort of interact with you with his stand light kick if he so desires, right? Or he can try to 1-2-3 you or throw you or whatever. So setting things up off of your DP off of jumps is very common. It just so happens that this particular punish is from the furthest range that you can hit a DP from, which is why being able to double dash here is very important. And it's basically the exact same thing here, because you're covering the same distance due to recovery on your dashes. So yeah, it's probably the best way to go about it, but being in the state of mind to always punish far MK parries with this is not going to be something that most players will do, but it is, you know, like I said, technically the best option. Now, from the perspective of blocking this, our only choice here is to like walk up, try to sweep. We can walk up and try to crouching medium kick afterward because he is -4. Or, depending on how it's going to hit us, you can be in range of dash. Now, it's very important here that you understand that depending on the range here that you get hit, you're going to be out of dash throw range if you get hit standing or if you block it standing. And if you're at a range where you can block it crouching, you're just going to barely be in range if you're holding forward. Right? So you're going to be out of dash throw range on this pretty much no matter what. So your only real choice is to take space away with lateral movement or to force that jump. Obviously, you can dash backwards to build more space if you want to force Yun to make specific decisions, or you can keep that same space and opt to let him dive kick, which is a little bit risky, but it depends on what you're trying to react to from Yun's perspective. If you're looking for his dives, if you're looking for him trying to wait and then reestablish neutral and poke afterward, there's a lot of things that Yun can do, and it's very important as Ken to know that like when you get pushed back by this, that there's not really a whole lot of options. You have like jump roundhouse, but that's very distance specific, because if Yun backs up here after this, the jump roundhouse isn't going to hit, right? So you'll just be taking space away, and this is a lot of times where you'll see stuff like this where Kens will empty jump forward and backdash or something. Not necessarily specific to blocking something like this, but just the sort of spacing that that puts you at when you are, you know, high blocking this, and you get the pushback to where both characters are under their own names. But if you notice, I did say that they're both under their own names. So this opens up dash crouching medium kick. So you can even back up a little bit, or you can commit to the dash if Yun is going to back up, and you still should be in range for the crouching medium kick, depending on the distance that Yun actually decides to walk. Especially if he jumps at this particular distance, then you will have dashed up into a range that gives him a bad dive kick. Just like dealing with Yun's crouching medium kick. So let's talk about Ken's standing medium kick. It's -2. It's not really used all that much in neutral, And in most cases, it's going to be stand roundhouse instead. This is also -2, but it has more startup. It's active on frame 12. So usually, Ken will be able to deal with Yun building crouching meter when he is under his stun bar and Yun is like under the beginning of his name, where he can walk forward and hit a crouching medium punch as he's building meter. He can also do it as an attempt of a whiff punish on a crouching medium kick that Yun is trying to like bait Ken to make decisions with. Using that stand roundhouse, Yun has a bit of things that he can do though. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to record and then I will play it back. So the first recording we're going to do is just going to be standing roundhouse. Where does that put the two characters and all that stuff? And then the next is going to be the most common situation after the standing roundhouse, or a very common situation, maybe not the most common, where he does this and then he jumps. Standing roundhouse is dangerous in neutral because it does a lot of damage and gives Ken a lot of meter, but Yun gets to build meter for free afterward. Now what I mean by this is that if I get hit by it and I'm -2 or whatever, or -3 because I got hit crouching, or -1, I still have a move that has 5 frames until it's active, so it's hard for Ken here to whiff punish a single crouching medium punch. So if I get hit by this, I can do crouching medium punch and then make a decision. Or I can walk back, take space away, and even if Ken dashes, the only thing that he can do is crouching medium kick because he's out of throw range. Right? So if he's out of dash range for something other than crouching medium kick, then that means that his next best option is going to be to jump. Right? He can either press his stand roundhouse and then go for like crouching medium kick or whatever, or walk up stand roundhouse, or he has jump. Now, as in these situations, you can build bar with crouching medium, or you can just walk back and then walk forward into range like you're going to be looking to contest his crouching medium kick, in which case, you know, if he jumps, you get Dekai. And sure, if Ken crosses up here and then parries, he can get stand roundhouse into super. But it's one of those rock, paper, scissors situations where Ken has to hard commit. Because if he does this, he has to commit to when he's going to do his jump roundhouse, or when he's going to jump at all. So you can walk up and wait, and then you can either parry guard or crouch and force a specific timing on a jump attack, or you can go for that Dekai. Now, this is very important, is that it's very spacing specific. So when Ken does this, whether you block it or get hit changes how much you have to walk for your Dekai to work, and the timing on it. Because if you're too late, it's not going to hit, and then he gets a whiff punish of medium fierce into either EX Fireball or DP, depending on if you are, you know, standing or crouching. So what about parry punishes, right? The main one is going to be crouching medium kick dash punch, but you can get shoulder if you are very fast. You have a little bit more time to get a light punch shoulder, but those are for the most part the main two options, because the other options that you have, like medium fierce, back fierce, like that stuff doesn't work. So those are the three main options as far as if you have bar or if you don't. So now we're going to talk about Ken's sweep. Ken's sweep, when you attempt to punish it with dash punch, isn't consistent because of distancing and pushback. So if I were to walk up and go for dash punch, depending on how far I walk up here and how much of Ken's foot goes into my hurt box, I can dash punch or not. I can't shoulder as a punish. I can if I do walk up parry though. So this will be your best punish if you get a punish on a sweep. However, the most common situation is still going to be crouching medium kick dash punch. Now, if you were to walk up into range and try to actually get your punish, it's not going to work unless you do micro walk, Kara stand light kick, or a Kara light punch dash punch with light kick at max distance, which makes it very inconsistent and something that you shouldn't normally go for. So because of this, you have to be very careful about the spacings that you're trying to punish sweep with dash punch, because Ken gets a hard punish on a dash punch block here of medium punch into medium punch DP into super, or he gets medium fierce into uppercut. There's a lot of bad things that can happen from you missing this punish, so you have to be sure about the distancing. So a common thing is going to be short, short, short like dash, or short, short, short crouching medium kick, right? And if you try to do crouching medium kick as a way to interrupt their crouching medium kick or something, or just to contest them thinking they're not going to be frame perfect or whatever, then Ken doing something like micro walk back sweep will punish you for it, right? So this is a very common situation where if you micro walk up, you need this Kara to get that punish, right? Otherwise, it's not going to work. So this is why I was saying that you need to be very specific as to the distancing when you are going for this punish. Because if I walk up enough, I can force it to hit me deep enough to get a punish. But it's risky to do something like this because you don't always know that sweep is coming, right? And that means that, like, when they're doing their sweep, you have to know what you can do as far as following up with your jumps, or if you should run away. But it does give you that opportunity to neutral jump or jump forward. It's the perfect spacing for this. So from these spacings, if you start to try to build with crouching medium punch, they can stand roundhouse your meter build. So you have to move in some fashion after a sweep in most situations, whether it's forward, backward, jump, you know, if you're trying to contest, whatever. But there has to be something from you, not just like go into meter build. Even though he's negative, he still does have the opportunity to take that space away from you after he can walk or whatever. So jumping and walking back and stuff are usually going to be the better decisions from this. So let's talk about Yun's sweep. Yun's sweep can be super punished by Ken. So it's very risky to go for something like this without going for the second hit, because of the fact that he can super you on block. That being said, if he doesn't super, or if he does get hit, if you were to jump forward dive kick, you will always be negative. He has the opportunity to get up, so he can just freely make the decision to DP or whatever. So this is why super jump is mostly used to change the timing and the spacing at which you are actually approaching your opponent. You can also just neutral jump the dive kick to build space, but there is that opportunity that Ken can technically trip guard you with crouching medium kick when doing something like this. So when doing stuff like this, like just doing light kick, dive kick off of a normal jump to set up a better dive kick or a jump forward attack or whatever you want to do, is the most common thing. Because that super jump can whiff in front, so if they're trying to parry it, you can go for the throw. But they do have the ability to do anything they want. So they can try to air you, anti-air you, I mean. They can try to do their DP, and it will completely screw you if that's what they decide to do, if you opt to attack. So that's very important. So outside of just being point blank with your sweep, you cannot jump and hit your opponent. So crouching medium punch in neutral from both characters is mostly how they're going to be building meter. So one of the important things here is that crouching medium punch does a decent job at stopping shoulders. Crouching medium kick does a similar job, but building meter with something that has such a long recovery, from Ken's point of view, is not really going to be the best option. You know, you're also, as Yun, filling up too much extra space that you don't necessarily need to, especially when Ken has meter, right? But when Ken is using his crouching medium punch in neutral, there is an opportunity, depending on the spacing, for you to either hit the recovery of his crouching medium punch or to hit the startup, right? But it's hit and miss, and it's one of the most consistent ways that he can look to stop your dash punch as well, unless you hit the recovery of the move. Now, obviously, dash punch in this situation isn't going to be the best choice no matter what, because if it is blocked, then you get hard punished, and that's not what you want. So I'm not necessarily telling you to go for this. I'm just saying that in general, you know, it stops both dash punch and shoulder in most cases, unless they are timed very specifically. So let's talk about Dekai. Dekai is -7. Dekai is one of those moves that, at this particular spacing, or at a spacing where you think that he is going to opt for like dash and stuff, it can be relatively strong. Doing it as ways to like cover space after things like far medium kick, looking to bait in and do crouching medium punch Dekai is the same thing as doing like crouching medium punch shoulder. You don't get as good of a follow-up, but if Ken does get hit by it, it is a lot of corner push. So let's say that we're at that same spot, this pillar. There's basically only about 15% of the stage behind Ken at that point, which is not a lot, right? So if we're in true mid-screen, which is this door, and he quick rises, he is cornered. So follow-ups for Dekai, you will never be able to actually get a follow-up with a dive kick, but you will be able to respace yourself however you want, and you will be plus. So you're +9 here, so you can opt for medium punch, fierce punch, or you can opt for crouching medium kick. Or walk forward throw, or whatever, if you so desire. Walk forward, KO Zenpo, ideally. But stuff like this is really important for specific spacings, because you will still be able to get your Oki if Ken is trying to get out of the corner or something, and you manage to knock him back in, you will get knockdown and guaranteed rock, paper, scissors situation because you are plus enough. Dekai also, like I talked about, when Ken is looking to jump, is a decent way to go under Ken. Looking to hit him on the other side when he's not hard committed to like crossover jump MK. Otherwise, the only thing that you have to worry about is that this is super punishable. So you have to be very careful with how you place it if your opponent shows that they can punish it. So let's talk about the pushback of Dekai. From max distance, dive kick, jump forward with roundhouse will hit at like +9 or +10, which means that medium kick, dive kick will whiff. But at a closer range, medium kick, dive kick will hit for very plus. So it's very important to understand where you are doing your Dekai from. And most of the time it's going to be from the max distance, which means that you can either super jump, light kick, dive kick, you can jump forward With attacks, you can jump forward, dive kick. Almost all of your dive kicks here, if they are not parried, are going to be very plus if they hit or get blocked, right? So you will get good things from this. But for the most part, this just means that you basically get free real estate from your opponent so that you can build your meter, you can do whatever it is that you want, but you can opt to go forward like I said before. Now the difference on the pushback changes based on how Dekai connects with your opponent. So at point blank range, you'll see that it pushes us into the door of the train in the background right next to the window by the trash can. From this position as well, it gives us the exact same spacing. Same thing here. But if we do it at the door, we now start to cover the trash can. And if we do it at max distance, we're pushed back to the pillar in the background that says Ken on it. So this matters a lot as far as how much pushback you actually get because of the active hitbox of the move is very elongated, right? So that's really important when figuring out what follow-ups you have. Even though you're negative, you know, there's nothing Ken can do outside of super, right? Like I said before. So you are safe as long as it gets blocked and you are far enough away, right? And regardless of if you're close or not, this being -7, there's nothing that Ken can do as far as a punish goes. So just avoid getting it blocked and be careful with how you follow up after getting it blocked, because it does sort of give away that you are able to go for specific dive kicks, and if they know that, they can take those away from you with lateral forward movement. The last thing about Dekai is that on hit, it gives you 18 meter, and on block, it gives you 9. So it's very good regardless of the situation, unless your opponent, again, has super and can whiff punish it. So if you get this parried, unless your opponent has crouching medium kick super, most of the time the most common parry punishes are going to be either light punch DP or sweep. So it's important to know the spacing that you're doing your Dekai at to also limit the type of punishes from Ken. So now I want to talk about standing HP. Standing HP has 9 frames of startup and it hits on frame 10. It has a lot of pushback. So if we were to do this in the corner, we get almost the same pushback as Dekai. If Dekai has max distance, it has less pushback than the closest distance of close standing HP. Now what this means is that at that close distance in mid-screen, it opens up neutral jump dive kicks that allow us to force the opponent into a guessing situation for that throw, right? It also gives us the option to dive kick at our opponent and hit them as low as humanly possible, or set up light kick dives. The most important part about this is that because of the pushback, Ken can't crouching medium kick and he can't sweep. So this means that you can basically freely start to build meter after the fact, as long as you have moved beforehand, and it gives you the ability to reposition however you want. Because the pushback here allows you to how to walk up, and then you have crouching or down parry or forward parry or whatever, depending on the situation. And it's going to be very rare that Ken is going to look to get out of the corner here when you are using this button. We'll go over corner control a little bit later, though, with this. Now, as far as using it in neutral, one of the important aspects of this is, like, if you're dive kicking, and you're using stuff like, you know, crouch light, crouch medium, as a frame trap, you can also frame trap off of crouching medium into standing HP. And this is very important because you want to have frame traps that are high parryable only. And standing medium back fierce against Ken when he's crouching at this distance is going to not work. So hitting someone and getting 18 meter for this is very strong. Now, Yakun, as an example, will do stuff like dive kick, crouching short, and then he'll parry and do like standing HP for the pushback or the attempt at a low parry, because crouching short is usually followed up by something like crouching medium kick. So it gives you some variance as far as your approach. It also gives you different timing variances as well. And it's important because in situations like where you're going dive kick and then you might go crouching medium punch, you know, if you're going to be walking up, your opponent's going to be looking to tech your throw in a lot of situations. And it's going to be oftentimes with crouching medium punch tech, especially with Kens, so that they can confirm super. Or crouching light punch, crouching light kick tech, so that he can do crouching punch, crouching light kick, and then super. So in these situations, having the opportunity to use standing HP to have a high option after your frame trap move can be very strong, especially with the pushback, since regardless of if it's blocked or not, you get the same pushback. So if they don't opt to do anything, they don't opt to go for their crouching medium punch, and you get the block, well, now you just get to reposition. You got the free 9 meter for the block, etc. The only downside to this is because it's -5, if Ken has super, he can super it. Just like the Kai being -7. Jumps are really important because they do shape how this matchup plays out. Sure, you can play grounded the entire time, but that's generally not how it's going to work out. Eventually, either Ken is going to need to commit to something like EX Tatsu, or he's going to need to air-to-air Yun with something like early jump roundhouse. Now, you'll notice that Yun is set to jump back after he lands here, and even if you were to not do that, following up here in mid-screen, or mid-stage, requires Ken to do a lot, right? Now, this isn't a big deal for Yun if he gets hit, because he's pushed all the way back and he can now reposition, start to build meter, do whatever he wants. So yes, it's good to stop Yun from jumping, but depending on the spacing and the stage, it can be better or worse, right? So in this exact situation, you know, if my back is to the corner and I'm hitting Yun, I have the entire stage to traverse to chase Yun, right? That's not always the best idea. So this box in the middle is going to be true mid-screen, and if we end up hitting Yun here, we're able to dash up and then walk forward, and if he was to jump back, he will corner himself, in a way. So we can now, again, jump roundhouse, or, you know, go for EX Tatsu, or whatever it is that we want to do, right? Speaking of EX Tatsu, it's not consistent. Now, what I mean by this is that it's distance dependent, depending on where you are when you try to interact with a jump, and if Yun is jumping neutral, forward, or backwards. So if we were to do super jump EX Tatsu here, there is a chance that you get left or right, and you don't actually know when you're landing. And there's also situations here that will force multiple hits and Yun to go flying in the opposite direction, which is not the case that you want to have happen. Right? Okay. Depending on where you hit him, you might only get one hit. Right? You can get a reset here, and standing light punch would force a high-low throw situation, which is in your advantage, or standing medium punch, or whatever. Now, in these situations, instead of using EX, which is most commonly used to get out of the corner, super jump forward, right? Doing something like this. Because if you are in the corner here, and, you know, Yun's in front of you, it will re-corner Yun and then you get to move forward. But in situations where you're trying to get out of the corner, it's just one of the best ways to do so, right? So as Yun, that's eventually going to happen for some Kens, is they're going to look to use that meter. But approaching EX Tatsu like it's Goki Tatsu is a huge risk because of the meter usage. And in order to do this properly, you have to actually just regular jump. Now, depending on how you land, you might have different inputs, right? So you can see that for the inputs here, I had back, down, down, forward, forward as my inputs for DP. And it auto-corrected to the correct side. And that's dependent on how the Tatsu actually hits. You can also end up hitting in situations where resetting with things like standing medium punch is a decent idea because it has some pushback but will allow you to follow up. It's the same thing here where you can, standing fierce when your opponent is falling as well. Oops. And it's dependent on how many hits from Tatsu actually occur. So when I get 3 hits, I go to the opposite side. But when I get 2 hits, he stays in front. So this is very important, is understanding when you want to go for your Tatsu based on their jump habits. So in these exact situations, the ideal situation is going to end up being, medium punch DP. So just to be sure, the way that I input this is back, forward, down, forward, punch. Because the worst case scenario is it auto-corrects into the correct side for the DP. Doing standing medium kick is also a notable follow-up that will push back quite a bit. And it's more common sort of the closer that you are to the corner here, if you don't think that you can get a DP follow-up, which is very rare. But even still, delaying your attack will give you the opportunity to do different things. It's very uncommon for you to be able to get a situation like this where you're able to get double DP. But those do exist. So now we're going to take a look at Yun's dive kicks as Ken. So in neutral like this, you can air to air like this, and Yun's just going to jump away, right? That's pretty simple. If you want to do EX Tatsu, it's not always going to work. Because sometimes, depending on how you're doing it, if you're not doing it preemptively enough, then the dive kick will go under you and it will have just been a waste of meter. So that's pretty important. Now, that being said, you can still manage to hit your opponent with your EX Tatsu, but you might not get the outcome you're looking for. Parrying dive kicks is an odd situation, because if you do it incorrectly, you won't get your punish. So if Yun hits low enough, you won't actually be able to do your crouching medium kick DP. You won't be able to do your medium punch, fierce punch, etc. And he can land, and he can get thrown. Now, in these exact situations, you might be able to eke out one standing medium punch. But that second one is going to whiff at this particular spacing. So everything is very spacing specific and height specific as to where the dive kick is hitting you. So if I take one step forward, as you can see, I can more easily get the standing medium punch to work, but getting the target combo requires me to let him fall after parrying the dive kick a little bit higher in order to get the max punish. Oops. And this is a lot easier to punish with crouching medium kick because there is still time for the activation of crouching medium kick to intercept the trip guard of Yun landing after being parried. So you have to be very knowledgeable as far as the height that the dive kick is going to hit you and how you should be looking to punish, if at all. Now, an important aspect of this is that in mid-screen, back throw is a very strong punish here. And even though getting something like, crouching medium kick into HP DP is very strong, the lower that it hits you, you might have to opt for this back throw. But it, in most situations, will give you the corner, even from like mid-screen, right? So let me hit him out of the air, Okay, and then I will replay the thing. And from this point here, if I had parried it, I get my back throw and then dash up and Yun is cornered. So back throw as a punish for dive kick is still very strong. It just doesn't give you quite the oki that you might get from doing standing medium punch into light punch DP here. Because although standing medium punch fierce punch doesn't work as a punish from this distance, standing medium punch into light punch DP will. Or just raw light punch DP. So the lower that Yun hits you, the more likely it is that you're going to have to just raw DP as a punish so that you can hit him slightly before he lands. It's basically the only choice that you have when he lands and is able to tech this throw. So let me show an example of that playing as Yun. So when Ken's trying to throw, if he does it instantaneously, I get a back throw, or I get a forward throw, depending on the situation. Oops. Right. If he delays very slightly, then there's a chance that he's able to throw me depending on how I hit him. But even with the delay, there's still a chance that I'm able to tech. Like this. So, because it's inconsistent, you don't know how you're going to be able to deal with the dive kick, and you don't know how long you need to delay your throw. You don't know how long you need to delay your attack. There's no consistency when Yun is plus when he's dive kicking. So instead, you know, if you're parrying stuff like this, that's when you can walk forward, medium punch, fierce punch DP, or walk forward, crouching medium kick, HP DP, or whatever it is that you want to do as a punish. When Yun is very high off the ground, right? But as soon as he is low to the ground like this, he can jump the throw, he can tech the throw, etc. And if he really wants to, he can super jump cancel his Zenpo tension, even on parry, which is very hard to do. There we go. So it's a complex situation that has no single answer. And that's one of the things that makes it so frustrating dealing with dive kicks, is that you have to be very precise as to understanding what your punishes are based on the type of parry that you got. And if it's 2+, then you risk not getting a punish by doing the wrong thing. Right? Because I've already showed, like, if you do the dive kick and you are too low and he goes for the crouching medium kick or the standing medium punch, you can block it. And at this point, if I can be low enough to the ground and then get a tech, because Ken has to wait for me to land for a couple frames before he can throw, and if he throws too early, he gets thrown anyway, it's a very bad situation for him to be in. Or it's a very bad situation for any character to be in. Dealing with jumps as Yun is a little bit different. So if you air-to-air Ken with jump HK, you're just outside of crouching medium kick range. So you can immediately jump and then dive kick and go for a frame trap dive kick, right? You can jump medium kick dive kick jumping forward and get the same thing. And it's the same thing with jump HP, where you end up getting these dive kicks that put you at like +3, where you can frame trap 1, 2, 3 target combo. Now, unfortunately, this is not a TDK. So what that means is that Ken has invulnerable moves that will allow him to hit me. So let's show an example with heavy punch DP. If I jump in, I have to option select the DP, right? So depending on how low I hit him, I have to parry different amounts depending on how much he delays the DP. So one of the bad things about this is that if I commit to light punch DP, or light punch dive kick, or light kick dive kick, he just whiffs. Right? So he gets hard punished for that read. And it doesn't get any better because whether he gets hit with jump HK or jump HP, right, I have a lot of frame advantage. And the distance that they're pushed back is very similar. Right? So as long as I'm, looking to double jump, there's not much that, Ken can do outside of hard commit to a DP or something. Or look to parry a dive kick. Which, again, leaves him open to, these dive kicks here, which will set up throws and all those other things. So it's a very weird dichotomy for the rock, paper, scissors as to how you're air to airing. And when you are, jumping backwards or whatever, it's the same situation if you hit him as he hits you if you're moving forward as Ken. So his jump forward roundhouse pushes the same as a jump back heavy from Yun does to him, where they end up full stage apart. Twins have a safe jump with their jumping HK, where if they're +9, +10, etc., they can tech when they land from this. And it's the same thing for Ken, where if I try to punish this, I can't. He can block it. It's the same thing for twins, where they can block after their safe jump, right? So if I am trying to punish this, it just doesn't work. I do have the option of doing Zenpo, but that's not always easiest in the moment, right? I can stand light kick dash punch or stand light kick EX Rekka if I'm Yang, which are two of the best options against this. Other characters have fast moves that are, 3 or 4 frames to start up that can deal with this. Same thing with Urien, where they also have a safe jump that can be dealt with like this. But this is just very important against Ken because getting that late jump in HK is a very common way for them to set up like crouching short super, among other things. And because it is a safe jump against most of the cast, it's relatively abusable. So it's one of those knowledge checks that some Kens tend to use. So if we assume that Yun is also going to be doing jumping HK, Ken can jump, parry, and then do a light attack. And then he will get a potential left-right situation. And it's a high-low throw off of this exact situation. Right? But if you tap down when you land as opposed to just dashing, like you are crouch canceling your landing animation or whatever, it doesn't actually help you in this situation to get under your opponent, and it stops you. So it gives you another option that you have to stay in front with a dash, and that's also an important aspect to the follow-ups that he can have, right? Otherwise, you have to worry about stuff like HP, medium punch, far MK, all these other grounded moves. And he can layer his decisions so that when you're like parrying these, he can do a late DP after the recovery of the standing medium punch, as an example. Or he can do the option select from the delay DP off of the standing HP. And this will allow him to DP with medium or fierce or whatever he wants to do. He can also technically do Tatsu to get out of the way. Or he can do Tatsu potentially to hit Yun. But it's not very common, and it's not as good as, say, doing something like this with Goki. But it does exist. One of the other things you have to worry about is being whiff punished or trip guarded. So Ken can look to position himself just like Chun-Li to be at ranges where your dive kicks might whiff, so that he can preemptively use crouching medium kick. Now, another important thing about this is that medium punch can hit you out of the air and push you away when you are looking to get some of these whiffs. And it can also force a situation where you are going to get hit in a trip guard into a super. So it's kind of difficult, but it is technically, possible. Just like this. So it's one of those things where you also have to be pretty careful, because there's very little risk in some situations for Ken doing the standing medium punch. So what do I mean by this? Well, if Yun dive kicks and I walk back, I can standing medium punch him, potentially out of his dive kick. And if I don't manage to do so, or I press it late or something, Yun doesn't get a good dive kick. And we'll go over this in the dive kick section next. But when there's a bad dive kick, Yun is forced to make very specific decisions. So it's still technically in Ken's favor to potentially attempt to deal with these dive kicks. But, if he ends up messing up and he loses the rock, paper, scissors afterward, it goes very, very badly for Ken. So it's one of those things where it really depends on what you're looking for, because as you can see here, if I were to backdash, even in this situation, I am barely out of range, right? And if I try to whiff punish with that crouching medium kick like I was talking about, it's not going to be that easy. It's still technically possible depending on your spacing, but it's not always going to be easy. And in these situations where you're, walking back, you can press this medium punch, but it doesn't always guarantee that that bad dive kick is going to happen either, because you're pressing it as you're walking back. And it can still give Yun a advantageous dive kick as well, because it started up late. So it's not a be-all, end-all answer, but it is something that, you can do. You can potentially whiff punish a dive kick with medium fierce. You can potentially whiff punish a dive kick with far HP or far MP confirm into super, or crouching MP into super, or crouching medium kick into super. So these things are possible, but the risk reward behind it is not always going to be in your favor. So now let's talk about the dive kick, rock, paper, scissors. The dive kick, rock, paper, scissors against Ken is very similar to Chun-Li. In these situations where you're hitting Ken and you are, 0, you're +1, whatever, it's not the worst thing in the world if you're minus, etc. Now, as Yun, you have a few options, right? You have attempt to throw your opponent, you have rejump, you have crouching short, you have Zenpo, and then you have attacks, whether it's standing medium punch, standing light punch, or crouching light kick, like I already said before. And these will vary in usefulness depending on how plus your dive kicks are. So in the situations where Kens are walking forward, dashing up, etc., and forcing these pseudo-bad dive kicks, this is what they want, because they want to force a rock, paper, scissors where their close standing medium punch or their close standing HP is a viable option. Throws are very important for both Ken and Yun. So in these situations, when I'm getting thrown, it puts either character in the corner from mid-screen. So when you are dive kicking, you don't want to be back thrown. So Ken also doesn't want to be thrown, right? So the first layer of Yomi, or whatever you want to call the rock, paper, scissors of this situation, is always going to be throw, just like with every other character. And it's even more important to understand that Ken doesn't get a whole lot from his neutral throw or his forward throw. So while yes, he can get stuff like cross-up jump medium kick or something from his throw, which we'll go over later when we're talking about mix-ups for the different characters, you don't necessarily have to worry about that happening as much, because mid-screen it's almost always better to go for the back throw, or the Kara back throw, which is why it's so important to actively be able to deal with the situation with jumps, or with setting up your dive kicks so that you can frame trap a throw attempt. But as long as your dive kicks are bad, you are always going to be in these situations where you are forced to be in a lopsided RPS against Ken. Let's say we're throwing our opponent consistently after dive kick. Well, if they start to use attacks like close standing medium punch, then you end up in a very bad situation. Because if you try to throw, if you try to do 1, 2, 3, if you try to do crouch short short, they're all going to lose to close standing medium punch. So this means that your only choice here is to try to jump again or parry. So let's try to jump. It resets us. And this is not the best situation to be in, which we'll go over in a little bit. But if we try to parry and they opt to throw instead, we just get thrown because parry locks us out of teching throws. So it's not the most ideal situation to be in, which means you have to be very, very careful with how you dive kick against Ken. And you have to understand the defensive habits of your opponent. Are they going to block? Are they going to late tech? Are they going to try to do standing medium punch, fierce punch? Or are they just going to opt to do a close standing HP instead to stop your jump? Because if you were to dive kick, you can jump away and parry, but it requires very specific timing, and it requires very specific dive kick advantages. Because if I were to do this instead, the dive kick that's -1, I am too close to the ground after the fact. So if I'm +1 here, I can frame trap with 1, 2, 3. So this is where the mind games gets a little deeper as well, because now your opponent needs to know that you can 1, 2, 3, not just when you're +3 because of throw. Well, if you go for the +1 and they throw, then you lose. So them attacking and them throwing is the main situation that you need to be worried about. Sometimes they might just YOLO DP and there's nothing that you can do about that. But you do have the option select of KO Zenpo, which blocks the close standing medium punch and the standing HP. And it will also Zenpo them if they do nothing. And if they attempt to throw, it will tech. Let's talk about what happens when Yun gets reset from trying to dive kick, right? So if he doesn't jump back parry and he gets hit by the standing HP, he gets pushed all the way to the edge of the stage. Medium punch puts him at round start spacing, essentially, from point blank. And then jab keeps him a little bit closer in range for crouching medium kick. Jab also, if done at frame 1, even if they're holding up on frame 1 when they dive kick at you, will potentially keep them grounded. So it will force a secondary jump or whatever as well. Getting walk-up target combo is a little bit hard in this exact situation, because you need to walk up quite a bit. However, you also need to walk up just as much if you want to throw, or shimmy. So it's an option that a lot of people don't go for as much, because the medium punch here does give you a lot. And you get to dash up and maintain close space, follow up with a throw, etc. You can risk going for a jump, however, if the opponent also tries to jump back or neutral jump or whatever, it may not be as successful. And the same thing here, you know, you would have to dash jump or double dash and risk some decisions, or just dash and maintain your space, walk up, etc. Another important aspect of this is that regardless of what you reset your opponent with, they all have 15 juggle points. So you're not guaranteed anything as they land, right? You actually have to make the decision to walk up and do something. If they have an invulnerable move, then, well, you're kind of screwed. Yun doesn't have one, so there's less that you have to worry about, which is why stuff like this, when you reset with this and you're able to threaten with crouching short short, or you're able to threaten with walk up back throw, walk up forward throw, target combo, all these other things, tick throw, it's very powerful. But because of the fact that medium punch, fierce punch is so strong as a follow-up decision, it gets used a lot. Because if Yun doesn't re-jump and he tries to throw instead, the medium punch, fierce punch gives you options. So here the Yun is going to try to throw me. So now I'm able to dash up and get a decent amount of corner control. I get super jump left right. I get double dash into actual rock, paper, scissors. Right? So going for these things means that you get a lot more out of it, especially when you have meter and you can confirm, right? Now you have hard knockdown and guaranteed corner, right? From most mid-screen situations. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And in situations where you are, you know, further back, with your back to the corner or whatever, you get your left right. Right? So it's very powerful to go for this, but because of the rock, paper, scissors aspect, pressing that medium punch does leave you open to parries from your opponent, right? So then you have to worry about what comes next. That heavy punch is almost always coming. It's very rare that you're going to see hit confirms on medium punch, fierce punch. There's not a whole lot of timing that you can look for this. So good luck if you're going to try to practice stuff like this, but it's just not feasible in most situations, right? And if the Yun blocks this, though, you're pushed back and you're negative. So let's make him block now. So what happens when Yun blocks? Because you're -3, as Ken, Yun gets to run away. Yun gets to go build meter, he gets to neutral jump or whatever. So in these situations, you know, you can early jump roundhouse to try to catch a jump. Or you can jump in late roundhouse instead. Because if they don't jump, if they continue to walk backwards, you still might be able to hit them. You still have the option to dash, and if they jump, it makes it a bad dive kick. And this is a relatively common situation that you'll see. Because if they stay on the ground, there's still a chance that he might be in range for throw when you dash, or you can dash block. So he does have ways that he can intercept you. You can opt to try to go for walk-up crouching medium kick, or walk-up sweep, or whatever. But if he jumps, these aren't going to hit, and then you're going to get dive kicked on and punished. So it's that same sort of neutral situation that I was talking about before in the video, where it sort of resets to that crouching medium kick is just barely whiffing situation that both characters sort of really want to be in. So it's not the worst thing in the world if your medium punch, fierce punch gets punished, or not punished, blocked. But if they parry, then you're kind of screwed. Because if you try to do medium punch, fierce punch, then you're just gonna eat shit, essentially. So now, assuming that we dive kick and we block, or we dive kick and we parry, if Ken does both hits, we have to worry about DP after this, right? We have to worry about EX Fireball. If we just do the one hit, we don't have to worry. Now, if Ken tries to get cheeky and just do medium punch into DP, well, what happens? This is going to be a light punch DP. Well, we were hit. This time we weren't. So if you think that your opponent has a propensity to go for just standing button buffer DP as a late cancel sort of thing to see if you parry, which is very common off of Ken's close standing HP as a mix-up, then, or a parry bait, I should say, then you can either parry block or you can just go for standing light kick as a punish instead. Right, so you get hard punish on the DP, or if they do another DP, is there any difference? Medium DP? No difference. So, if they were to do HP DP in the exact way that you would do the Oki situation with HP, if the Yun blocks, then it doesn't come out. Or even light punch DP or medium punch DP, if you're doing this option select, won't come out. But if they do parry, well, then the DP comes out, right? So that being the case, light kick, light punch, throw, all this stuff just gets beaten by DP. So the only choice you have is to parry. So you have to be on quite a deep layer in order to make this work, because the timing isn't the same as medium punch, fierce punch target combo for the cancel. That's the only thing that you have to really be worried about. But the other option that Ken has is to just go for the standing medium punch and use it as a tick, and then go for high-low or throw or whatever, right? That's just how it be with standing medium punch. And we'll go over all of Ken's options off of standing medium punch a little bit later. I want to talk about Ken's cross-up medium kick. So the first thing we're going to talk about is how to punish it on parry. So when Ken crosses up, there are a few timings at which you can hit, and delay 1, 2, 3 is probably the highest damage that you can get, because you can get, you know, a follow-up Genei Jin combo, right? But there's a lot of situations where you're not going to be able to, and crouching medium punch into light kick up kicks is probably one of the highest damage and meter decisions, or it is the highest meter decision. But if you want corner push, standing medium kick into heavy punch, dash punch is probably going to give you the furthest corner push. So if that's your goal, to get them to the corner as fast as possible, then you can go for that option. But for consistency's sake, crouching medium punch into light kick up kicks is usually the most consistent, as if you fuck up waiting for the Ken to land when you go for the 1, 2, 3, then there's not much that you can do about it, and doing for 1, 2, 3 activate against Ken is not always the best situation to be in, especially if they have meter. So we want to talk about Ken's cross-up. Now, he has 3 main tools. He has back throw, crouching short short or short short short, and then stand medium punch. He can go right into target combo. He can use this as a way to tick throw, or attempt a back tick throw. He can use this as well as a way to check if you are standing, so that he can go for something else. And that's important, because if the opponent is standing up, there's not much that they can do. So let's set him to walk back here. You can easily do crouching short short or crouching short 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 to check into super. You can also do the same thing off of standing medium punch, is that you can follow up with walk forward crouching short short into super. Or you can just delay and go for crouching medium kick confirm into light punch DP. If you try to go for something like heavy punch DP, it's not going to work because of twins hurt box and stuff, right? And they're walking backwards. And then you get hard punished, and that's not a situation you really want to be in. Now that being said, getting your back throw is very important. So being able to, walk into range if they're just holding up, or holding back, I should say, and getting your back throw is very important. Or you can just use Kara back medium kick. Because if you don't, there's a chance that they will be out of range. Right? So the back medium kick Kara is very important if they are high blocking to try to walk out of the situation. Now, the opponent can guard jump when you cross up to deal with most of the things that you can do. However, you can delay the decisions that you make with a slight micro walk forward or whatever, getting a reset potentially, or hitting them on the ground with your medium fierce. You can also get the same thing off of crouching short if you time it correctly when they are looking to guard jump. So it's a very nuanced situation, and there's a lot of it that has to do with what Yun's meter is, what Ken's meter is, and all of that stuff. Because there is still the option that Yun can down parry here, and then if you go for crouching short or whatever, you're just going to end up getting parry 1, 2, 3, Daipon looped, and potentially killed. But it's important to also be able to check your opponent with this crouching short or short, because it's the main way that you get super outside of standing medium punch fierce. And if your opponent is guessing low parry, obviously medium fierce into super is going to be important. Now, let's assume that they're going to hit down after the fact instead of walk backwards. So they're going to attempt to low parry. Now, when this happens, they're going to be grounded and crouching, right? So because they're going to be crouching, you have to use EX Fireball, or you have to use Super. Because if you don't, and you try to go for DP, the DP will whiff and they can punish you. So it's important to understand that if the opponent has that habit of going for the low parry, even if you get the target combo, you need to have the proper follow-up. Because if you don't use the proper follow-up and you call it out, and you do, Shoryu, you're going to end up getting 1, 2, 3 and potentially killed. The only other choice really that you have is like backdash crouch medium kick or something. And this is not all that common to be used. But you can do stuff like backdash jump forward. There's a lot of nuanced ways that you can use these decisions to your advantage. Now, it's important here to understand that even though you are +3 here, you only really have a couple options after your frame traps, especially if you're using far medium punch. Because even though they have the same or similar pushback, right, you basically have dash, you have jump again, crouching medium kick, and then sweep, right? Now, because you're +3, it's important that you're using attacks that, have low startup. So sweep has a very low startup, and crouching medium kick has a very low startup as well, right? So it's to your benefit to be looking for these things. However, it's also very easy to read these situations with parry jump. So after this situation, the Yun player can down parry jump back, and there's very little risk to doing that. And you can do something like standing roundhouse, or you can use standing medium kick to attempt to hit them if they don't get it at the optimal timing. Otherwise, like I showed, you do have the ability to dash or you have the ability to backdash and build space and go back to neutral, where you may feel more comfortable. The only other choice that you might have is to frame trap with crouching medium kick, because it hits jump attempts. Because this is putting you at +6 or +7, and crouching medium kick has +6 or 7. So the amount of time that it takes to leave the ground is more. So if they're guard jumping, this isn't going to be as strong or as feasible. But if you're in a situation where you might be able to DED off of this or something, then it could be worth going for. If the opponent chooses to throw, crouching medium kick wins. However, if you don't look to go for a DED here, the only thing that you really have is kind of hard committing to a light punch DP, or looking to hit confirm your crouching medium kick into DP, which in this situation is going to be very difficult, in my opinion, but it is technically possible. Setting up your cross-up is also very important. So if you were to frame trap here, and you were to jump, it hits front, right? So this means that you have to walk forward in order to get your cross-up. It's the same thing here off of backdashes, right? So if you do medium fierce, you have to walk forward in order to, get your cross-up attempt. Short, short allows you to cross up. Short, short, short doesn't without a walk. So it's all just positional stuff, right? And this is pretty easy to figure out. Crouching medium kick, if you're using it here, will allow you to cross up. Same thing with like crouching medium punch, where point blank, you can cross up. Take one step back, you cannot, without a walk. So it's simple things like that. So frame traps will force a walk in order to cross up, or you can just stay in front on purpose, either to empty jump parry, to stop anti-airs, or to just threaten your opponent and potentially get a back throw when you land, etc. But the most important way to set things up is going to come from super. And in order to do that, you basically need to force the super in mid-screen, dash up, and then jump. Otherwise, the only other way to do it is to super, walk forward a step, and then super jump. So the last thing that you need to think about is, are you going to be going for cross-ups after DP? It's usually better to go for them after something like a light punch DP, because depending on the distance, you can either walk forward enough and then go for the cross-up. You can dash and then go for the cross-up. Or you can super jump. Right? The opponent is active for more time after the HP DP than the light punch DP for whatever reason, right? 27, the frame advantage here is 45. So you have double the time to make decisions here, and that's very important. So this is also why, just empty jump forward after this is very strong, because you have backdash potentially, and you also have the opportunity to just BD when you jump over. So when going for this, you can also micro step forward and not completely walk forward when going for this sort of a set play. This is only if your opponent quick rises, though, because if they're seeing your DPs and you're jumping at different timings, or you are jumping a lot, they should be aiming to vary their timing on quick rise or no quick rise to force you to have different looks at performing Okizeme. So the most common situation here is going to be to guard jump away, because you want to guard jump and then guard jump a second time in many cases, unless they are very frame trap happy. Otherwise, you can parry jump, either with forward or down, or you can just crouch block, look to crouch attack with crouching medium punch, and confirm that into stand light kick dash punch, depending on how they're looking to approach things. Or if they're just raw throwing a lot, there's not really much that you can do because of how plus they are. You'll get thrown out of your attacks in most situations. Because they're +6, you'll be coming out of throw-in vulnerability as Ken has the ability to act. So it's kind of a crappy situation. But otherwise, you can just walk out of throw range. If they are trying to abuse that too much, you can choose to try to contest with crouching shorts or standing medium fierce or whatever, but you don't really want to contest with 1, 2, 3 or anything like that unless you are looking to option parry down or something and then go for like Daipon loop. So it depends on how often they're going for a crouch short, 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 and all that stuff. You can also technically red parry the crouching short, short, or the short, short, short from the Ken if they are too consistent with that as well. Similarly, you can do the same thing with the medium punch, fierce punch. So let me record Ken doing that. Like I said, the only other choice that you have is to go for the red parry if you know that they are too consistent with their medium fierce. And if you aren't comfortable with that, you can just block and hope to God that they are setting you up specifically for, you know, your dive kicks and stuff. It's entirely dependent on where on the stage that you are. You don't want to be pushed back into the corner. And the corner situation with this is very important as well. Because when Ken is looking to abuse the corner with jumping medium kick sometimes, he's preying on the fact that when this happens, you get hit very high, and when he looks for that jump medium kick, if you forward parry, right, it brings you out of the corner, and he can cross you up. So let me show you what I mean. This particular situation is very messed up, so I want to talk about it before going into the actual corner stuff later, because it is very pertinent to particularly just the cross-up medium kick. So when Ken either throws you or does DP, if you quick rise and they super jump, you can obviously hold back and then force the super jump medium kick to hit you in the front. Now, that's important, but as you can see here, I held back for a long time and then I tapped forward for a parry, but I still got a block. So the tap forward forced it to be a considered cross-up, right? So let's show that again. I'll do it from crouch this time. Crouch, forward, I blocked, right? Now this is important because this is going to be a crouch short short check that a lot of Kens will do. So in this situation, I have to block low for the crouch short short that will come rather than the medium punch, heavy punch TC. So in situations here like this, if you end up trying to parry, you can still get hit too. And it all depends on how it happens. So in order to get this consistent, as far as what you're going to be doing, you want to be doing forward and then down back and then waiting to see the parry. But you'll do this off of holding down rather than down back. There is another way out of this situation, which is a lot easier. And that is heavy punch, dash punch. That gets you out of the entire situation when Ken is jumping forward. And this is mostly pertinent to when he does the DP follow-up, because it does usually require a super jump here. because if he does a regular jump, it's going to be a lot harder for him to actually cross you up. So it will almost always come from a super jump. Dealing with it off of throw is a little bit different, because this exact same situation happens whether you quick rise or not. Now, in order to get out of this safely, you can either crouch and then stand block, crouch block, or you can just hold up forward. As long as you react to them jumping, you can get out of the corner, because they're already over you, technically, when you jump. The safest way out is just going to be to dash punch. But if you quick rise, and you know that they're going to jump, you can walk out. This allows you to punish. Right? So, it's a very nuanced situation, and it's something that you can take advantage of, but like I said, it's mostly going to come from the super jump, because it is a little harder to deal with as far as jumping out of the situation. You can't just hold up forward. So I've already showed you how to cross up, which is dash and jump. So you can triple dash to get some screen push, or to push them a little bit towards the corner and then get your Oki. So in this situation, if we are a little bit further away, you can see that I'm able to do this. So if I make Yun throw when doing this, I can still get my meaty setup. So if you want to get meaty setups, you have to crouch cancel, super jump, and then if you press any button, you'll land in front. And then you'll get high-low throw. With standing medium punch, crouching, light kick, and throw. Otherwise, the only thing that you can really do is something that's very difficult, which is crouch cancel the land, super jump, and then tatsu. And then if you do it precisely just like I did, you will land and be able to meaty Yun with medium fierce, go for a throw, or crouching short. And those are the only decisions that you can make as far as crossing them up consistently. You can look to crouch cancel, micro walk forward, and then whiff as they are getting up. And then they have to make a decision after you've landed, rather than as you are landing, and delay their attack, or their attempt at whatever else. It's a very similar thing to when you're going for the cross-up medium kick, but you're using like a jump roundhouse or something to not hit your opponent instead. The other more common thing that you'll see some Kens do in these mid-screen situations is that walk forward and then the super jump forward, so that they have the opponent guessing between this and back throw, which obviously I wasn't able to do. There we go, Kara back throw. And it's pretty simple, right? Because like if you're cornered here, right? Full screen situation. And if the opponent doesn't wait and they option parry, there's a chance that you can still do things when you land, like close to medium punch, far medium punch, whatever. Or you can be respectful and block, right? It really depends on the type of player that you are and how you're conditioning your opponent. Let's talk about throws with Ken. Forward throw is something that Kens try to avoid if they can help it. And the reason for this is very simple. You don't really get a whole lot of options as far as your meaties go. You get sweep, you get crouching medium kick, and you get stand roundhouse. If you try to dash and then press a button or try to throw or something, you just get scooped. So if you try to jump here, you'll see that Yun's throw animation has fully recovered. So this means that because it is fully recovered, he will have had time to act. He can jump away, he can neutral jump, he can try to dash punch under your jump, he can anti-air you. There's a lot of decisions that can come from the Yun that you have to take into consideration. So if you're looking to like walk forward and do cross-ups and stuff, you do have to understand that Yun will be up and able to act. So even though forward throw has some issues, Ken's will mostly go for back throw anyway. And in this situation, where I have only like 33% of the stage to my back, I can dash, walk up, and follow up with a meaty rock, paper, scissors situation. I can also double dash. And as long as I'm not special, I can still get a meaty, medium fierce target combo, or I can get crouching short, short and stuff. Right? So these are still options. But the further you are away, these options don't happen. So even though I dash, dash, crouched, which moves my throw box forward and my hurt box forward, Yun isn't able to throw me, right? So from the furthest away that I can be, I can end up getting situations like this where I'm able to get crouching medium kick DP DP. So you can confirm that. You can confirm your crouch medium kick super, etc. So there's a lot of things that you can do, but you have to understand, you know, the spacing that you're going to be at and what you think the Yun is going to do. So you can do things like single dash, walk forward, stand roundhouse as a meaty. You can also do things like single dash, crouch, walk forward, crouch medium kick, or sweep, right? Something like standing roundhouse might catch a guard jump, but both of these will end up hitting them in a situation where they are potentially guard jumping. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to guard jump here because you are far away and can't throw, but it is something that does exist. You know, something like a parry jump might be more common. These situations where you are a little bit closer into the mid-screen is also a situation where you can dash jump. And you'll notice that Yun isn't as deep into the animation of throw. So Yun has less time to make decisions when you are making these, you know, dash jump choices. There's less time for him to opt to look for a parry or to, you know, jump parry or whatever. It still is technically a possibility because his throw has already started up, which means he's active, but it's a little bit harder to deal with. And if he tries to walk forward or whatever, you do have these options with the super jump medium kick that I've already showcased previously. So there is a lot of nuance to the back throw situations because you can just walk up and make decisions after they have gotten up. They now have to decide, is the Ken going to try to keep me in the corner? Are they going to go for an attack, like crouching medium punch, far medium punch, or crouching medium kick? What is the Ken going to do, right? So if you can, basically regardless of the spacing, you want to be back throwing. Because even from almost full screen away, or full stage away, you know, Yang right here, double dash gives me the spacing that I would want to reestablish neutral as well. So even though I can do the same thing from a forward dash here, or a forward throw here, I get the same thing from a back dash. And from this specific position, both of them have about the same distance to the corner at Yun's back. So it kind of doesn't matter what you're going to do as far as this particular spacing on the stage, but anything like from true mid-screen or closer to the corner, it's always going to be better off for that back throw. Now, all these things are still spacing specific, though, because if you do things like walk up, crouch medium kick, and you try to DP or something, you might not be in range. So you will get that meaty crouching medium kick, but you're not guaranteed to get the DP. So unless you have super and you can threaten with it, or you're trying to hit confirm crouching medium kick into fireball or something, it may not work. And also, if DP is whiffing, then you likely are not going to be able to combo with the crouching medium kick into fireball either. But at some ranges, you still will be able to. Now, usually it's not going to be a good idea to use meter like this, but it is technically an option. So from the defensive side as Yun, you can parry block, or parry guard, or you can parry jump, right? The problem is, all of his moves don't really have a telegraph as far as what's coming as long as he's standing still. So he gets the crouching medium kick, the sweep, and the stand roundhouse. But if he's not looking to meet you, then you can more easily go for a parry jump or a parry guard. Because it will cover that crouching medium kick or the sweep, because you're almost never going to be parrying high in this situation. Because even though stand roundhouse sucks to get hit with, we've gone over that you are -2 as Ken. So Yun has the ability to act. So the risk-reward isn't really in Ken's favor for something like this, unless it's for a little bit of corner push, so that he can look to stop jumps with something like jump roundhouse or something. So you do have to watch for jumps here, and if you do see them, then obviously as Yun you get to interact. You get to defend how you want, either try to anti-air, parry, walk under him, etc., right? Walking under him is scary because of the jump medium kick that he gets access to. So more commonly it's going to end up being like jump back parry, neutral jump parry, neutral jump roundhouse, like right off the ground, among other things like that. But for the most part, you do just have to be weary of Ken's choices, because, you know, he can choose to try to walk up, down parry your crouching leg kick, your crouching medium kick, your crouching medium punch that may come. Just like in those situations where players are looking to walk up and down parry your crouch tech, it can be similar for this situation. And it's the same thing for you, where you can be, you know, watching him and he could be looking for walk up crouch medium kick as like a timing change. He also has the ability to walk forward and then walk back, right? And then reposition for max range crouching medium kick or sweep. So defending against this isn't super easy, but, you know, as long as the opponent is connecting with you here, that's all that matters. Because if they get the meaty, even if it hits you, it's -3. So as long as they're not confirming super, it doesn't matter. If you end up blocking the sweep, or if you end up getting swept, you know, it's not the end of the world. Just like getting hit with stand roundhouse isn't the end of the world. But he does get a follow-up with a single dash into the same exact situation that you would get off of a forward throw. Essentially. The last type of throw that Ken has is his neutral throw. Now, neutral throw, in my opinion, is going to be better than forward throw, because neutral throw here lets you dash and get a meaty. Because even if the opponent is going to try to throw, you still have plenty of time to do this. You also have time, you know, if they're going to quick rise, to jump forward and cross up. And then you also just have time to walk up and make decisions. So, again, ideally you would want back throw. You can set things up off of your forward throw, but neutral throw gives you more options to play with space, in my opinion, and it also gives you a lot better access to mix-up opportunities than you would get from forward throw. Yun's forward throw and his back throw give the exact same positional advantage. So regardless of what throw you were doing, it doesn't matter. The only time it matters is if you are trying to gain the corner in situations where you don't have more than half the stage in front of you. But in true mid-screen, both will give you the corner if your opponent quick rises. Now, one of the most common situations here is that Kens will DP, especially if you are delaying your dive kicks, because it will trade with your dive kick or hit your dive kick, and then they get Oki into mid-screen. So this is important because if Yun does super jump forward dive kick and does it basically immediately, his frame advantage changes. So as you can see, I was +4 before, and now I'm +6. I've already showed that you can dive kick and then trade with standing HP. And this is important because in these situations, you may be looking to have Ken stay in the corner. So instead, you can look for using regular normal jump dive kicks by jumping forward and dive kicking and being outside of range of DP. But as you can see, I tried to use my crouching medium kick. I get hit once by the DP, and then I can still punish. So stuff like this is very important because you can still opt to jump and parry just in case they did YOLO DP for some reason, but then you get a second dive kick attempt. So let's assume that he's not going to DP anymore, right? You can set a whole lot of different things up from this super jump because you are plus. One of them being Zenpo, where you hold back like KO. Now, when you go for this and you are, teching throw, etc. inside of it, this is very important because if they do opt for that DP, you will guard it. If they don't, then you get your Zenpo into crouching medium punch dash punch. Now, the important thing about this is that if you're going to be doing this and you have meter, you need to be very sure that you're able to do it right when they're hitting the ground to eat their quick rise, which is hard to do against a bot, but it is technically possible. And that means that you would then be able to follow up with dash punch and then go into mid-screen, but you're eating a third of your Genei Jin to do that. So if you want to be activating and stuff, it's most likely going to be situations where you are looking to connect with Ken and then make a decision. So doing stuff like this, you can still technically go for like 1, 2, 3 when you land if they're not DP happy. So it all depends on the type of defense that the Ken is looking to do. And it also depends on, what you are looking to do as the Yun. Because you can just opt for that dive kick and you are safe. And then you get a second dive kick attempt, right? So as long as they're not just like swinging for the fences, you have lots of ways to mix things up. So an example of this is if you were to medium kick, dive kick, and then jump forward, Ken has the ability to deal with this, but it does potentially set up a safe jump roundhouse. It also sets up dive kicks that will allow you to combo as a second dive kick. Ken can react, he can parry, he can try to do whatever he wants, but you have the ability to hit really low, and you also have the ability to double dive kick and go for, throws and stuff like that. So because of the way that you can manipulate space, it's very dynamic as far as following up. Because, I can dive kick and then dive kick again and set this up. Or I can dash and then dive kick and do it. Or I can dash and then just keep the space and now look to goaltend Ken. I can do the exact same thing from just dive kicking, right? So there's plenty of opportunities to do whatever you want, whether that is stay back and build meter. This particular situation is so dynamic because it's entirely based on what you want to do with it. You can give up the corner or you can actively chase. But because Ken has that heavy punch DP, all of the rock, paper, scissors stuff from the normal set play is going to come from that. So, you know, if you're looking to be offensive, you get to do the jump and then you can jump parry if they're going to do the DP. But this gives you the opportunity to potentially have Ken walk under you. Or you get to set up dive kicks that potentially give you frame traps. So even though this is +1, I can 1, 2, 3, Ken. Right? So this sort of stuff is very important to understand as well, is how you're using your space to continue your offense or restrict space and force decisions from your opponent. Yen's neutral throw is just as good as any other character in the game. And it's insane because it's +49 even if Ken quick rises. So this gives us the opportunity to do whatever we want. I get to build meter for free. In 3 crouching medium punches, I'm only -1, and I still get to play with space. And it sets up dive kicks that are very, very good spacing-wise, right? It lets me start that neutral jump sort of mind game in neutral again. But I'm also able to just walk up and hit with meaties, whether it's a low or a high or whatever it is that I want to do. I get to manipulate space even by dashing and then walking back. And that sets up dive kicks as well. So there's a lot of different things that can be done, including ways to find left-right scenarios where the opponent needs to be very, very careful as to what you're doing. Now, another important thing here is because we have so much time, I can do something like jump forward, dive kick, and then walk back, and I'm still out of throw range. Which gives me plenty of time to meaty them however I want. Close standing medium kick, close standing fierce, crouching medium kick, etc. It gives me as many ways as I want to try to activate off of a connection, or I can just raw activate next to my opponent. Because we're able to get that full walk up and then get a combo, right? Because of our meaties. And we're able to also use this to our advantage by doing dive kicks that will allow us to go for KO Zenpo, which will technically allow us to tech throws just like this. So it's just as dynamic, the neutral throw versus the forward throw as far as how we can approach things, but we don't cover as much ground. And that is the only difference, is that this is much better for set play than the dive kick here, or the forward throw, or the back throw is, because we have more access to better plus frames and better positioning. This is better positioning if we're looking to, you know, goaltend and all that stuff, but this is better positioning if we're looking to keep neutral and make decisions in neutral against our opponent. Now, obviously, you want to be getting your opponent cornered as fast as possible, but there are going to be times where you just want to attempt to hit your opponent, get damage, get meter, etc. And it's just as common or just as easy to do from this, to force a situation where your opponent really has to guess in a multitude of ways, rather than just watching to see if you dive kicked first to see if they have to DP or not. It's a lot easier to manipulate the decisions of your opponent from a forward throw or a back throw, because a lot of times you're just looking to get to a specific spacing and maintain it, right? You're not always looking for the super jump dive kick, right? Which they can potentially throw or DP the meaty decision, unless you're doing standing HP, right? So the rock, paper, scissors here is very simple, where you are essentially showing them what you're looking for or not looking for based on your decision. This dash up means that you're either looking to jump or you're looking to just hold them in the corner, right? However, if you were to do a dash up here, it doesn't really mean anything because you still have like 20 frames to play with. So you get to still dash up, crouch medium punch, and you still have 2 frames of advantage. And you're out of throw range. So there's a lot more options that you have available to you that your opponent needs to be respectful of, and they may not know all of the options that you have. So it'll be a lot easier to rock, paper, scissors your opponent in these situations if you want to take advantage of offensive things. But getting neutral throws is also very difficult to do, because, you know, getting a neutral throw off of a dive kick is fine, but if we're not having Ken do throw here, and, you know, we're hitting dive kick very low, I'm not able to neutral throw, right? I actually have to walk forward in order to throw my opponent, which means that I have to go back to neutral in order to get it. And it's a little bit riskier to do this because there is some frames that are required to go back to neutral, right, from holding forward. It's not just for free. So that is something to keep in mind. But it is possible to get these consistently, and you do get a lot from it. So you can dash punch and you're still plus 11. You can dive kick. You can walk forward, walk back. There's so many choices that you have that your opponent will never be able to keep up with them. The mental stack between this and between this is very different, because for this, you're playing with space with your dive kicks. If you're committing to a super jump, you're right next to your opponent, which he gets to choose if he's going to DP or not, like we've gone over. So in this situation, if we want to activate from a meaty, we have to hard commit. Standing medium kick, crouching medium kick, 1, 2, 3, whatever it is, and hope that our opponent isn't DPing, right? Because getting an activation here isn't really possible. You're going to be 0 or negative. So most of the time it's going to be negative, unless you're frame perfect every time. And being negative right next to your opponent, especially if they have super and they can try to DP your super or whatever and hit you, well, you're kind of up shit's creek. So if you want to activate here, you kind of have to forward throw and then activate. And this means that you actually have to shoulder, or, you know, do your Kara Fierces, or your Kara crouching medium kicks, your Dekais, all of this stuff. So if you want to activate, you have to do it off of a crouching medium kick if you're not committed to this high-low throw situation. And let's say that you want to do this. Well, crouching medium kick doesn't hit. So you're required to micro step forward, just like you would be in this situation. Oops, didn't activate. Right, something like this. And this gives Ken the opportunity to super, or to DP, or to parry, right? So let's say we want to try to get it off of a Zenpo in this situation. This also isn't an option, because if we go for our Zenpo, activate, and then get the dash punch, we're negative. So we'd have to actually time the dash punch to hit him, which is no bueno. The only way to make this work is to activate immediately after a throw. Now, as you can see here, I'm +1. This usually isn't going to be good enough. Right? You can be +5 though. Now, in these situations, you can actually eat that quick rise, like I was talking about earlier. However, when you eat the quick rise, it takes longer for your opponent to get up. So it all comes down to what you value more: safety, being right next to your opponent, or being able to actually hit them a little bit earlier and start your pressure so that you have more opportunities to vary your Zenpo timing. The only other way to do things is to forward throw again. And it's just as risky to do this, but you are you know, +10 after a forward throw into activate in the corner, which we'll talk about later when we're talking about activating in the corner. Or with a cornered opponent, I should say. But that is important because you don't get that Zenpo, right? But off of this situation, you get the option select Zenpo, dash, activate, and then you are immediately in range to contest your opponent, which is actually crazy because they have to worry about you doing dive kick option select Zenpo, right? They have to worry about you doing dive kick meaty, whether it's close to medium kick or crouching medium kick, or just dive kick activate, in which case you're +4 and you're right next to them. So you still get to start with whatever it is that you want to do. So they have to worry about front dive kicks and reverse dive kicks, right? So because we have multiple ways that we can approach this, there's also Zenpo from the back with the KO option select, and that gives us the exact same situation as if we were to have done the forward throw and dash activate. Now, that's important because you get the exact same situation, and I'm +14. So this means that I get to walk up and do whatever it is that I want. My opponent also has to worry about me just doing walk up, walk back, and then forcing different situations from shimmies. Or just raw meaties. Right? So there's a lot that the opponent has to consider with the mental stack of this, like I was talking about, especially when you're talking about activations. So the fact that there are so many ways that you get to make the decision just allows you to do it raw. Or as you're walking up, and you're still very plus. Right? So there's plenty of opportunities from this based on the decisions that you can make to get specific reactions out of your opponent when going for these neutral throws. So you have basically twice as many options, but they are not as safe as this in most situations. Letting a throw in the corner, we have a lot of choices. If we were to dive kick at a slight delay, we can still make it so that we're +3, giving us the ambiguous choice of being able to do 1, 2, 3 if they were to try a throw or press a button or something other than DP. If we were to immediately dive kick, it's +9. If we were to dive kick into the corner, it's also +9. So it's a very weird situation. Now you can delay your jump and get a cross-up, or you can delay your jump and get a dive kick that'll end up hitting Ken so that you can combo. Let's make him not block. Something like this. Another dive kick decision you have here is super jump, because depending on when you super jump, you will actually be able to cross up with your light kick dive kick, or you will hit in front and get the combo that I talked about before. Otherwise, the only real decision that you have here is just to build meter where you are, or walk forward and then make a decision. So when you're walking forward, you can whiff a standing medium punch and still have time to do like crouching short short, close standing medium punch, or KO Zenpo, as an example. So you can also do walk forward and make the same sort of decisions with dive kicks. With left right. The only other decision that you can make off of walk is something like neutral jump and then coming down with an attack. So when you're doing stuff like this, you can neutral jump and then dive kick at a point where you are pushed out of throw range from Ken, right? And then you can whiff punish his throw with your Zenpo. But in general, it's going to come down to using this when you are like advantage 9, ideally. Because if you're advantage 9 when you hit this, it's a safe jump. There we are. And it's hard to get consistently, but it is possible. Nope. Here we go. Now from neutral throw, nothing really changes. You get to wiggle with space a little bit more before you go for cross-up dive kicks. You can also whiff and then go for a cross-up if you so desire. You can also hit front. So it's the same sort of shenanigans as the other situation. And then you don't lose anything as far as your follow-ups, because you still end up being plus 13, but you don't really want to corner yourself, right? So ideally you want to be staying in front, and you get the exact same situation here where you get walk forward, neutral jump, option parry, and then come down with a safe jump and hopefully combo into something else. The other thing that you can do after this is jump and then delay dive kick, and you're still plus to the point where you can still go for stuff like KO Zenpo. You can still go for specific meaties, like crouching short or close standing medium punch. But yeah, I mean, depending on the situation, it depends on how long you are waiting to do your dive kick. You can end up getting more advantage as well, right? As opposed to just doing your dive kick immediately, in which case you're going to be like plus 14 or plus 13. You have plenty of time, but it's less ambiguous this way. Let's talk about dash punch. After knockdowns, you will most commonly see players go for like crouching medium punch, crouching medium punch, standing medium punch, or just a single crouching medium punch. Now the reason for this is because they want to build some meter, but they don't want to give away the option to move, as an example, from doing a single crouching medium punch and then walking, or doing a single standing medium punch and then making a decision, right? Those are two options. When you commit to crouching medium punch as an example, the frame advantage varies depending on how soon you've landed from your dash punch. So if you get your crouch cancel, and how fast you are canceling the crouching medium punches, or doing the crouching medium punches, like if they're actually done frame perfect, so as soon as one whiff happens, the other one comes out, and all that stuff is very important, because it changes the amount of plus frames that you have. And because of the inconsistencies, this is one of the reasons why a lot of people only do one, is because they then get to decide what they want to do with a meaty later. This also means that you are in range just raw for a throw, which also means you are in range for Zenpo. So you'll often see standing medium punch used to set up your main rock, paper, scissors, if you're committed to a rock, paper, scissors. Whereas crouching medium punch is used if you want to potentially walk back or walk forward. Or setting up a jump. You can also just walk forward and jump as well. And this sets up cross-up dive kicks. So the opponent has to worry about you hitting in the front or a dive kick hitting in the back, whether it's a medium kick or a roundhouse. You also do have the option of neutral jump, light kick, dive kick, which can hit, and neutral jump, light kick, dive kick that whiffs. Now, if you do this correctly, you will have +3 or +1 after the dive kick, a light kick one. And this is important because if the opponent tries to throw you when you are doing your dive kick, if you're timing it correctly, you will be able to 1, 2, 3. Like this. An important thing to note about this particular situation is that depending on how far away you are when you dash punch him into the corner, far medium punch or close standing medium punch will happen. If you are just in the corner and you get something like short super, or short dash punch I should say, close standing medium punch will be in range. Right? So you have a lot of decisions that you can make from these. That being said, because you're able to get these knockdowns and go into close standing medium punch, this has less recovery than crouching medium punch, like I already covered. So using close standing medium punch gives you more time to maneuver away from your opponent if you're looking to do something. Now, let's say that you want to do crouching medium punch against Ken. Ideally, you should walk back a step when you do this, and the reason for this is because of heavy punch DP. They think that you're going to move forward in a lot of situations, but you don't necessarily have to, right? Where is DP forward? There it is. So now we get a hard punish. Right. So by manipulating the space, the opponent has to hard commit to their decision, and if it's DP, you can force a situation where it only hits you once because you are crouched. Right? And this is because you are crouched at a range where the hurt box of your move intercepts the DP, and it just gets hit, but they aren't close enough to hit the second hit or the third hit that actually gets their knockdown. So this can be done in these situations where you are using, you know, standing medium punch, and then you're trying to do like walk back crouching medium kick to space out a crouching medium kick to a spacing where, you know, you are looking to maintain control from like max distance, right? Because at this point you need to be back here. So whiffing once and then walking back is going to be relatively common if this is something you want to do, because this also opens up stuff like this. Or the ability to walk back and then be out of throw range for something like standing medium fierce back fierce, although it's not used very often. When you knock an opponent down from Genei Jin, you have more advantage. So Ken right now is set to do DP. If you were to jump and safe jump with your jump HP, DP does not work as a proper, you know, punish, so to speak. You can also do it early, and then you'll have a little bit more time when you land, and if they don't DP, you can do something like crouch short into shoulder or whatever it is that you want to do. So this also gives you safe jump timing, so Ken can't properly punish. So if we have him go into crouching medium kick, as long as my jumping HP is +9, then Ken will not be able to punish with crouching medium kick. The only way that he can punish this is with raw light punch DP. So in the situations where you get this, you are able to dodge basically most of Ken's potential responses. But it shouldn't really be overdone. The other thing here is that when you're jumping at this timing, you get to dive kick as well. So assuming that we're going to go with heavy punch DP again, block never, okay. Right? Dive kick trades. Dive kick goes the other way. Right? If you super jump instead, your dive kick goes to the other side, and Ken's DP whiffs. there is a chance if you fuck up the timing that you get hit on the way down. But if you do the timing correctly, it won't hit you. Just like this. Outside of these situations where you get a Genei Jin ender, you know, that ends in Dekai dash punch, which we talked about with this situation, and your just raw dash punch in general, and your throws, the type of knockdowns that you have are not all that great. So as an example, sweep isn't really ever used in situations where you can just use crouching medium kick, because this crouching medium kick sets up your dive kicks and your pressure, and it lets you control space. And getting a knockdown here doesn't do anything for you, because even if you try to jump forward and attack your opponent, you know, if I were to light kick, dive kick as an example, I'm pretty negative, right? I'm negative 13. And if I do it as fast as possible, I'm like negative 8. So getting stuff off of sweep doesn't do anything for you. So the only other ways that you can knock down are medium fierce, back fierce, which has as much advantage as a forward throw, basically. Right? 43 versus 45. And then you have far roundhouse, which has the same sort of advantage. And Dekai, which has even more advantage than any of the other knockdowns. Otherwise, the only way that you're going to be knocking Ken down is going to be with up kicks or something, which has similar frames to Dekai as far as the advantage that you have when your opponent's getting up. So if you were to do Dekai and then walk up crouching medium punch, I still have advantage after basically walking all the way into Ken's face, even though he has quick rise, right? And it's the same thing here, where if I get my roundhouse, you know, I can dive kick and then force a rock, paper, scissors situation, where I'm able to get my meaty. So this is very important, because the set play that you get off of this, and that you get off of this, and that you get off of throw, is essentially the same, because if you look at where Yun ends up, it's at this door in Ken's stage, right? Door of the train. Same. Forward throw, same. And then depending on where you do your stand roundhouse from, you get very similar pushback. Because you get pushback a specific amount based on your distancing here. However, you can get standing roundhouse to hit from further away, but it pulls Yun forward to the same position. So regardless of the way that you are actually knocking your opponent down, for anything that is around the 40 frame advantage, it's about the same, with the exception of neutral draw. So getting options off of, you know, this, being able to get that cross-up roundhouse, which is kind of funny, isn't super common anyway, because most of the time you'll just be doing a dive kick into an advantageous situation. Or you'll be doing a dive kick to maintain space. Or you'll be dashing up and then going for whatever it is that you want to do. It's the same thing here, right? You can dash up. You get the opportunity to do basically whatever you want. You can control your space, you can do anything that you so desire. The only difference is on things like this, where you get a guaranteed 3 crouching medium punches into a rock, paper, scissors meaty situation off of something like up kicks, where both hits connect. Because if only one hit connects when they're in the air, you have less advantage. Your 44 frames versus your 56 frames. So in the situation where you only get one hit, it's the same as if you were to do something like a stand roundhouse or a throw. So just understanding the differences that you have in your knockdowns is very important, and that the most timing constrained decisions that you have come from your dash punches. Oki changes based on the player. So we know that stuff like up kicks gives us more time. Show or someone will automatically do those 3 crouching medium punches to get that meter. Whereas someone else, like KO or Issei, might opt for a jump. Whereas a player like Ushi might use 2 crouching medium punches or 1 and then look to change space to change the type of mental stack the opponent has to deal with. Whereas if you get a knockdown from a player like KO, you'll end up with these situations where they're looking to use jumps in a variation of ways at all times. The first way that they like to, or the main way that they like to do their Oki, is heavily player dependent, and all of them have success for different reasons. There will need to be adaptations based on how your opponents react to your Oki choices, but as a baseline, there are just those ways where you are looking to be offensive by making these decisions, right? Where you're looking to stay as close as possible and force rock, paper, scissors interactions, or you get the option to build space, goaltend, and actually do things that might build you meter on block, on hit, etc., instead of just going for a hard mix-up every time. One of the situations that is most common is that Kens are going to try to jump out of the corner, especially when you are over-threatening with like option select Zenpo, because even though they can't DP, they can still guard jump in situations like they're getting knocked down, right? And now you are negative on this Zenpo and you are now cornered. And this is not the ideal situation that you want to have happen. So there are ways that you can go about following up that don't necessarily require hard committal to this Zenpo. Or there are going to be other situations that will allow him to get out, like using close standing medium punch and the mix-ups that come after. Because if you do an immediate crouching medium kick, well, then there's nothing that he can do. But if you delay your crouching medium kick, he jumps out of the corner. Right? So there's a lot of situations where this sort of spacing occurs. And this is also something that happens just off of crouching medium kick when you are playing with space as well. So now that we know there are a bunch of ways that Ken can jump over, how do we deal with him on the other side, or as he's jumping? It entirely depends on the situation. You can actually do something like this, which is actually uncommon, but it does work. Whereas the other options you have are like walk forward, stand medium kick, or just medium kicking at a specific height. And then you get to follow that up with this, if they parry, right? But the real situation is that you have to force them to try to parry, and then potentially either block, or tech, or do something as they're landing on the ground. So you can still do the option select Zenpo as they're landing and potentially get them right back in the corner. And this is something that KO uses a lot, where he'll specifically look to, force that jump from the opponent and then take advantage of it with that Zenpo when they're landing, because it's very hard to actually deal with. But the general rule of thumb is that when you go for stuff like this, you're able to air-to-air or anti-air Ken on the other side. So they do have to worry about that standing medium kick, or, that medium punch as they're going over, or the standing HP, or the standing medium kick again. There are a lot of decisions that can be made. The other option that you have, which not enough people take, is when you go for stuff like this, you can actually super jump out of the corner after they've already committed to jumping out. So you can get something like this. And they have to be very astute to be able to deal with your follow-up, because they have to land and then decide, am I going to DP? Am I going to chase with jump forward EX Tatsu? What am I going to be doing here? Is the Yun even going to jump? because if the Yun doesn't jump, they also have to worry about what comes next, right? Because if they land, they still have to worry about the positioning that you're at and what you can do, because you have access to medium fierce back fierce. You have access to crouching medium kick at specific ranges, right? Or at most ranges, I should say. So there's a lot of mind games that can be played from the situations where Ken is looking to actually get out. Now, the other thing is you can just walk back in positions where you think that Ken might be looking to get out to prevent him from having access to that crossover medium kick, so that you can make things more, not necessarily lopsided in your favor, but you do limit some of the choices that Ken has available to him. When you are trying to control Ken, you need to understand the distance that specific moves will push you. And the reason for this is because even though a move like this might be very far pushing, like close ending HP, you're still in range to be hit by crouching medium kick. So if I try to walk back here, even though I'm only -2, my walking animation takes X amount of frames to even move a step, so I'm not able to get out of range. So why this is important is because you get a free down parry in certain situations, and there's not really much that Ken can do to look to interact high. So in this situation, you get a down parry and you get to look for jump or dash. So if we're using close moves, right? If we're using close standing medium punch, we're in range for both far medium punch and crouching medium kick. Now, one of the important things here is that after close standing medium punch, you have some time because you are +6 in order to move. So you're able to take a step back. So what that means is that you can walk back and take that down parry essentially for, you know, quote unquote free. But if they change their timing, there is a chance that you don't go from down parry to down back in time and you end up getting crouch medium kick supered. So you have to be very careful with stuff like this. However, if you walk back and then you position yourself, you are in perfect position for good dive kicks, right? You're also in perfect position to whiff dive kicks, and you're also in perfect position to just control Ken with stuff like neutral jump fierce, far medium kick, etc. So it's really important to understand that movement is available, but only for a small amount of time after something like a close standing medium punch, or a crouching medium punch, depending on the range that you're at, right? So in these situations, you know, you can look to walk up and then option parry and make a decision just outside of their throw range, right? But you are susceptible to things like crouching medium punch or stand medium punch or whatever. If you're going for a down parry, obviously crouching medium punch isn't that big of a deal unless they're like YOLO supering or YOLO DPing when they see that that gets parried. The attacks that you're using to use the advantage to move are also the same attacks that you can frame trap with. And specific things are very important to understand how the distance interacts with the frame traps. Because if I'm going to do standing medium punch into standing fierce punch, that will hit Ken if he does crouching medium kick. So the things that let you frame trap are very important because Ken doesn't have anything that doesn't take a while to start up. His fastest move is crouch jab, and outside of that he just has his DPs. And it's very risky to go for a DP in situations where, you know, I am able to move, I'm able to block, I'm able to do something, and if I'm pushed out of range, you're hard committing to something that I might not even try to frame trap with. And if you try to DP and I frame trap, there's a good chance that it's going to just hit you, right? So there's a reason that Kens don't really abare all that much after these frame traps, outside of like trying to potentially get a back throw or something, or do a crouch MP tech. And the reason for that is because it's just not safe. So if I don't move at all, light punch DP and HP DP both whiff, right? So it requires me to walk up and still not block. Because if I micro walk block, there's nothing that Ken can do. I still get a punish. And this is really important because HP DP will stop frame traps like this, but it will only hit me once. right? So I get a punish. And if he tries to commit to light punch DP, I can frame trap with lows because light punch DP is not fully invulnerable. And I can still walk up and block in situations and punish, right? Or I can walk back and block and then get a punish. Or I can even just buffer my down parry, and if he whiffs, then I get a punish. You get the idea. It's very dangerous to go for things like this. So it's really important to take advantage of this because it sets up all sorts of different spacings for Yun. So in situations where Ken might do crouching medium punch, you can do walk up down parry, right? You can wait for it to whiff and then whiff punish it. You can walk back, walk forward. You can neutral jump and then force them to parry. You can neutral jump and then force a throw or a DP from them. Or you can just neutral jump and then do nothing. Option parry on the way down. And Ken can't dash under you. The only thing that he can really do here is try to defend your next decision. And this is the exact same spacing that you want to be at for your crouching medium kick to put you at a range where you can play footsies with Ken's crouching medium kick of his own. So it's really important to understand that like having the frame traps to beat some of Ken's decisions, or the movement decisions to beat some of these decisions, really puts him in a pickle, just like Ken using close standing medium punch against Yun puts him in a very tough situation that we'll go over soon. Frame traps are important, but the more important aspect of the attacks that you're doing is the pushback that they garner. So when doing these things, you're looking for the pushback and you're also looking for the meter gain. When you hit your opponent with this HP, it does a lot of meter, right? If they were to block these attacks, it would only generate 14 meter as opposed to 23. So you end up getting, more than 33% more meter by having one of the two attacks connect. And when you're building meter, as an example, it takes 5 crouching medium punches in order to build 10 meter. Whereas in a situation where you're frame trapping, you now have 3 times that meter if one of them connects. And if one of them doesn't connect, then you have 10 meter, right? So you're ending up building 2.5 times more bar just by having your opponent block your attacks rather than having them whiff. And sure, whiffing attacks can force your opponent to make decisions, but there's also the risk reward behind it. So if we're at like max range with crouching medium kick, and we're not walking into range for this, and we're just whiffing it, there's always the chance that Ken can sweep this, or Ken can crouching medium kick super if he has the super meter, right? It's the same thing with far medium kick. While this is a good way to stop Ken from jumping out of the corner, there is the inherent risk that if he has the resources, he can punish this. So keeping him in the corner is very important, and at ranges where crouching medium kick is at max distance, the far medium kick won't even hit. So you actually need to be closer to have that far medium kick work. And the closer that you are, changes the pushback of this particular normal, right? So let's take a look at the actual pushback of the move. Let's go to the distances. So the bottom distance is between the throw box in the middle of Yun. The second up line is between the furthest hittable hurt box of Ken and Yun's mid. And then the top line is the middle of both characters' animations. Or character models, right? So let's try a crouching medium kick from 90 distance. Pushes me back to 122, which is 32. Now, if I try to hit him at 98 distance away, doesn't work. So it has to be very precise, where, between 95 and 96 is like the max distance. I don't know if 97 is the max distance. I can't consistently force this to work. Okay, so 96 is the actual max distance. pixels away from the middle of Yun to the furthest hurt box on Ken. So essentially, if your foot is just over Ken's meter, then you should be able to connect, right? Something like this, ta-da, right? And it push you back 32 pixels. And the pushback is very important because if he does try to interact and he tries to contest you with his crouching medium kick, right? Then at this distance, you know, you're out of range. And depending on the situation, you can walk out of range, walk into range, and then whiff punish it. It's the same thing that I was talking about where like your attacks are whiff punishable, right? So it's the idea that you want Ken to be looking for things like this, but you also want the spacing that this gives you. Because even if he checks you and you block it, right, you're now pushed back to a distance where Ken can't crouching medium kick again. However, you can force dive kicks to hit if you wait, right? And if you do it instantaneously, then at these distances, it will either hit as low as possible, or it will whiff and allow you to throw. So this sets up profitable interactions for whiff punishing with standing HP, whiff punishing with, you know, crouching medium kick. It also sets up the opportunity for you to jump and contest Ken. And because Ken knows that in most situations, he's not going to be able to actually do anything here, even if you take that step up, if you don't continue to walk forward outside of that micro walk, you're still going to be able to block. So if he delays his attack, walking up blocking is technically a viable thing, right? And if he delays his attack too much, you know, there's a chance that your HP is not going to hit him, or it will get hit by the crouching medium kick rather than you whiff punishing the crouching medium kick. You actually have to wait for the move to come out before you press your attacks, obviously. But because of that interaction where you have to be closer for that far medium kick to come out, Ken has to worry about crouching medium kick, he has to worry about far HP and far medium kick at this distance, because this stops him from jumping out, right? And you're still in range to, you know, play footsies, so you can be buffering parry before your standing medium kicks or your crouching medium kicks and all that stuff, right? So this is very important because obviously parries can lead to knockdowns, and then you get your Oki, which we've already been talking about. But without the building blocks of using your attacks to specifically distance yourself, to open up or remove options from you or your opponent, like far medium punch as an example, right? If I don't immediately block, Ken can interact with me with crouching medium kick at most ranges, unless it's max distance, in which case I can whiff punish this, right? And that's really important. Being able to react to your opponent pressing their button when you know that you're at max distance and can technically potentially like do something about it, right? So it's the same thing here where you know that like they're potentially going to whiff, and then you can whiff punish with walk forward crouching medium kick or whatever it is. Or, you know, they're going to whiff and you just jump on it. Spacing this crouching medium or this far medium punch is not the easiest thing in the world. But the important aspect of this is, let's say that your opponent thinks that far medium punch is going to be too close, right? If you go for medium fierce, there's a chance that they're going to try to hit you, right? So the important part about this is also understanding that while your moves can be plus, depending on the situation, like if I take a step back very slightly after this standing medium punch, if I try to frame trap with medium fierce, the fierce whiffs and Ken gets to do his crouching medium kick for free as a whiff punish. So I have to be very specific as when using this. Or I can use this as a block string. Because as a block string, this is almost never going to get hit by crouching medium kick unless I'm basically point blank, right? But if I think that that's going to happen, you know, I get the ability to jump, right? Because I'm +2. And then the situation occurs where I get to dive kick whiff, dive kick go for the hit, and Ken has to react, right? But medium fierce being +1 means that I get the opportunity to potentially whiff punish Ken. Either with dash punch or crouching medium kick into dash punch. But you'll notice that at specific distances, I may or may not be able to fully punish. So it's, you know, very distance specific as to even if you can whiff punish with your crouching medium kick without walking forward. So the distancing and understanding what your options are is very important. Because let's say that you were to do medium fierce back fierce as a frame trap, right? Because you can do that. You do get a 43 advantage knockdown if this is the case. And this is good if the opponent doesn't often try to red parry, right? Because of the pushback. But also they need to not have super. Or it needs to be done as a knowledge check in order to see if the opponent is paying attention and is looking for this. Because this is plus. The opponent has to react to the third hit with either a red parry or a super. Those are the only options that will stop him or stop you from being at a technical advantage, because even though you're -3, you still are at the distance that you want to be at for keeping Ken in the corner, right? You get to walk forward and contest with stand medium kick, crouch medium kick. You get to do neutral jump fierce, neutral jump roundhouse, dive kicks, like all of this stuff is available to you. It's the same thing with like using crouching medium kick at max distance. Like you can push yourself to the distance that you want to be for that crouching medium kick with the medium fierce, right? This puts you at the range where, you know, you get to walk forward and be at that max distance for crouching medium kick relatively easily because of the whiff, right? So like at max distance, my crouching medium kick is going to whiff. So I'm pushed back to 118. So if I start at, let's say, 67, I'm pushed back to 129. So that's 52 pushback, which is quite a bit. Right? So if Ken doesn't choose to do this, it's quite a bit of pushback, right? 66, 128. So 52. Now, because of that pushback, 128, as soon as that happens, if we're a little bit closer here, we are within micro walk crouching medium kick distance, right? But the further you are away, the more you have to walk to make this an option. So you have to be careful when you are going for particular follow-ups for things like this based on the spacing that you do it at. Because while it's great to do this at max distance to try to make your opponent do a crouching medium kick to punish it, if they're not looking to do stuff like that, or that's not their primary goal to stop you from walking up, right? Then you have all sorts of other options available to you, right? But you also have to understand that, like, shoulder off of specific things becomes an option, and fierce punch at specific distances also becomes an option as far as building meter. And it's the same thing with like 1-2, right? 1-2 is +2 and it puts you far enough away from your opponent that they can't throw you. And you get frame traps. So the opponent has to be very respectful of all the decisions that can be made and the spacings that they put you at, and how that interacts with your ability to jump, and how it interacts with your ability to connect with your normals. Because as I said before, connecting with your normals is the best way to build meter, at the risk of the opponent parrying them and potentially punishing. So let's talk about shoulder in the corner. Light punch shoulder is the most common. On hit it is +3. On block it is -1. This particular interaction is very important because the opponent gets to check with crouching medium kick for free. This means that you can buffer down parry and take advantage of the situation. However, a lot of times Kens know that this is going to happen, so they just opt to stay where they are, or they go with other options. Now, as Yun, you can jump away and not really worry about the situation where if you walk back, you're going to get hit with crouching medium kick and potentially supered. So there's a lot of stalemate situation from just having a light punch shoulder be blocked, right? There are going to be certain situations where certain players will use this as a way to set up being able to run away, or will backdash instead. But this does give up the corner when you do so. So if you're looking to continue pressing, you're going to be doing things like down parry here, or you're just going to end up blocking or neutral jumping, because there's not much that Ken can do as far as dealing with your neutral jump. He's out of range of like dashing, or not dashing, but dashing under you, I should say. This is also one of the situations why jump forward is very common, because it gives him the opportunity to attempt to go for a late jump in roundhouse, early jump in roundhouse, or EX Tatsu to the other side. He can also just super jump out of the situation, right, with EX Tatsu. But, you know, you can take advantage of an opponent that is liking to jump here, where you can down parry, and then you can see the jump and react, right? Now, the other option that he has, and that a lot of Kens surprisingly end up doing, is forward dash. So if you down parry, and they end up forward dashing, depending on the situation, you may or may not be able to tech their throw, because of the parry input window, right? Stopping you from being able to tech. So you have to react, or you have to preemptively press a button, right? And it's very hard to properly punish something like this, even though it is possible, right? So you're basically going to end up dealing with this by checking it with either far MP or checking it with your own crouching medium kick. Now, because you're -1, this also puts you in that situation where if you check it, you end up getting hit with Ken's crouching medium kick. So it forces this very weird rock, paper, scissors of, is Ken going to press a button? Is Ken going to sit there? Is Ken going to try to jump? Or is he going to dash? And those are all the options available, and being able to react to their throw or their dash with throw is very important. Because in this situation, when I'm down parrying, even if I throw them out of the corner, it's not that bad of a situation, right? But ideally, because we've already talked about our throws, you would want to neutral throw, because that gives you the best options available to you. So you get to walk him into the corner, or you get to go for whatever set play it is that you want to do, right? But again, they do have a lot of options here, and it's usually going to end up being you either just blocking and looking to react to a jump or dash, or blocking their crouching medium kick and then repositioning, or a situation where you have to react to their dash off of your buffered parry or your block. Let's talk about Zenpo. The first thing we're going to talk about is crouching medium punch into dash punch. It does 22 damage and generates 24 meter, which is 33% of your bar. So in this situation, if we try to dive kick here, we're -3. So as opposed to the situation off of a throw, where we're +4 to +6, we don't get anything. What this means is that if we try to hit our opponent, they can just DP us, right? Or potentially they can parry and then punish. Not if it's a +9 dive kick, but in other situations they definitely can. Because, you know, you can force frame trap dive kicks off of this as well. Now, this sets up parry, parry, parry. It sets up like all sorts of other situations. And if you delay your jump and they stand up, jump HK will hit them. So when you're doing this, if you're trying to reposition with like light kick, dive kick and stuff, you can get trip guarded. So it's really important that if you are looking to reposition from stuff like this, that you are actively looking to just do like jump forward, light kick, dive kick, because even though you're -2, you still get to control the position, right? The only other way that you can control position is with a dash, and you're +13. And this is the most common situation to happen, because you can check with a standing HP, you can check with a shoulder, and you can check with crouching medium kick. You also set yourself up for very low dive kicks with neutral jump, slight delay, medium kick, dive kick, and you can also force dive kicks that whiff, where you can opt for throws and stuff like that to recorner your opponent. So if you want to practice it, you can end up doing this situation, which is micro walk forward, crouching medium punch, dash punch, and then in this situation, we are in a range for standing medium, fierce back, fierce target combo, crouching light kick, micro walk forward, Zenpo. There's a lot more choices that you have available where your opponent needs to deal with it. Now, this also means that because you have these options, that your opponent is more likely to attempt to DP or jump or backdash because you're closer. But because the follow-ups that you have without this situation don't allow for the actual high-low throw, it's not as dangerous for your opponent when you do something like this that isn't just to reposition, if you actually actively go for a follow-up. Because you have to walk up a lot to be able to re-Zenpo or re-throw or do a crouching light kick, or whatever, and your opponent can profitably interact. So while you can go for the crouching medium punch, dash punch, depending on the situation, you may get shoulder instead. And this puts you in a bad position. Your back is to the corner, Ken's in front of you, he can now goaltend you. So this is why this is only a setup that's really used by a couple Yuns, and the only one that really goes for it consistently is Sho. It works more than just against Ken to set up this sort of rock, paper, scissors situation, but for the most part, most of the follow-ups here rely on mind games between the delayed dive kicks and dealing with jump or the DPs as you're jumping in. Or your opponent trying to stand up and parry your dive kicks to force the proximity guard with the light kick, dive kick attempt. So it's more about the mind game decisions than anything else, because depending on how you want to follow up, it's very common for Kens to try to backdash here, or to just raw DP or something to deal with your media attempt. Now, that's not a big deal when you were to go for like crouching medium kick or something. But if you were to walk up and try to throw your opponent, or force the walk-up Zenpo or something, you're going to eat all those hits. So it's really dependent on how you want to approach things and how careful you want to be. But you can opt to still go for it, you know, walk up, crouching, short, or you still can walk up, you know, and contest and make the opponent make these decisions. But as far as safety goes, just being like dash and then wait, or alternatively, just building meter in mid-screen and forcing Ken to make decisions. The other choice you have is walk forward, stand light kick into medium up kicks. This does 20 damage as opposed to 22, and it gives 19 meter. Alternatively, you can just do raw up kicks. And depending on the situation, you may be able to force yourself to the other side to reposition with a shoulder off of medium kick, up kicks or something, right? So there's a lot of set play potential from up kicks rather than what you would get off of this dash punch because of the proximity that you are to your opponent and how you can mess with that space. It's the exact same as the difference between back throw or forward throw and neutral throw in neutral, as far as like mid-screen what options are available to you for your Okizeme. Regardless of if you do dash punch or up kicks, you are one back throw away from being cornered, so that's something that you always have to consider. Just like you always have to consider that you're one DP away from potentially being put into a bad situation towards the corner, right? But in the situations where you're going for a dash punch, you know, one DP isn't going to end neutral completely, right? And with that DP, the opponent has to look to move forward rather than a back throw, because a back throw at that point will not fully corner you. Whereas something like this, if you were to make a decision and then they were to DP you, well, you're going to end up basically right here, and that's almost cornered, right? So there are some risk-reward behind going for the higher variance setups versus the less variant setups that have more controlled outcomes. There's a lot of variance that comes off of up kicks that not a lot of people actually go for, even though it is a profitable decision, potentially. So there was a cross-up dive kick, and before was a slightly mistimed cross-up dive kick, right? I can land behind my opponent, or I can land in front of my opponent. And I'm plus in both situations. So it's the same thing as this dive kick, where I get to cross up between left or right, depending on what I do, and the timing of it, right? From that neutral throw. So it's very similar as far as what your decisions can be, and how you can set things up. You know, you also have the opportunity to set up meaty dive kicks. So yeah, Ken can DP just like he can against the dive kicks from this situation, but you have more control over your dive kick, and you can force a dive kick to land early in some situations to give you that KO option select, right? Which then will give you the corner. And the other difference between up kicks and dash punch is the corner push. So as you see, when I do crouching medium punch and a dash punch and then he quick rises, he's in the middle of the two doors of the train. If I do roundhouse up kicks and he quick rises, he's not even at the first door. If I do medium kick, he's not even at the first door. So you can actually dash punch in these situations, or I should say here, and get more screen push, or a similar screen push I should say, and still be plus. So there's a lot of decisions that you can make that will allow you to manipulate your opponent, or at least force them to guess in a different way than they would have to from this situation. The most important thing to understand are the options that are available to you when your opponent looks to defend, right? So if they tech our throw, we're pushed really far back. We're not in range for any of these moves to apply. So our only real choices are to look for a jump out or something and do EX Tatsu, or jump roundhouse, or in this situation we can dash up and we should be in range for like crouch short, crouch medium kick, etc. Or to threaten with parries. So these are the things that you have to think about. But the more important aspect of this is just like mid-screen. If you were to use medium punch, fierce punch, you don't have access to anything without meter, because all of your DPs whiff if they're crouching. So they have to stand tech for you to have medium punch, fierce punch actually hit into a DP. So you need to understand and be able to react to if your opponent is standing or crouching. Because if they're crouching, the only options you have available to you are EX Fireball and Super. So when your opponent is standing, you don't have access to Medium Punch, Fierce Punch, Double DP. So if you see that they are standing, you have to understand that you're only going to get the 1 DP, and then you have to go for your Oki after this. You can get Kara DP off of single Medium Punch, standing HP, and crouching Medium Kick. These specifically are decisions that will allow you to get double DP, which will give you more damage than Medium Fierce into DP, right? So you have to understand if you are going to go for Kara DP against Twins, since it doesn't work in the mid-screen, how it will actually connect in the corner. Because if you go for this situation, you're only +9, right? So you still have the right of way to make a decision, but you don't have the right of way to really move all that much. You don't have the ability to dash, right? So in the situations where you were to do something like this, you can dash once and do crouching light kick and still be +16. So what this means is that you actually get 2 dashes. And there's nothing that the opponent can do as far as you setting up what your decision's going to be. So in this situation, you can also backdash out of range and play with distance as well, right? This is very common for some Kens to do. But for the most part, it's just getting an understanding of what your options are when your opponent is standing and when they are crouching. So in the situations where you hit your opponent crouching, both with standing Medium Punch or crouching Medium Kick, you still have access to double DP. So we have another issue that when our opponent's stand techs, depending on how their hurt boxes move when we are actually hitting them, there's a chance that our Medium Fierce may not connect. There's a chance that the Light Punch DP might not connect. And then there's also the ability to walk in enough, depending on how far you've walked back, to make it work. So another issue with this is that when you walk back, walk forward, you can get that HP whiff, but even if you have meter and you're just barely in range, EX Fireball doesn't work. So it means that your only choice is to super. And if you're trying to, walk back and then do standing far Medium Punch, you actually have to let Yun complete his throw completely and whiff punish like that. Because if you don't, when you walk away, far Medium Punch turns into close Medium Punch, because when Yun's hands come out, he gains a hurt box for those hands. Right? But if you wait until the last possible second, you can still whiff punish with far Medium Punch. I'm not really suggesting doing this to most players because timing it is going to be very hard, and doing it on reaction after your opponent throws isn't necessarily going to be a thing for most people, right? And the other problem with this is that, if you walk back and you crouch, you have to walk back a very specific distance to be out of throw range. So you have to walk back for an entire, couple frames. Otherwise, you're not going to be out of range. So at that point, it was 16 frames. And if I walk back for 9 frames, I end up getting thrown, right? Because of the distance when I crouch. And depending on the situation, you may or may not be in range for that throw. So down back, 8 frames of walk. So it seems to be that 11 frames of walk is sort of like the amount that you actually need in order to get out of range. And this is important because if you do walk back crouch tech or something, where you're looking to do walk back crouch tech into crouching light kick as a hit confirm into super or something to hit a stand throw attempt, where you don't have to risk walking back and walking forward into this, then you have to be very precise as far as your spacing goes. Now, you walking back, your opponent can obviously walk forward before they try to throw you. and that's just part of the rock, paper, scissors game. But understanding the spacing that you're trying to be at is important because this particular, like, walk back, walk forward also is used in order to deal with guard jump, which we'll go over next. If you watch Ken footage, you may be very familiar with seeing this, where you get that walk back, walk forward, and you get the stand medium punch, fierce punch, as your opponent is sort of jumping out of their guard jump. Now, this is very important because if you're late, then you just reset your opponent. And if you're on time, then you're able to get medium punch, fierce punch, DP, or medium punch, fierce punch into super or EX fireball. All of those options are available to you because of how close you actually are, and you're not dealing with the throw hurt box and all that stuff. But in these situations, if you do this too fast, as an example, to set up a meaty throw, then, or just a meaty attack in general, then your opponent's going to block it. Right? And if you delay it very slightly, then you're able to hit them grounded. But again, depending on the situation, you may hit them with a close standing medium punch and they'll be reset. Now, this isn't a bad situation for Ken because even though it's not a TDK situation like we went over earlier because it's 15 juggle points, Yun doesn't have any options. So when you end up in the situation where you time it wrong, you still have farm medium punch, crouch medium kick, you know, walk forward decision with throw, crouching leg kicks, etc. You know, you can throw the kitchen sink as Yun at Yun as far as like the follow-ups go. So in order to set up timing outside of specific walking patterns, you basically just have to wait a specific amount of frames, right? And this is more than viable. One of the other ways that you can do it is by whiffing crouching light punch intentionally and then pressing another button. Why this is important is that when you whiff crouching light punch, you can go for a throw and it doesn't actually get a parry input. So if we make our opponent throw instead of guard jump in this situation, we can still force a situation where we can tech. Because otherwise, in this situation, you know, if we walk back, walk forward, and we try to throw the opponent as they're waking up and throwing, we're parrying. So we cannot throw the opponent. This is why it's very important sometimes to walk back extra to be able to walk forward and throw your opponent after they have done their throw. Because whiff punishing their throw with a throw is still not a bad decision. To go back to guard jump, walk back, walk forward, immediate timing into crouching medium kick also will catch guard jump. So this is important because if they change to a crouch tech, it also hits crouch tech timing at like delay tech, right? So, or immediate crouch tech, I should say, not delay tech. And if they delay it anymore, so let's add an extra 3 frames of delay, there's a chance that they're going to block this. Because if they're trying to delay crouch tech, they're going to be blocking before their crouching light punch light kick, right? So in these situations, you have to be very aware that the decision to crouch tech is usually going to be at a delay timing, because there's extra frames at which this delay crouch tech can still work when you're trying to walk up and throw. So in these situations where your opponent is guarding, they are either going for that delay crouch tech, right? Or they're going for a situation where they are just going to eat your throw, right? They know what meter you have, they know what you could be looking for, and all that stuff. And this is where, like, the next sort of layers of things come into play, right? Where you end up using these meaties or slight delay timings in order to set up secondary throw attempts, or the ability to make decisions as far as parries go, right? Being able to buffer parries or whatever. Because when you do this, you can buffer a forward parry, walk back, and then walk forward at a timing where you think that they're going to delay tech. And even if they jump at this point for guard jump, you have options available to you to potentially contest their decision as they're jumping over, unless they're using like dive kicks at specific heights or something, or you can take it away specifically by walking back enough instead. So an important aspect of doing this against Yun is that when you are getting your pressure, right, close standing medium punch as a follow-up, or crouching light kick as a follow-up, or crouching light punch as a follow-up, are all plus, which will let you potentially do walk-up throw afterward. So if you end up doing walk-up throw at the incorrect situation, you're going to end up getting thrown because you forward parried from your forward. So in order to make sure that this never happens, you can always just tap forward during the standing medium punch, and there's nothing that you need to worry about as far as your forward parries go. But if you walk up in this situation and you let your standing medium punch fully recover, there's still that chance that you get in that parry lockout time where you cannot tech. Another problem is if you try to do walk up down parry throw, there are situations where you will get thrown just like that forward parry attempt, right? So if you're trying to deal with your opponent doing late crouch techs or something with parries, then you have to be very specific about how you do it so that either A, you're not in throw range when you parry, or B, you're not trying to tech a throw or throw them after these parry buffers can occur. So obviously meaties beat throw, and these situations where you're going for throw after throw is very important, but if your opponent immediately throws and doesn't have a slight delay because of you being +1, you end up just whiff punishing them, right? And this is very important because it's a frame trap move. Now, because this exists, you can also use standing medium punch as a stand attack check if you time it correctly, right? Then you can go into double DP. Or you can do a delay walk up into crouch short short, or whatever it is that you want to do based on them stand blocking. And them stand blocking also shows you that they are mostly going to be looking for like late stand tech or something, because there's no other reason for them to be standing. If they're not trying to back throw you into the corner, blocking high doesn't make sense unless they think this is coming and they're anticipating it, or they're anticipating a universal overhead and trying to block before it comes. Universal overhead can be scary because of situations like this, right? You also have the option to do meaty universal overhead into super. However, Yun has to not quick rise in order for this to be an option, because when he doesn't quick rise, you are +24, which gives you the opportunity to do universal overhead, because it has 15 frames of startup, and depending on when you do it and where the opponent is, changes the hit frame at which it actually connects, right? Which gives you different positive advantages, or negative in some cases, right? Now, it's important when they are quick rising to understand that that is not just, it's just not going to be an option, right? But in these situations, if the opponent is going to be crouching, then you can set up universal overheads off of decisions that you make in order to connect super. So if you have bar, it is something that they may have to be able to look for spacing-wise and be able to react with that stand block. So another aspect is that after you do moves like this, your opponent can be incentivized to try to guard jump or jump away. So frame traps are very important because if they try this, whether they're trying to throw or jump or whatever, they will get hit. So standing medium punch, crouching medium punch is a frame trap. Standing medium punch, far medium punch is also a frame trap. And in situations where the opponent is not actually throwing, far medium punch will whiff over the opponent, which can potentially set up a throw if they don't whiff punish it. But whiff punishing this is not always going to be easy, and the only choice that Yun really has is YOLO crouch light kick dash punch or stand light kick dash punch. Understanding your frame traps is very important, and delaying things extra is just as important. Because in these situations, while I'm able to frame trap with a lot of my moves, right, I'm not able to frame trap with that stand check into crouching medium kick, right? If the opponent just blocks and is going to throw immediately afterward or something, then me crouching for that crouching medium kick puts me in throw range, and then I can get, back thrown in the corner, and it's not a good situation. So adding delays is also very important after specific things when you are looking to do these potential frame traps, because the opponent may be able to be looking to guard jump out, and in the situations where they're looking to guard jump out, frame traps like this aren't going to work. So when we're using standing medium punch as a way to try to tick throw or something, or we're using crouching leg kick as a way to tick throw, and our opponents are going to try to jump out of the corner, actual frame traps aren't going to work, right? So in these situations, you do need to go for delay attack, right? Something like this. Or something like delaying your crouching medium punch so that you can end up hitting their guard jump attempt, right? So adding these delays is also very important. So while it's not necessarily a frame trap, it's a spacing trap where the opponent has to hard commit to a decision in order to get out. So they either have to commit to guard jump, which covers frame traps of immediate timing, but it loses to delay timing attacks, or they have to opt to parry at a timing that will potentially parry both frame trap types, where you get the delay that will hit the guard jump, and you also get the immediate timing, because when you parry and you go to neutral, you have a 10 frame window at which you will actually parry your opponent, which can overlap the two timings. So what happens if our attempt to throw our opponent or our attempt to medium fierce them is too late, or our attempt to crouching medium kick is too late, or walk up crouch short short? The opponent is going to jump to their side. So in these situations, you have to understand the distance at which you are away from your opponent. So when I'm doing standing medium punch walk forward throw, I'm at a distance where I can potentially do standing HP as they're jumping over me depending on the timing of my throw. In certain other situations, I'm not, right? And depending on the distance, they may be able to block that standing HP when they land because they're still in proximity for it. So the only option that you really have as Ken is to decide if they're going to jump or if they're going to throw, right? It's a read. Either they're going to re-jump, and then you can follow up with like jumping HK or EX Tatsu or whatever it is that you decide to do, or they're going to be grounded and they're going to attempt something, in which case, the only option that you really have is Kara back throw. Because otherwise, you're not going to be in range for the back throw. You actually have to walk up and then back throw. And that walk up uses a parry input, so there's a potential that you actually can't tech their throw if they opt to throw. So as the Ken player, you don't really have a decision outside of the Kara back throw depending on specific spacings and timings, unless you have a read on them re-jumping. So in these situations where you're trying to deal with the guard jump, where they're able to actually get out of the situation, you do have the option to hit them as they are in the air if you're doing things correctly, potentially, right? There are those situations where you'll whiff depending on the timing, but more often than not, especially after, throw into throw, you may or may not have the ability to get that standing HP to connect. So, boom, boom, right? You're able to still technically have it, and then you can buffer DP behind it. Because if you do this into a delay DP and they parry it, then the DP comes out. And if they get hit, then the DP doesn't come out so that you don't go flying. And that's really important, because in these situations, they can still punish because you're negative 23. So if you hard commit to something thinking they're going to parry and they don't, then you're kind of up shit's creek. So in situations where you're using like crouching medium kick against your opponent during like your frame traps or something, because you're negative 4, they have the ability to jump, right? So there are other frame traps that you have that push you to the exact same position, and even though you're like +3, you have to make a decision to make contact or not. So from like standing medium punch, crouch medium punch, you have to decide, am I going to do stand roundhouse? Am I going to try to do sweep? Am I going to do crouching medium kick? Like, those sort of things are very telegraphed, right? Because of spacing. So the other thing that people do is like dash off of specific frame traps. Whether it's a forward dash or a back dash, depending on the situation, right? So this is why you'll see like short, short, short dash from some Kens. Because they're looking to get to a certain spacing, and then their options are limited. So like short, short, short stand roundhouse, or they have short, short, short crouching medium kick, or they have short, short, short dash throw, right? Those are kind of their options outside of just short, short, short to push you to a range to make you want to jump. And that's also very important because at the ranges where you're using like crouching medium punch, crouching medium kick, you're also pushing yourself to this distance where you can react to things. So when you have this distance and your opponent jumps out, you can react with jump HK, you know, or you can react with like EX Tatsu into DP. And this makes it so that like your opponent needs to be very weary about the decisions because you can, you know, react to their jump and then get like a hard punish, right? Or at least force them into a situation where, you know, potentially with jump back roundhouse, like you get to replay that situation based on spacing, or if you were to do a jump forward roundhouse and they don't parry it, you know, you're forced into a situation where you're like right next to them and you get to threaten with throws. Because unlike mid-screen, they don't get pushed to the ends of the earth. Defending against Ken is a nightmare, because in these situations where he's grapple fucking you, if you're trying to guard jump out, you're just making yourself susceptible to delay attack that will beat it, right? Especially in these situations where he has meter and he can confirm medium fierce super or medium fierce DP if he doesn't have it, right? So if you're scared and you're looking to do that, then, well, he's won in some scenarios, right? And in the same vein, if you are crouch teching instead, then you end up losing in the exact same way. Except he might not get DP, he just needs super or EX fireball or something, right? So in the exact same scenario, he can also just do crouching medium punch in both scenarios, and then when you're doing like guard jump stuff, he can force situations where either you're going to get hit or you're going to get reset. And if you get reset in these situations, you know, he gets the advantage and he gets to decide, is he going to throw you? Is he going to do crouch short short? All the options that he has, you know, in this exact same scenario, he has off of these resets from the buttons that are hitting you that may have been frame traps. The only time that it will, you know, be beneficial for you is if they're trying to delay and hit crouching medium kick and they mess it up, right? It's a lot easier to deal with guard jump off of Ken's decisions, especially, you know, this one. However, you'll notice that jump still works, obviously. When Yun is looking to crouch tech, you also have the ability to parry this, but if Yun does wake up delay throw, like wake up delay back throw, then his delay back throw will win because you've parried from that forward motion, and then his throw will just throw you, since you will not have the ability to tech, right? In the same exact situation, when you do this, if Yun does wake up crouch light kick dash punch, then you're screwed, right? You're delaying things, which gives Yun the opportunity to attack. Or you throwing just gives Yun the opportunity to attack. Because if instead of just doing guard jump, he does wake up standing medium punch, as an example, and I try to, you know, forward back into throw, if I don't time my forward back, or my back forward at the correct timing in order to get a high parry, which leaves me susceptible to throw as Ken, then I put myself at a risk as well, right? So it's this really weird rock, paper, scissors situation where guard jump and crouch tech don't really do all that much. And if you're going to crouch tech as Yun, it's going to be off of crouching MP. And the reason for this is because crouching MP allows you to buffer your throw, right? Crouching MP plus throw. and then get stand light kick. So you get crouching MP, stand light kick, dash punch when Ken is trying to throw you. So it's important to understand that just raw jump beats jumps. Raw jumps beats delay attack, like him trying to deal with guard jump. Because if you jump immediately and you're not blocking for longer, you're not going to get hit. So the only way that Ken can deal with you is by meeting your jumps or meeting your throw attempts if you're doing immediate back throw or something, right? Or just not interacting, right? And that's the goal, is that you want to make Ken second guess interacting. Because in the situations where, you know, Ken is going for throw and you get medium fierce back fierce by him doing walk up down parry thinking you're going to crouch attack or something, it puts him all the way across the screen, gives you a bunch of meter. And if you were to get crouching medium punch, stand light kick, dash punch as an example, you get like 33% bar. So the other thing is that Ken has to be wary about you actually being able to punish. So as Yun, if Ken does standing HP, he has to buffer late DP for the parries, right? And if you block, then you get a hard punish, right? And in situations where he's trying to frame trap after this, he doesn't get the opportunity. So he's -2 and crouching MP is 5 frame startup. So you can even potentially hit him with crouching medium kick. So in this situation where he's, you know, far away or further away, let's make him stop doing medium punch. You know, he's still in range to contest with things. You can do stand light kick, which is high and low parryable. You can do stand medium punch, which will beat their medium punch. Or you can attempt like crouching light kick or crouching medium kick and force different decisions. Or you can just opt to option parry the decision that he might make of crouching medium punch. He does have the option of standing medium punch as well. Or just doing nothing, right? So there's a lot of rock, paper, scissors involved in every single situation that can occur because of the fact that guard jump and crouch attack are so dangerous. And it really shapes the way that both Yun has to defend and the risks that he has to take, and Ken has to approach the actual offense itself. Because if there's not enough variation in his decisions, there's no reason to not just block as Yun or stand tack or jump or attack or parry, right? They don't have to go for the guard jump. The delay attacks won't do anything. And then it goes back to that sort of like day one rock, paper, scissors of high-low throw on Oki, or if he's just going to not do anything, right? And that's where you sort of want it to be, is you want it to be on that layer 1 of rock, paper, scissors. You don't want to force it 3 layers down and make it a situation where you have to deal with things. Because like I've already shown, you know, if Ken throws Yun and then he tries to like jump at Yun, Yun just gets to dash punch out. And it's a little bit different here when you have Yun getting DP'd, because you have 45 frames and you get to make a decision, you know, forward, back dash, and then you get to do something. Or you get to, you know, walk back, walk forward. You get to manipulate space. But you get to like force that high-low throw or the delay attack if they think that, you know, you're going to be doing crouch tech or guard jump or whatever off of this DP as well. But the DP does open up jump attacks because you can't actually dash punch out in many scenarios. Right? So it has to be something that you respect a little bit more. But at the same time, jumping too much becomes too easy to deal with, as you can option parry forward at specific times for Yun and then jump out of the corner. So the Ken has to be very careful as to how he approaches things, and sometimes using distance is going to be a better thing when Ken has the ability to do things, unless he's looking to get those kills by forcing high-low throw with like crouch short, crouching MK confirm, Crouching MP confirms, medium fierce. But you have to understand that all of these things are low blockable. The only thing you have to worry about is far universal overhead, which we'll be covering in a little bit, and back medium kick, as far as ways to connect super that you have to change the way that you block or react to. Essentially, as Yun, your goal is to break down the options that your opponent has back down to the basic fundamental third strike options before reintroducing things like guard jump, etc. based on their patterns. Because if you are at a baseline just using option selects, because the character has a plethora of ways to blow these option selects up, it impedes you more than it helps you in most cases. An important thing to be able to deal with is dash throw. So you have to understand where they can actually max range dash from, right? And this is going to be the right digit of the timer on the right-hand side and the left digit of the timer on the left-hand side. If they are outside of that range, they will not be able to dash throw. The unfortunate thing is that Kens don't always dash from max distance, right? So they can dash from like this sort of distance. And it's a lot more common for things like short jab short to set up this like walk back into dash forward, or just short jab short immediate dash, right? Or like short crouching MP dash. All of these sort of things are very common, using the +3 or +4 from this, depending on if they're blocking or if they get hit, in order to set up that dash, right? So it's very important to understand how Ken can actually look to set up the dash and where he wants to be. So in situations where you are Yun, if you're in your own corner, so if you're player 1, you're in P1 side, if you're in player 2, you're in P2 side, if Ken is anywhere on top of Yang, like any part of his body, then he's in dash range. So short, his shoulders on Yang, it's something that dash might be something you have to look for. Standing medium punch, crouching medium punch, he's on Yang, have to worry about dash. So you have to worry about dash, and you have to worry about max range crouching MK, or potentially standing MK or standing HK. So there is some mental stack to this, right? You also have to worry about potential jumps. So when you are looking for these dashes, it's mostly going to come down to how the opponent likes to set things up. Because a lot of Kens will do like walk forward and then like crouch light kick at max distance, and then dash up and make a decision. Or they'll do this and then they'll walk back jump. Or they'll do this, they'll option parry, do standing roundhouse, or like micro walk forward crouch medium kick. There's a lot of different decisions that can be made, right? Far MP, depending on where it hits, will always put Ken on top of Yang, or basically put him into a distance where he can dash. So standing medium punch into standing medium punch, or close to medium punch into far medium punch, sets this up as well. Standing fierce, option select into a pseudo frame trap with crouching MP or far MP, sets this up as well. On block, this is negative, and on hit, this is 0. So let's make Yun block. Right, so it's -2, and this is important because this is a frame trap, but it's not really. It just gives Ken the opportunity to parry, like we've gone over before, and because of this, it sets up, you know, different attacks, right? And these are the most common, is far MP and crouching MP, and both of these set up dashes after the fact. You'll also see some situations like backdash, which sets up max range attacks, and it also sets up dash up throw. So you'll see like backdash forward dash into like micro walk throw, right? This is something that will happen. The micro walk after the dash also is something that you have to be cognizant of, because it doesn't have to require that much movement in order to get into range for that actual throw. Especially if you are in mid-screen and you can do like carry back throw, right? And that's really important for Ken to, force this situation where now Yun is cornered after he blocks my sweep, as an example, right? So when you are Ken looking to set up dashes, you have to be understanding that you should be doing it at distances where you can threaten other things and not just max distance sweep, max distance stand roundhouse, and dash. This is the distance where Ken can dash and then throw. He is out of range of standing, or crouching medium kick, I should say. He's in range for sweep, and he's at max range for stand roundhouse. So this is very important because at this range, you have to understand how you can approach this. So Ken's going to dash up and crouch cancel. If I go for medium fierce and it's not timed correctly in the first half of his dash, he will get in range and be able to block this. Right? And it's the same thing for close standing medium punch, is that this is very specific. If I want to make this work, I have to walk into a range where it is in proximity for standing medium punch before Ken actually gets to me. It's the same thing for 1, 2, 3. I'm either going to check his dash with a far light punch, or he's going to get into range and then crouch, which forces the proximity for the light punch normal, and this doesn't work. The only way to do this is to do the same thing as the medium punch, where you walk forward. You can also pre-place your crouching medium kick and then confirm dash punch. That's kind of most of the options that you have. You can also react with crouch short dash punch or stand light kick dash punch in certain situations, but it's risky because if you commit to something like this, then your opponent is going to be able to hard punish you if they actually get in range and this is blocked. So you can use crouch short buffer dash punch like this, and as you see, it doesn't come out unless Ken actually dashes in and gets hit. This does make it possible for Ken to whiff punish with crouching light kick, or sorry, crouching medium kick, I should say, but it is still very difficult to do something like this, and it's also possible for him to whiff punish with standing light kick as well. So you can do this as a way to check the dash, which also sets up good dive kicks. That's the same thing here with far medium punch, is that this can set up good dive kick situations as well, if they do run into it. But the most important part about this is going to be back throw. So in this situation, when Ken dashes forward and throws me, it's just as hard to get 1, 2, 3, but if you time it correctly, Ken will be in range for 1, 2, 3 because he's trying to throw, right? Him dashing up and throwing adds 2 extra frames that you can interact with. And this is really important because if they're not dash blocking and they're committing to dash throw or dash button, it's a lot easier to interact with. So this is why you'll still see the opportunity to go for crouching light kick buffer dash punch, or you'll see the opportunity to go for 1, 2, 3, because the Ken is looking to dash and do something else. You also have the option in both of these scenarios to try to interact with crouching medium punch stand light kick, but depending on where you actually hit them with your crouching medium punch, the stand light kick might not be something that you get. And it's also very dangerous to buffer crouching medium punch into dash punch, because if they were to somehow get into range to block and you get the dash punch blocked, then you're kind of up shit's creek. So at this distance, Yun's crouching medium kick also whiffs. And this is very important because even in situations where you're able to, crouching medium kick into confirm dash punch or whatever, you're at a range where Ken can whiff punish your crouching medium kick into super. He can also technically sweep your crouching medium kick as well, right? So in this scenario, when you are playing the rock, paper, scissors with this dash, if you are checking with your crouching medium kick, or your stand medium kick or something, it can force bad situations because of the confirms. So if Ken doesn't have meter, these things become better, right? However, in the situations where he does have meter, not that it should be fully avoided, but the risk reward behind it is much less. The other thing to keep in mind is that when Ken is dashing, the proximity normals become better, because you can react to the second half of the dash and not the first half. So it gives you more time to react. That being said, 1, 2, 3 is a lot easier, obviously, when the opponent looks to do dash throw, because you have that more time, like I said before. So you're not looking for something like this. You can also look for something like crouching medium punch into stand light kick dash punch, or this as a way to set things up, or this as a way to set things up, right? Depending on the situation. Going from crouch and then reacting to the second half of the dash is pretty important, whether you're doing light punch TC or medium punch TC. But there are other options like close standing medium kick, which is very ballsy. This isn't something that I would ever really suggest doing, because it is very proximity based and it needs to be hit at a specific time. So as you can see there, I'm either getting dash up and thrown out of the startup, or my standing medium kick is starting right at the perfect time during his dash. So something like this should be avoided. You can also check with like far HP or far MK, like I said before, and both of these things set up dive kicks at like the lowest possible point that end up becoming like pseudo safe jumps, right? So in these situations, Ken needs to be very wary of his decisions to do anything that would require him to do like dash crouch short short or something. So I'll show you an example. So when your opponent looks to do something like short jab short dash up, it's even easier to react to the dash with 1, 2, 3 or something, right? Because of the startup. So it makes it risky. Now the other thing is that you'll notice that when Ken does short jab short in the corner, it pushes him to the range 4 dash, right, that we've already covered. And if he uses crouching medium kick, he's barely in range for dash throw, right? It's the same thing for this, where if he was to sweep, he gets a little bit too far pushed back, and dash throw doesn't work. Not that you'd really want to go for something like that after a sweep, but you get the idea. So jumping out of this situation is a very important thing to understand, because even though he is +1, there's nothing that he can do from this range that will hit a jump outside of something like this, or standing roundhouse, right? So let's do the situation and let's have Yun try to jump out. So short jab, short dash is very common, right? So Yun jumping out here is going to be one of the safest choices that he has, because Ken is only +1. And because he's only +1, crouching medium kick doesn't work, sweep doesn't work, walk forward stand medium punch doesn't work, and stand roundhouse doesn't work. So you're reliant on your opponent not committing to a decision when you are playing Ken, when you're doing something like this. So you have to use this as a way to space your opponent out and then look for decisions that they are making, rather than trying to dash into throw range or whatever over and over and over again, which is very common. And it's the same thing here, where, you know, you might be able to frame trap with crouching light kick into crouching medium punch, or you might be able to frame trap with crouching light punch into crouching medium kick if you are doing things correctly. But it's very difficult to always get the exact frame, right? Because it's not a cancel. And because of this, it's in Yun's favor to try to jump out of a lot of different situations. So when going for stuff like crouching short into short short as a frame trap, it's a lot easier to hit a Yun that's just trying to jump out, right? Because if they think that you're going to go for something like this, then that jump makes sense. But if you don't have super, this doesn't lead you to anything, because even when you are plus, you're only +1, right? And if you try to contest with anything other than standing medium kick, it doesn't work. So short jab short, standing medium kick, and then short, short, short frame trap, and then they'll be in a range where you can use standing medium kick. but that's it. You don't have option to do anything else, really. So as Yun, you need to take advantage of this and understand where you can be looking to parry. Because the startup for this is starting up in 8 frames, and it hits on frame 9. And this hits on frame 7. So you can technically down parry, forward parry in certain situations before you jump, if you're that scared of being hit by these two things. But because the jump after stuff like short jab short, or, short short, is the best option, or is not the best option, but is the most consistent option as far as escaping Ken's pressure, you also have to understand that Kens are not always going to want to dash in. It's just something that sets up the perfect spacing. Ken's DP in the corner is very important to understand, because whether it's regular DP or Kara DP, your options are going to be very similar. Now, when Yun quick rises, you have 45 frames of advantage. So unlike situations with forward throw, when you're jumping, because you're only plus 11, you don't get anything. So, in the situations where you get a DP, you can jump and still threaten with decisions. So you can empty jump throw, you can do a lot of other things. Obviously, you can dash up and then still get meaties. And in situations where you can dash up, you can also dash back, right? To reposition. So you get to play with space a little bit more off of a DP. If you were to get something like HP DP, it's less advantage. You only have 27 frames. So in this case, you're usually going to be walking in or out of ranges rather than going for a setup like a dash. Because if you're going for a setup like a dash, you will have enough frames to still meaty your opponent. As you can see, the standing medium punch whiffed. But it's a little bit more consistent to play with the spacing off of actual movement rather than just hard committing to the forward dash. Because if you backdash, there's a chance that your opponent might be able to check you with a wake-up attack or something if they think that your goal is to do, like, dash throw, right? Because it is still rock, paper, scissors after the dash in this situation. So, another thing that's important here is that when you do your DP, you are out of Yun's throw range, so it's very easy to sort of micro-walk into the throw range off of something like this from a crouch, right? So it's very important to understand, how to set up situations where you can also beat guard jump and stuff if your Yun opponent likes to do guard jump. So it's situations where you would add a forward walk before your sort of back-forth shimmy that deshiken does a lot to do something like this or something like this. So because of the distance that you have and the variety of choices that you have as Ken, the mental stack and the decisions that Yun has to make are different because they have to react to your movement and they have to react to what else you're doing. Are you jumping? Are you dashing? When are you dashing? Because in this situation, if I were to whiff crouching medium punch here, I still have 27 frames. So this means that I can whiff a button and dash up and still get meaties, right? So Yun has to respect this. And he has to respect the fact that, Ken can force whiff attack over his body as he's trying to throw, or whiff attack to get a down parry at specific situations where Yun might look to do wake up 1, 2, 3, or wake up stand light kick, or crouch short. There's a lot of decisions that can be made here, crouching medium punch, right? And it's the same thing here, where because you get to play with spacing, Emperor Punch becomes a little bit better of a tool than something like this. Because with this, you don't get to play with spacing outside of forcing a whiff throw from Yun when you're walking back for your Emperor Punch, right? In this situation, you're already out of throw range. So Yun has to commit to if he's going to do a delay tech, a crouch tech, a jump, whatever. while having the stimulus of you making that decision of either walking, dashing, staying where you are, and doing a late decision, etc. Because Ken has access to very simple things to deal with guard jump against throw, or when he throws, it's a little bit harder in situations where he gets to play with space, because there's a little bit too much leniency as far as time goes, where in this situation you might need to force a dash and then walk back, walk forward, right? Something like this. Or you might have to crouching medium punch and then micro walk back. Or use a move with more startup, like crouching medium kick. Guard jump is a liability, even more so against this, because there are so many variants at which Ken can deal with guard jump and add delays to screw with your guard jump attempts. So bringing it back down to that baseline decision making of committing to a defensive decision instead of trying to option select your way out of it is usually going to yield better rewards or better success. Because Ken in this scenario easily sets up a meaty, right? In the exact same scenario, sets up a way to beat guard jump. So if Yun commits to jump forward, there's an opportunity for him to potentially get out of the scenario. Or if he commits to neutral jump, there's a chance that the delayed standing medium punch isn't going to hit him at all. If he commits to back throw, well, if Ken opts to go for the decision to try to beat the guard jump, then he gets thrown. So the rock, paper, scissors is more importantly done as actual rock, paper, scissors, which you can adapt to each other's decisions, rather than trying to option select it, because the option select is taken advantage of so easily. Because Ken gets so many options as far as his delayed choices from this scenario, since he has 45 frames to play with, makes it so that you have to give a little bit more respect to the decisions that he can make. Like I said, he gets to make the decision to immediately go for something like this. Or he can whiff and set up a meaty. Or he can whiff, and then do standing medium punch, fierce punch after this to hit your guard jump, as an example. So there's a lot of layers that he can add to any sort of scenario that he looks to show you in order to cover guard jump as an option, which makes it a little bit worse, right? And as Ken, you need to understand how to take advantage of these scenarios by giving your opponent the same look, but in a different way, right? So it's the exact same actual scenario by delaying and making the decision to walk forward either at a slightly delayed timing or at a timing that would set up a meaty. And your opponent needs to respect this. But because it's a walk, you can also walk backwards, right? Just like in the scenarios where you're throwing, and you can walk forward and walk backwards. Or you can just walk backwards out of throw range. But because you're baseline not in throw range here, you're already taking a decision away from Yun unless they're making a read that you're going to either A, go for throw yourself, or B, go for that delayed attack, right? So the mental stack changes in Ken's favor because of all the variance that can be added here. It's a lot more variation than something like this, right? Because even though, you know, you can stand here and go for a meaty, and you can stand here and beat guard jump, it's slightly different because there's no distance to play with in that scenario. The only way that you're playing with the distance is by making a decision to, you know, just shimmy immediately, right? To set up that decision between is Ken going to throw or is Ken going to attempt to beat my throw, or my guard jump, because you can do it even faster and set up a meaty. And because this one situation just gets to get cycled, right? It's important as Yun to understand that if Ken has meter and your goal is to get out of the corner, blocking the medium Fierce Punch is going to give you more benefit than situations where you are blocking crouching medium punch or something. Because Ken has advantage and he can, you know, try to interact with you in another way. Whereas if it's standing HP, on block this is going to be -2. So in this scenario, you have to, as Yun, be comfortable taking risks when your opponent is pushed away, and you're not always guaranteed to get this scenario off of the DP, whereas it's a lot more common, you know, for Ken to push himself or make him negative or make himself negative after interactions from throw than it is off of scenarios from DP. If Ken does crouching medium punch from point blank, he can use standing medium punch to intercept a guard jump attempt because of the startup delay, right? So in this scenario, you know, Ken can use crouching light kick as a way to maintain basically block. And it's the same thing off of crouching light punch. He's also +3. But the important part about these things is the distance that Ken gets pushed back. Because if Ken is not point blank when he does crouching medium punch, standing medium punch won't hit Yun if he's attempting to jump forward. So from further distances, if Ken wants to hit Yun from a guard jump attempt, he has to do a slightly delayed crouching medium kick. Because if he tries to do it at regular frame timing, then there's not going to be much that he can get from it. But at the same time, Ken has to be looking for a crouching medium kick confirm off of this, because in these situations, crouching medium kick into DP and crouching medium kick into EX Fireball don't actually combo. The Fireball can just be used as a way to sort of force Yun to stay in the corner. It's really important to understand, though, that in these situations where Ken is using mid-range crouching medium punch as a confirm for super, and then using like crouching medium kick as a confirm for super or sweep or something, that you can jump out of the corner or attempt to if they're negative, right? The problem is this situation puts him at goaltending position. So he can either jump back roundhouse, he can jump EX Tatsu, he can jump forward roundhouse. There's a lot of decisions that he can make from this spacing if you decide to try to jump forward. So it also means that you have to be respectful potentially of the Ken's decision making from this point, because he may look to, you know, set this up where he's just under the timer, where he's in dash throw range, right? A lot of Kens will do this. So finding ways to get out of the corner here or intercept the dash or play footsies now, whether it's with dive kick or your own attacks, is very important. So it's the same thing when Ken is trying to frame trap with this, is that he's -2 and that you get to jump for free. Right? And in this scenario, if you are trying to guard jump instead of just committing to jump, right, you are going to end up in a situation where you get hit by that crouching medium kick instead. So let's showcase that. Jump forward. Where is it? Forward jump. Okay. So in this scenario, no matter when I time this, I will never be able to hit Yun unless he's looking to guard jump after the standing HP. Because he won't be grounded long enough, right? So it makes for some weird scenarios where if Yun's trying to guard jump, crouching medium punch might be a viable option, right? Where it will re-corner Yun as he's trying to jump away from the guard jump. Or it will allow him to crouching medium punch, hit the guard jump, and then confirm super, right? Where, again, if he doesn't guard jump and he just looks to jump out of the corner, there's no way that this will hit or interact. Same thing with far MP. And if he tries to walk forward, the close standing medium punch doesn't work. So, like I said before, if he is doing this option select where he looks to buffer the DP, where if you parry, the DP comes out, this is very important because he has to react to what to do next, right? Are you going to jump or are you going to contest because he's negative? And that's a really important thing to understand, because even at this point, Yun can do something like standing medium punch, fierce punch, back fierce, if he wants to go with a high decision. Or he can go with like crouching medium kick or crouching medium punch or whatever decision he wants to do. But it has to be timed immediately because it's only -2. Another thing that's important is that if Yun is delayed or tries to guard jump after this scenario, standing medium kick will hit him out of a jump. So if Yun, again, hard commits to a decision of jumping after the fact as opposed to, guarding for a second before he jumps, then the standing medium kick won't connect. But in the scenario where he is slightly delaying his decision, that standing medium kick will work. So when you see the standing roundhouse, if you're going to make a delayed decision, be very careful if it's going to be jump when your opponent is cornering you, because standing medium kick is a very consistent follow-up, and this is something that players like 5-star like to do quite a lot in this matchup. As an example, far medium punch is a very important tool in the corner for Ken because Yun gets a lot off of, parries. So abusing the fact that down parry can come quite often, since both crouching light kick and crouching medium kick are common tools that Ken might use, and sweeps in some scenarios, far medium punch also is a very powerful tool. But it doesn't reach very far, right? So at max distance, there's going to be this scenario here where crouching medium kick, even though it can technically hit Yun, is going to be very difficult to consistently do this. And if they're a frame off, Yun's going to get jump out for free. And this is the exact same thing, off of sweep from max distance. But at closer distance, if they're doing it correctly, it will end up hitting Yun because of the hurt boxes, right? So this is also an important thing to understand, is what Ken's options are after this, because crouching leg kick doesn't work. Far HP doesn't do anything on the ground. So the only choice that Ken really has from something like this is to commit to that crouching medium kick, commit to the standing medium kick, or the stand roundhouse if he thinks that you're going to stay grounded or something, or, setting up the positioning for, maybe getting that dash going. So it is common that Kens will do short jab short, short short, or short short short. Depending on the distance, he can do standing medium punch as a way to potentially stop a jump out after this. But if he's even a step back from point blank, the standing medium punch will whiff. He can still do standing medium kick, though, to keep you in the corner. Crouching medium kick doesn't work. Crouching medium punch doesn't have the hurt box length to deal with this. So it's very important for you to understand as the Yun player what you can actually do. Because the other thing is, Kens can do crouching light kick into crouching light punch as a frame trap as well. And this is a lot harder for you to deal with as opposed to the short jab short, which is only +1. This is +3. So there are situations where Kens can frame trap with crouching light punch, micro walk forward, crouching medium punch, or just doing crouching medium punch immediately afterward, right? So in these situations, it can be very important to understand that if they are the second hit, crouching medium punch can't work. Only far medium punch or far medium kick. So this is also why it's important that single hits are used as ticks versus, double hits into walk forward throw in a lot of cases, unless the opponent is very scared and just holding down back for their life. Punishing Ken is very important, and making sure that if they make a mistake, especially in situations like this, where on block they let a DP rip, that you are getting the maximum value that you can from the opportunity. That being said, there are a bit of nuances to even punishing the most basic things, like parrying a crouching medium kick. Understanding that things can follow up, like this ability for Ken to do a DP afterward. You know, there are certain situations here where you aren't going to be able to do anything if you hard commit to a button and they just YOLO DP or just YOLO super. As you can see here, if I'm doing like a crouching medium punch, or a standing medium kick, or a standing medium punch, they all get hit. So it's the same thing that matters for any other DP situation, where if you're going to parry and you think that something is going to come that's not super, you have to use something like light kick if you think that Ken is going to do a light punch or a medium punch DP. Because both of these moves are not low and vulnerable. So if Ken is going to hard commit to something and he hard commits to HP DP, then you get the maximum punish possible. Whereas the punishes that you get on something like this might not be as big, especially in the corner. So we're going to start with mid-screen DP. Mid-screen light punch DP on block, you are in a situation where Ken is either going to be airborne and you can punish him while he's in the air with close to a medium kick, or with crouching medium punch into light kick up kicks. However, neither of these things give the most damage. You can let him fall and then do dash punch if you want corner carry. You only get 25 meter and you only do about 25 damage. Or you have the option for crouching medium punch up kicks, which gives you the highest amount of meter and the highest amount of damage. Otherwise, you just have 1, 2, 3 up kicks, which give you the same amount of meter but slightly less damage. Punishing medium punch DP is basically the same as light punch, however you get the opportunity to go on left or right. Now that being said, there is a punish that gets unlocked with this, which is standing medium kick, walk, crouching medium punch up kicks, as long as the standing medium kick hits at basically the apex of their DP as they're falling down when you are blocking. One of the only other decisions that you can make mid-screen is that you can get access to standing medium kick into a follow-up of your choice. So this means dash punch or whatever. This is one of the more consistent things that you can do. However, it doesn't give you the most damage or meter, and this works on both medium punch and light punch, obviously. Because we don't have access to standing medium kick after Zenpo like some other characters, this is one of the only situations where you can get air TC or jump HK as a reset in mid-screen to force a scenario. However, because it's not true TDK, Ken does have access to DP, so you have to be very specific as to what you're doing. This does mean, however, that you can do the option select Zenpo to potentially block DPs and stuff like that, but this is something that exists. It's not usually used all that often. It's usually better to get the knockdown. HP DP has the same exact punishes as medium punch DP in mid-screen. The only difference is that if you want to do this, you have to delay your standing medium kick and usually micro step before you do this. So micro step standing medium kick and then micro step or walk crouching medium punch up kicks. So for consistency's sake, you do have the option to do something like crouching medium kick into dash punch or crouching medium punch into dash punch as long as you're waiting for Ken to land slightly. Crouching medium kick has a little bit more active frames, so it makes it easier for him to fall into it. And although this isn't the best punish, it still is a serviceable punish. When you're looking to punish light punch DP or medium punch DP, in the corner this becomes an option. The other choice that you have depends entirely on your execution. Being able to do standing medium kick, Dekai, Kara, light punch, dash punch. This works for both light and medium. And these are basically the best choices that you have against Ken in this exact situation. But if he were to do heavy punch DP, you do still have access to this, but you also gain access to a new tool, which is palm, shoulder, HP dash punch. And that gives you the most damage and the most meter. However, if Ken were to do crouching medium kick into HP DP, it doesn't actually work. So let me record that, right? So if he does this, and then instead, the shoulder is not guaranteed to work depending on the spacing at which the palm hits. So if you're point blank, it might still work, but if you're not point blank at all, then you don't end up with this working. Unlike if they were to just raw DP, because you being slightly back doesn't make all that much of a difference. So, again, DP, and then slight back, it is quite a bit easier, even when I'm back 3 steps, right? So, it's a lot more consistent when your opponent is doing things like this on Oki. So when you knock them down and you've whipped 2 buttons or whatever, and then you block this, or you OS Zenpo, then this can be your max punish. But in situations where you are option selecting already, it's likely going to be that you're looking for something else, potentially, as well. So the close standing medium kick, the Kai dash punch, might also be just as serviceable. Punishing crouching medium kick against Ken is very important, right? It's one of his best tools in neutral, and when you get parries on it, you need to make sure they count. So at this range, I can't get walk up 1, 2, 3. But if I'm a little bit closer, I can. This is also a range where crouching medium punch and crouching light kick are usually better tools for Ken anyway. So in this range, you have to worry about if Ken is going to do something like DP or super or something, but you only have to worry about DP at closer ranges, because if Ken were to do DP and we are this far back, he's not going to get anything. So when we are doing this, ideally we want to delay our punish. So we block, and then we do crouching medium kick into medium punch dash punch in most situations. If you want to instantaneously respond, it's going to be with standing light kick into dash punch. And the reason for this is because of the thing that I already showed, where standing light kick will beat light punch DP, it will lose to HP DP, and it will also beat medium punch DP. So this is also the reason why you do delay crouching medium kick, because you'll see that if they do DP, I end up blocking it and then I get to punish. So if I do it too early, I end up getting hit, right? But if I delay, then I'm able to do this. So it's the same thing here, where they are supering, right? If I block, then I'm able to do this. Now, as you can see here, if I use the same timing and I do crouching medium kick, it eats it with the super freeze. And this lets me punish Ken on block when he supers, which will be the next thing we talk about. But this is the most important situation, because if you hard commit to anything, it's not going to work. Now, there is some situations where you could be up close and just throw. And if Ken tries to super, it's not going to work. But if you are out of range of your super catching the actual startup of their super, then it's not going to work. Right? Because he's going to hit the startup of your throw, essentially. And this is not something that you should obviously be going for, but it is something that you should know exists, because you can technically throw Ken out of the startup of his super. So when you are looking to unblock punish this, you have to understand that it's basically the exact same thing as blocking a light punch DP. If you are frame perfect, you can do something like this, but can opt to try to like DP or something, which can make it a little bit more difficult. This is the same sort of max punish that you would get off of a light punch DP, and that is usually going to be the best punish that you can get outside of like 1, 2, 3 activate. If you parry Ken super, you have the same exact punishes as if he were to do a light punch DP. But if you red parry, then this is your max punish. Neutral jump, HK, come down, crouching medium punch into HK up kicks. Even if you're not red parrying, you can still get this punish on Ken if you get a full parry, as long as you jump after the third hit. And this is a similar situation where if you have Genei Jin, you can do 1, 2, 3 activate as well. When you are red parrying, you can do the red parry and then a parry afterward, or you can just do this, right? Where you end up getting the single parry and then the follow-up. So if it's going to be 1, 2, 3, depending on your screen position, it will be Dekai into Kara dash punch, or it will be HK up kicks into a follow-up in most situations. Crouching medium punch DP or crouching medium punch super is the exact same thing as crouching medium kick, where you're looking to delay your thing with a block into crouching medium kick. So here it is again, super. When you try to red parry out, this doesn't allow you to do like 1, 2, 3 or anything. And that's very important because unlike against Chun-Li, you can't actually look to force Ken back into the corner without some gimmicks. Another thing that we have available to us is Zenpo. If we know that this can re-corner our opponent, it can be a decent choice. However, it is like pseudo frame perfect, because if they're mashing DP and your frame's late, then you end up just getting killed, right? So it's not an ideal situation to be in, but you can greed for this if you want. Otherwise, you should just be sticking to like 1, 2, 3 or crouching medium punch into up kicks. So if we're punishing super on block and it's like a light punch DP, well, how can we punish both of these things on block mid-screen when we have Genei Jin? There are two main choices when you block a DP or a super when you have activation, right? And that's 1, 2, 3 activate plus a follow-up combo, or you have the ability to do standing medium kick activate and do a follow-up combo. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the 1, 2, 3 activate portion, because it's what most people are going to be most comfortable with. So there's three main ways that you can follow up 1, 2, 3, right? Now, one of the problems here is that one of them is distance dependent. Doing medium into Dekai into Kara dash punch is a choice that you have available to you depending on where you are. So in this situation, you know, if I am mid-screen and I am 1, 2, 3 activate and I'm right under the timer, it'll work fine. But in situations like this, I'm not right under the timer, I'm to the left of it, right? The only way to fix this is to add a shoulder and a slight micro walk before your medium punch. This lets you get a very basic combo, right? That does 74 damage. And it is relatively consistent, and it's one of the best ways that people used to do it back in the day, right? Back in like 2007, 2008, this was the main way unless you were like Yakun. So, optimizing combos based on Daipon loop, even though it's been sort of mastered over time, is not easy. So this is 9 Daipons into KO Ender, and it gives me 82 damage. It's going to give me the most meter that I can get in these situations, which is kind of relevant but irrelevant at the same time. You're looking in some of these situations to get as much damage as possible, right? But depending on the situation, if you're blocking for too long, it can be hard to get past 7. So even though I did get to 8 Daipons there, from a walk back 1, 2, 3, getting past 5 is considered very difficult, and depending on the actual distance to the corner, getting a dash punch is not consistent there. So when doing Daipon loop, you have to be very confident in your ability to execute the combo, otherwise you just lose damage for doing something. Because in the situations where you're able to do shoulders for, 65 damage, if you end up doing Daipon loop into like 3 Daipons into a shoulder, it ends up doing like the same or less damage. So even though that was more damage, I messed up my timing, right? Something like this, even though I did 7 Daipons into Dekai, I was able to manage to get a combo that ended in KO Ender, and it did 79 damage. So while these are decent combos and all that stuff, the damage differential for this basic combo, ending at 86 versus 81, is minuscule, right? You lose 5 damage, but you take the execution barrier away, which is very important. And then there's one more thing that you can do, which is 1, 2, 3, activate into up kicks. And this is as much damage as you can get from a 1, 2, 3, and it does more damage than basically any of the Daipon loop combos that you can do. And this isn't fully optimized. Obviously I had 2 Carapoms in there, but when you're going for the fancy dancy stuff, that's the sort of thing that you need to do to really optimize it, right? Otherwise, you're going to end up in this situation where you get the up kicks, and then you just follow up with 4 medium kick, palm. And getting the up kicks in general is difficult because it's 2 frames. And this is leaving me at 87 damage. And this is the most basic combo that you can get really from the up kicks, which is just dash punch, forward medium kick times 3, into palm, into up kicks, normal ender, right? So because of this, well, what are the options off of standing medium kick? Are they any better? Standing medium kick has the least amount of scaling of any Genei Jin starter. So in this situation, I'm able to do 91 damage, right? And that's as much as the hardest 1, 2, 3 activate combo with roundhouse up kicks, walk palm, Kara dash punch. And in this situation, all I did was standing medium kick, activate, medium kick up kicks with a basic follow-up, right? And that is a huge execution barrier difference to maximizing your damage from the same situation. But there still are ways that you can optimize as well. The other way to do this is Kara standing medium kick into walk palm. And this lets you get very similar damage, or the same damage, but you can also get quite a bit more if you were to do an optimized combo, which this puts you at almost 100 damage, puts you at 98 versus 91. So being able to do 2 double Kara palms into, you know, HP, medium punch, tackle, or shoulder, the Kai dash punch, gives you the most damage possible from this situation. If I remember correctly, I'll have to look at my spreadsheet otherwise, which I'll link in the description. But getting these mid-screen combos is very important. And also understanding what your choices are when this happens while you are cornered is also just as important. Standing medium kick has the best scaling, but it has the most inconsistency outside of this combo. This combo is pretty good, right? It does 84 damage and it does coast to coast. But every other decision that you have off of standing medium kick is very nuanced, and while you can get more damage, it's like trying to add Daipon loop to your combo when going from coast to coast. It's just a huge risk of doing it. Let's go over some of those. So in the situation where we are using the more difficult things, you're required to hit a Kara dash punch, just like the mid-screen scenario. However, it's very specific as far as how you need to route your combo to actually get an ender that will do more damage than what the basic combo does. So, without going into too much detail, it's a lot of added extra steps, making it just as difficult as like a Daipon loop combo. Because outside of this, the only choice that you have is to do forward medium kicks instead. And this does less damage. So it makes it for an annoying situation. Right? So even though we did all of that, we gained 4 damage. It's not really worth it, for the most part, to get both of those Kara dash punches, right? Now, when we are trying to re-corner, it makes it even worse. Because even though this is a possible combo, it's very hard to land consistently. Because as you can see, there's too much variance in the timing of your Kara standing medium kick and the dash. So in this situation, where I was actually able to do the combo, but not a fully optimized version, it's a lot of damage. It's 92 damage, right? So it can be worth it to go for something like this, but only if you're going all the way. And this is the big boy combo, where it does 108 damage. You're not going to get much better than this in almost any situation, right? Even if you start with like 1, 2, 3 activate, you go right for all your Kara palms and stuff like that. The only way to get as much damage is to get something like this into just pure Kara palms. So in the situations where you want to go for something similar, you can keep it simple silly by not messing up your activation and just doing walk to Kai. Now the problem with this is that the follow-up is inconsistent, depending on how much you walked when you did your Dakai. And if you don't do an optimized combo when you are going for this, you're still having worse damage. So if you want to keep it simple and just use the Dekai, just to make sure that your opponent stays in the corner, it's fine, but you end up doing basically just 2 more damage than the basic combo going to the opposite corner. So unless there's one side of the stage that you prefer to play on, then just going for the Dekai back into the same corner, or opting to just keep it simple and doing the medium kick up kicks combo is probably the ideal situation, right? The choice off of the up kick combo is also very similar from 1, 2, 3. But this does a little bit more damage than the basic combo and the slightly non-basic combo from one side of the stage to the other, from the standing medium kick. But it doesn't do anywhere near as much damage as the standing medium kick dash under combo when you optimize it, right? Going from 87 to 108 is a big jump, but there's also a huge jump in difficulty to get to that much damage, right? So again, it's probably best to just keep it simple and use medium kick up kicks. If you do master the difficult ender, it does bring this combo a little bit more up to snuff, right? It basically makes it as good as you can get it from your maximized version with like a KO ender situation from either 1, 2, 3 activate up kicks or from standing medium kick, Kara standing medium kick, walk palm scenario. So if you can do this ender, wonderful. But going for this over just taking 4 less damage, and I think it's like 2 less meter, it's just stick to the baby combo, right? Consistency is the most important thing. So in situations where your opponent is trying to super in reaction to something that you've done in Genei Jin, you're going to end up punishing with either up kicks or crouching medium punch into palm. And you can get quite a bit of damage from something like this, right? So that's another important tool. And it does end up working in like sort of mid-screen situations as well. As long as you are like under the timer, and as long as you are close enough to the corner, right? So it's a little bit harder mid-screen, but if that's the case, you can do something like this. So in situations where Ken is doing jump roundhouse, and I think I've already gone over this a little bit, but it's important to touch on this. When he's doing jump roundhouse and it hits really low, there's not really much ways that you can punish this. So the only 2 ways that you can actually do this is by Zenpoing them when they're landing, hoping that they don't try to do something stupid, right? Otherwise, you know, your only real choice is to try to throw, but they can tech, right? So because of this, the only other choice that you have is stand light kick. So essentially what happens here is your stand light kick happens and they fall into it. And it hits them as they're hitting the ground, essentially. And yeah, so this is very important to have, because it gives you like 20% meter, and in a lot of cases it will get you the corner. Punishing sweep on block is something that I've already gone over, right? And this is an important tool mid-screen. But when you parry this, it's important to understand what your options are. Now, in most situations, you're going to end up doing down parry block as like your baseline decision making when you're in range for crouching medium kick. So if you're doing this against Ken and they're sweeping, you being able to walk up in 1, 2, 3 or whatever is not necessarily going to be possible. So this is why at most ranges you'll still be using something like crouching medium kick and a dash punch, right? However, if you react fast enough, you can do something like shoulder. Or you can do walk 1, 2, 3. Right? So there are some more choices that are available to this depending on the distance, right? And what you might want to do. Rod, dash punch, etc. But in these situations, when you are max distance, you can still walk up and get 1, 2, 3, as long as that is your immediate reaction, right? So if you have early recognition of this being the move that they're doing, you can get a lot more than just your crouching medium kick into dash punch, especially if you have activation or the ability to activate, right? So that being said, you still have access to medium punch shoulder into activate as well. And walk up stand medium kick if you actually have the balls to do something like this, right? So there's a lot of recovery frames on parry for crouching roundhouse because of how long the animation is. So you basically have every choice in the book to punish this, which makes it easiest to do something like a delay punish on that block, right? With standing leg kick dash punch or crouching medium kick dash punch still. So if you're trying to build consistent punishes in situations where you're down parrying, these will be the most common things. But again, those other choices do exist. Ken uses standing roundhouse a lot in situations where you're trying to, contest with crouching medium kick at specific ranges, or use crouching medium punch to build meter, where the hurt box will hit the recovery of your crouching medium punch, or will hit the startup of it, right? So in these situations, if I were to not press crouching medium punch, it would whiff. So an important aspect of this is that if you parry this, you can walk up 1, 2, 3 as a punish, even from max distance. If you try to block after the high parry, you're not going to be able to punish with this, right? So if you have the same sort of thing that you would against crouching medium kick or sweep, then your punish is probably going to end up being crouching medium punch or crouching medium kick into dash punch. So those are the main punishes, because if you want to do a shoulder, it has to be an instantaneous punish. If you parry and then you wait like a couple frames, you don't get it to work. So in a realistic sense, this isn't ever going to be a punish unless you are making a hard read to it being the choice that they're going to make and all that stuff. But because from max distance, you can get walk up 1, 2, 3, you're going to have a very strong activation either way, unless, you need a situation like this, right? And in these situations, it's very risky to go for it, because if you're a frame off, then you're screwed, right? So you're better off in these cases doing something like this to get the max meter and then activating on Ken's knockdown. Now that being said, because we're doing things at this range, and Ken might think that we're going to be using crouching medium punch, it's very important to understand how you can whiff punish this. In most scenarios, it's going to be just light punch, dash punch. But you can also whiff punish it with crouching medium kick on recovery at specific distances. And you can walk out and walk in and do the exact same thing. It's very specific to the footsie distance that you're playing or the neutral distance that you're playing. That being said, you can also walk up medium fierce back fierce as a potential punish. You can also walk up 1, 2, 3 as a potential punish depending on the distance as well. But if you are too far away, this is obviously not going to be the case. So at the distance where you're most likely going to be doing crouching medium punch, this isn't a choice. So when you are building with crouching medium punch, the most common scenario is going to be that you're able to whiff punish with dash punch itself, and not really anything else. Most of the enders that you do against Ken are going to be very simple, so we're going to go over the simple enders and then we'll go over the difficult enders. So let's talk about the most common ender from your 1, 2, 3 combos, and this is going to be the up kicks ender. Now, as you can see here, I didn't do a Kara dash punch. It is not required. By not doing the Kara dash punch, it means that you know that you are getting the correct timing on your up kicks into your shoulder and all that stuff, because if you mess this up, the Kara dash punch is required because you won't have enough time to actually get a micro walk for your dash punch. So in this case, it would look like this. With a Kara. Another ender that you can do is the dash punch into standing medium kick, into Dekai, into dash punch. So in this case, I used medium punch dash punch to get a slightly higher bounce so that I can micro walk forward, get this, and then not require a Kara on my dash punch because the height for standing medium kick into Dekai off of a medium punch dash punch is slightly different. You may lose 1 or 2 damage, but you get consistency for it. So if you want to not have the requirement for Kara dash punch, this is going to be the most consistent way to go about it. The next most common situation is going to be when you are doing multiple shoulders. It's a lot harder to get the no Kara from this situation, because getting the height on the Dekai is very specific. But it is possible. That being said, because it is a little bit more inconsistent, you ideally want to be doing the Kara. Other than doing dash punch standing medium kick, you actually can set up a situation where you don't need Kara dash punch at all. We're able to do side swap light punch shoulder into Dekai into dash punch with no Kara. Now, this is inconsistent depending on your timing for your Genei Jin. And this is a situation that might come up where you don't get the walk under shoulder, which limits you to just doing shoulder Dekai dash punch if you can react, or shoulder dash punch if your reactions are a little bit slower, right? And it's consistent with setting this type of combo up where you don't need the Kara dash punch off of a medium punch dash punch as well. And this is only 1 damage less than the normal up kicks under. In which case this is 64. So both the side swap left to right with the go under shoulder and the medium punch dash punch at a slight delay to keep your light punch shoulder in the front only are down 1 damage. So if you, again, don't want to learn the Kara dash punch, then you can go about this way. Another thing you have to understand as well is that sometimes you're not going to be able to get this shoulder Dekai dash punch, right? You might only get a single hit into a shoulder into a Dekai into a dash punch. So there are going to be situations when you're going for different combo routing where these sort of enders are required by being able to cut it short. And in this situation, you know, you can also use far HP in certain situations and not just far medium kick. However, far medium kick usually will launch them a bit higher to make the shoulder more consistent. And then we have the two harder enders. This ender here is relatively difficult to set up, and it's possible to set it up off of both palm and Dekai, where you get a dash punch that will allow a shoulder into a palm into a medium punch dash punch to finish it off, and it will get you more damage. Something like this. And this will get you 3 more damage than a normal combo, right? Otherwise, you just really have KO Ender left. KO Ender is difficult, but it gives you the highest amount of meter that you can get. So to do this, it's standing medium kick, into palm, into shoulder, into Dekai, into dash punch, right? So it's very specific as to the height that your opponent needs to be at. So when doing this, it's mostly going to come from scenarios where you are looking to maximize your meter gain after like a Zenpo or something. And it can come up in other scenarios, but most commonly you're going to have the scenario be from a Zenpo. Alternatively, you know, you could have something like this. Where, as you can see, the height and the timing matters a lot. And this requires a Kara dash punch, which I wasn't able to do here. So it makes it a lot more difficult to do because of not only the timing requirements, but you have to end it with a Kara dash punch. So it's most commonly done in situations off of like Zenpo, where you're able to set up ways to get as much meter as possible while still maximizing your damage off of that Zenpo in some cases. But we'll go over Zenpo stuff in a bit because that's not always true. But in general, when you are doing KO Ender, it's mostly going to come from dash punch into standing medium kick, or it's going to come from forward medium kick into Kara standing medium kick. The height that you get is definitely a lot better off of the dash punch into standing medium kick, which makes it more consistent. So you do get less damage, and as you can see, this is only 16 meter. It's still more meter than you would get off of a normal combo by 3, but it's usually not significant enough that it's worth going for if you are actually doing something from a whole combo. So when you're doing it from a Zenpo scenario, it can be very strong, and if you are doing it in a situation, especially after a reset, it can give you the most meter gain available to you, so that gives you the highest opportunity to get to your next Zenpo as fast as possible. So you'll see players like Sho and Ushi and Yakun go for this decently often, but other players will opt to stay away from it because it is very inconsistent as far as your timing goes, and it's very strict requirements when doing it off of your situations like this, right? Because you have to be absolutely perfect with your walk-up Kara medium kick into your timing for your palm, otherwise it's just not going to work at all. So I have a spreadsheet going over all the different ways that you can start your combos and how you can transition this into maximum damage or consistent damage. So the best example to start with is, depending on your execution, you know, this is going to be your baseline. It's going to be 96 damage with 15 meter. But as you scale up your execution, your damage will obviously get higher. So this is 100 damage. And this is 104 damage. With a maximized combo from Carapalm's doing the dash punch, shoulder, palm, dash punch ender, which is very difficult to get from this situation, you can get 109. So it scales quite a bit. You gain over 10 damage for going for the hardest thing that Yun can do. But the consistency is not really worth doing, which is why when adding execution, most Yuns will just do this. Because it is the middle ground between, you know, doing just something a little bit harder to doing the double Carapalm stuff, because risking dropping your combo isn't usually going to be worth it for the extra 4 to 9 damage that you might get over just doing single Caras, right? But routing changes depending on how you start your combo, and this is also kind of important. Damage scaling and meter at the end of your combo aren't the only things you really need to be worrying about for your combo routing either. Because there's going to be certain situations, especially mid-screen, where you have to decide how are you going to approach comboing my opponent. Because we've gone over this a little bit, right? In situations where you block Ken's super mid-screen and what your choices are. But in a realistic sense, you have to understand how you can change your routing based on these positional things in the stage. Or based on where you are under the life bars, not even necessarily just on the stage. So in the situations where I try to do this exact same combo against Ken, with my back to the corner, essentially, it's just not possible. But if I put Ken under the timer, and I activate, right, it's very easy, or not very easy, but it's at least possible to get something like this to work. And it's a similar thing in the corner, where when you are pressuring your opponent, eventually you're going to be able to knock your opponent up. And depending on the timing at which you're doing your attacks and stuff, you may not be able to get that forward medium kick. Or if you are, you're not able to get your ender. So you have to have different routes available to you to change for what enders you want, or change your routing to actually get an ender altogether. So in this exact situation, you know, if I'm halfway through my Genei Jin bar, I might be able to do forward medium kick, palm, walk up, far medium kick, and then go for my shoulder, the Kai dash punch ender, right? And this takes some getting used to, because your combo routing changes based on the type of launch that you get and how things scale. So in corner situations, you're going to hit Ken 3 times with your dash punch, and this is going to scale your combo a lot, right? So if you were to do some basic ass combo like this, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, comparatively. It does like 70-ish, so it's like 69 damage, right? Whereas just by doing forward medium kick, far fierce, I'm able to turn this into 82 damage. So by simplifying the combo and not doing moves that scale the damage, I have made my combo better. But there are going to be certain situations where you don't have a choice but to go for that scaled thing, or something that will push the opponent to this situation where they're in the corner with that dash punch or something, right? There's going to be situations where, you know, you end up with your Daipon loop in this situation where, you know, oh, this is kind of my only option. Unless I want to be really fancy and risk not getting my ender, or going for KO ender or something like that, right? So the routing changes quite a bit, not just because of the damage and not just because of the meter gain, but because of all the positional things and because of when you actually connect with your opponent, depending on how much of your Genei Jin meter has already depleted. While a lot of this stuff isn't Ken specific, it's really important to understand that specifically against Ken, because there's only really two main routes for getting enders, that you understand how to set those up, right? So it's either going to be something like forward medium kick into stand HP, or it will be something like palm into walk medium kick, or it will be something like Dekai into dash punch. Because these situations happen a lot, where you're able to actually hit your opponent, and then based on the spacing, you're able to get, you know, a good combo from this. Even though you have a little bit of scaling from the dash punch itself. But understanding what your options are based on how you're launching your opponent is very important. Because once you do a shoulder, your only choices are shoulder or dash punch. In most cases. Outside of situations where, you know, you are close to the corner, oops, and you can walk and do Dekai or something, right? But in a lot of these situations, you're still going to be forcing yourself to do something like shoulder into forward medium kick once they're in the corner, which still scales the damage less than just doing shoulder, 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 in a lot of cases like I already talked about earlier. So these little nuances are very important because you do want to maintain the highest damage and meter gain as possible, but you also just want to make sure that you are getting that ender. So finding the perfect balance is very important. And your combo routing towards mid-screen is also very important because there's only so many options. So mid-screen follow-ups are very important. If you have very good execution, you can do Daipon loop across the entire stage. I've already gone over some of this stuff when talking about punishing Ken's super, and this is just as important. Because the routing that you're choosing when you're in mid-screen matters a lot as far as your damage and your meter potential. So even though I was able to do Daipon loop all the way across the stage, I got, you know, 77 damage against my opponent. I get 11 meter, right? So this is a pretty good number for going from one side of the stage to the other, but it's not like the best that you can get either, right? And this is important to understand, is that your routing isn't always going to give you the best damage and meter from mid-screen. It's about the consistency. Ideally, though, you're going to want to scale back what your decisions are going to be and just do something simple to get them to the corner. So this does 61 damage and gives me 12 meter, and it's not the best thing in the world to do, right? But it gets the job done. And this is an important fact because if you're trying to do something like medium punch Dekai into dash punch, it's very specific as to the point in the stage, or I should say on the screen, where you're going for this. And it also requires that you're able to micro walk for your standing medium punch, even at the spaces or positions where this is supposed to work. So this does more damage than Daipon loop, and it wasn't a very good combo, right? It's just this corner push. Now, it's very important to understand is that there are other spacings where you can add shoulder and get the position that you want to have. And This scaled the combo to be a little bit worse than the crouching medium punch into fierce punch if you were to do like 5 reps. Oops. Right? It's about the same. So because if you're trying to add more than 5 reps, it becomes a little bit better. The consistency just with stuff like this is very important. And it does do a little bit more damage than those combos, so adding that shoulder, even though the shoulder scales the combo, isn't usually, or in actuality, going to be a problem. Right? So even in the situations where you're doing slightly worse combos, you're getting relatively the same amount of damage that you might get from adding a shoulder into a dash punch and all of that shenanigans that would scale your combo damage down. The only other choice that you have, which I have showcased, is roundhouse up kicks. And this gives you more damage than Daipon Loop, and it gives you more damage than the Dekai into dash punch from varying positions on the stage, which you can look at in the spreadsheets that I'll provide in the video description below. The next thing you have to think about is how do you follow up mid-screen? Because in these situations, when you're actually getting like frame traps or opening your opponent up after like you do this sort of a situation, it depends on where you are on the stage and all of that stuff as far as what your choices are, right? Because if Ken is here and I were to activate and I were to confirm, I could do Dekai into dash punch, right? But in mid-stage, there's not a guarantee that this is going to work. It's going to be very inconsistent, depending on how you are doing things, right? So it's something that you have to be very cognizant of if you're going to try to do it mid-screen, because there's a good chance it's not going to work. If you are in a situation where you are, you know, confirming against your opponent, you have to understand what your follow-up choices are. And you have to just get them to the corner in most cases. So this is why you'll see even some of the best Yuns just do something like this. Or they'll end up in a situation where they'll just do shoulders. And Ushi and Yakun are, you know, people that do this a lot, even at the highest level. Issei as well. So, like, the very basic choices are very important in the mid-stage, because you're not always guaranteed to get your Daipon loop, right? You have to be very specific with how you are timing things. And you also need to be very specific with being able to actually Daipon loop, because even though I'm able to get 10 fierces against my opponent, it didn't do all that much damage, right? It left him at 106. It might leave him at like 92 after I get my ender. Whereas in this situation, it's a lot more damage from the Daipons, but if you're not getting like 10 of them, it's a different story, right? Because in these situations, unless you're getting like KO Ender or something else, it's very similar damage as to what you're going to get just by keeping it basic. So these are just things to keep in mind when you are doing these things, and this is also why mid-stage you will often see something like a reset, because meter is very important. And even just getting a Zenpo in this case gives me 35 meter versus 12, right? So the high-low throw that you might have when the opponent lands, or the ability to mix things up in this situation, is very strong. there's also the jumping medium kick thing, right? So you do have a bunch of ways that you can force a reset on your opponent, and this is another thing that, you know, players will do when they start with 1, 2, 3 shoulder in situations where they don't want to go for this, or they're not happy enough with what they'll get from this, right? Because in these situations, this basically has my opponent cornered, right? And if I hit them out of the reset, I'm at 34 meter, and it did similar damage to what I would have done if I completed my combo with maximum amount of die-pawn loop. So resets are very potent here, and it's one of the reasons why players like Sho and Hyacinth and some other players will go for stuff like this. And other players that value the corner a little bit more will opt for just taking them to the corner instead, like Issei, Derun, and Ushi, right? So it really comes down to player preference and what they value more. Do they value the meter? Do they value the corner? Do they value their Oki? What do they value most? And are they confident enough in their decisions after the resets to actually get something? Because there is a lot of timing variance that can be done, which you can see in videos that I've done talking about the actual resets. And maybe I'll go over them a little bit later. So one of the options that Kens will go for when you are going for pressure is DP. So in this situation, when we're using Dekai, we are +6. So if we go for walk-up crouching light kick, we go for walk-up Zenpo, we do a lot of different things, Ken will just beat it, even though we have super priority, right? So because we have super priority, we don't have to worry about if something is high or low. Invulnerable, I should say. Because the super priority seems to hit Ken on the startup. So in certain situations like this, where we're doing like standing HP, or Dekai into like walk-up standing medium punch, or we do the same thing into crouching medium kick, because this is not low invulnerable, allows us to beat this out. You can do things like standing light kick, but it's very spacing and timing specific for something like this to work. That's not something you should really go for. But, you know, you can do something like this and catch it with an immediate palm, and sort of, the Ken has to be respectful and sort of react to this with super or something, and it's a lot harder for him to do, right? And while I don't think that going for like this into palm is very often going to be a good choice, the fact that we are able to follow up with far standing medium punch and then also have the ability to go into crouching medium kick means that there's less we have to worry about. Another important button is standing HP. With standing HP, you can catch Ken with a Dekai, or you can catch him with another Kara HP, or you can do Kara crouching medium kick from specific ranges, right? So this means that this is always going to be a little bit better as far as beating out Ken's choices than a Dekai will, because Dekai is only +6, and there's a little bit less leniency as far as your movement. Because like if I do standing HP, you know, I can walk up for like an entire frame and still potentially hit my opponent. But it is very specific as far as if I can do this based on distance. Because if I'm too far away, my active frame on this is not going to connect with his low hurt box, right? But the closer I am when I'm able to do my HP, it makes it easier for me to actually hit Ken out of his DP attempt. Lastly, we have forward medium kick. Forward medium kick on block changes in advantage based on how your opponent blocks this, right? So I can be +1, I can be, you know, -4, or at point blank, if I crouch, I'm -5, because you actually This is one of the few situations that Yun has where when he crouch cancels, he is actually more negative in some cases. And that's important because if I'm -5, if I press anything after this, and I'm in range of Ken, there is a chance that, you know, I end up just getting hit, right? But because I'm pushed back so far, there's not really much that Ken can do here. So instead of doing a DP, Kens will often use crouching medium punch or crouching light punch instead. There is a very weird rock, paper, scissors that exists because of the crouching medium punch existing. When Ken blocks this, you are negative. So you can't contest with crouching light kick, you can't contest with anything, right? If he presses crouching medium punch, you get hit. And this is really important, but the distance that you're at makes a big deal, because just because they see the forward medium kick doesn't mean that they can contest with a button, because that crouching medium punch on whiff is whiff punishable. The difference becomes when they don't block. When this just hits, it's -2 or -1. So in these situations, you can use moves with super priority, obviously, to hit Ken on startup. So even if they're doing crouching medium punch frame 1, there's not really much that can be done here to interact with you. So if they're getting hit with this, they have to be respectful, and they have to worry about you buffering forward parry, and either like as a way to start to walk up for your Zenpo, or just so that you can punish this. Because for this decision, they're going to lose like half their HP, and give you about half of your bar. So you're one blocked move basically away from, or one blocked HP away from 55% of your meter. One of the reasons why this is a little bit dangerous is because a lot of the times people will look to walk up to make a decision before going for the crouching short here. And they have to be very deliberate with the timing of their forward input, otherwise it's a no-go, and you end up just getting beaten by the crouching medium punch. So having all the options available to you really opens up your ability to play rock, paper, scissors with your opponent, unless they decide that they want to super you. Like I said before, if you crouch, you end up having different disadvantage as if you were to stand. And this is really important when you hit Ken, because if he blocks your forward medium kick, whether you're holding back or whether you're holding down back, doesn't matter, because he'll be able to super you as a punish, as a frame perfect punish. Now, as soon as you decide that you want to hit Ken, if you crouch, Ken can punish you. But if you stand, he cannot. So this means it's very important to understand that you can stand up after Ken does this, or you can forward parry. Those are kind of your main two options, because if you go for a down parry, or if you go for a crouch block, then you end up just eating a super, potentially. Kens love to attempt to super after you go for far HP or Dekai very often, or sometimes far medium punch. But if you do things correctly, you can hit them while they're buffering their super, because they don't have really enough time in a lot of situations to block and then continue to buffer before, yeah. So in these situations, if you delay your attack too much or very slightly, you will trade. And Ken gets the upper hand because super will happen. He'll trade and then he can DP with light punch DP or EX DP, or he can super again like you just saw. So you have to be very understanding that there are certain things that Kens are going to look for your ability to not do much. And this is one of those situations, is that when, you know, he ends up blocking a Dekai at this distance, you have to walk up in order to make a decision, right? So even though this whiffed, from this distance, if I were to try to Dekai again, or if I were to try to do walk up standing medium punch, or Kara Fierce, the only thing that I can really do is potentially micro walk crouching medium kick. But this is very specific, and there's a chance that it trades as well. So Dekai and standing HP need to be done at very specific spacings for you to really optimize being able to play mind games with the Ken, if they have meter to potentially make them want to use it. Because in the same vein of you doing like Dekai and trading, or being able to do Dekai and then use it as like a pseudo frame trap, or an actual frame trap, then the opponent has to worry about this. And it's the same thing here, where if you delay your actual pressure as a frame trap, there's a chance that they're not going to be able to super through your frame trap. And this is one of the most important aspects of like the rock paper scissors game, outside of him just trying to Kara back throw or something, because that's really the only other choice that he has outside of trying to commit to light punch DP, because it's the fastest one. And if he tries to commit to like HP DP or something, you still have super priority. So as an example, if he does HP DP, I'm able to hit him even if he's able to get the reversal, because I have super priority. The only time that this is a problem is if I delay my attack too much. So let's say I'm going for HP into Kara crouching medium kick, right? Well, Ken committed to that HP DP, and look what it got him. So going for that is very, very, very dangerous for him. And there's almost no situations in close combat where it's a good idea either, because they just, even though they have invulnerability technically, full invulnerability, they still have to worry about the startup frame being interactable with the super priority from Yen. Because it's not invulnerable on like frame 1, right? You still have the option to do standing HP, when you trade here, right? So it's the same thing in Genei Jin as well. If I were to throw him down, my HP will actually win here. And this is very common as well, for you to knock someone down and then for decide, oh, I'm going to go for super instead, right? Where you'll trade. So you've activated, and now it will trade. And this is one of the more important aspects of understanding the trade, because this is a very common scenario for Yuns to do close standing HP and then follow up with something different, either a high or a low, or a recovery cancel walk forward Zenpo. So it's easy for Ken to try to do something about this when he's waking up with super, but not as easy with any of his DPs. When you are looking to do Zenpo combos, it depends on if you're going to be in the corner or if you're going to be in the mid-screen. So we're going to take a look at corner options first against Ken. There are a couple ways that you can route your Zenpo combos, and this is entirely based on your timing as to when things are worth using and when things are not worth using. So, as an example, medium up kicks into medium shoulder is useful at almost all times. However, the damage differential is very high compared to doing roundhouse up kicks into like walk palm, Kara dash punch, right? The other option that you have is roundhouse up kicks into walk Dekai into dash punch, back into the corner. And then lastly, we have stand roundhouse into HP DP, dash punch, and then palm. The stand roundhouse and the roundhouse up kicks are only good usually for the first 3 seconds or so of Genei Jin. So if you want to optimize your damage, this is the best time to do it. Another important thing is that if you are optimizing damage, the damage differential doesn't change all that much for your decisions. And what I mean by this is that, let's say you were to do the basic combo for starting with medium kick up kicks. Right? So this one does 39 damage. If I were to do a combo that ends at, let's say, 5 seconds in instead. This also does 39 damage. This one gives me 32 meter, and the combo above previous would give me 26 meter. So you get more meter the further into your Genei Jin that you are, and that's an important aspect to it, unless you are using something like KO Ender in order to get more meter, which would get you about equal to this if you were to do an early combo that ends in KO Ender. While 39 damage and 26 meter might not seem like a bad amount, realistically, you can get quite a bit more. You can get 52 damage and 31 meter. This is a much more difficult combo, but this is possible, right? So you have to think to yourself, is it worth 13 damage and 5 meter to go for this over the very basic combo? Now, obviously, there are some things in between these numbers that you can go for, which I'll give a couple examples, but the differential between the maximum damage combos and the basic combos is very high until you get further down the time frame of your Genei Jin. So once you're in 6-7 seconds, you're very limited as to what your options are. Whereas when you're doing things early, in the first 3 seconds, you have a lot more variation that you can go for that will allow you to get quite a bit more damage or quite a bit more meter than other options. Depending on the situation, though, you can choose to opt for slightly easier combos depending on your execution level. Something like this would be easier for me since I've been doing double carapoms forever. But this puts you at 47 damage and 26 meter. So you lose 5 meter, and you also lose a little bit of damage. So you lose 5 damage as well. So it's not the worst case scenario. But you do also have the option to try to go for the harder ender, which would give you quite a bit more, which would give you the 51 damage. There we go. So this one's 51 damage and 24 meter, so it's still worse meter than you would get from the roundhouse up kicks combo that goes across the screen that ends with KO Ender, but it is slightly easier, depending on if you think that the dash punch shoulder palm ender is easier or harder than the KO Ender. Timing matters a lot when optimizing things for Genei Jin. So I didn't get a full ender here, right? I would have just gotten crouching medium punch into up kicks. And the difference between this combo is how long I waited to do the Zenpo and how long I waited to do the medium punch shoulder. And I only gained 2 damage from doing the basic combo that does 39 damage and gives me 26 meter. So optimizations without going for extremely difficult combos are not worth it in most cases, because the risk of losing things based on timing versus just doing the basic option is not really worth it. There are other ways to go about comboing that can be very similar damage-wise, right? But they give you less meter by doing the stand roundhouse into dash punch, which is also a little bit harder than the roundhouse up kick stuff. And while this can be made into a situation that gives you more damage, puts you at like 47, it also requires the more difficult ender that's not KO Ender. So like I said, going up in difficulty is the only way to get super optimized damage without going for slightly specific routes like the one I just did or the one before that, where you have to add some extra mental energy to it outside of just doing every time that I'm going to do this, I'm going to do medium kick, up kicks, and shoulder in order to sort of make it easier on yourself. It's like doing all of your combos with Daipon loop instead of optimizing for mid-screen decisions for damage, just because Daipon loop is what's comfortable for you. So this is like something that some players do, right? And if you want to go for the options that are most comfortable or require the least amount of changing your basic options, then just going for basic combos like this is about as good as you're going to get. So another time frame that has a very similar issue is this one, where for this combo here, I was able to get 30 meter and 41 damage, right? And that's really good for 2 seconds in. But in this situation, it required the harder combo for me to actually perform it, or the harder ender. If I were to do the easier ender, right, it's 36 damage and 32 meter. If I were to do another variant of the combo, then this is 39 damage and 32 meter. And if you want to get any higher than this, you have to do very fancy combos. Oops. Right, so this would be KO ender off of your medium side swap, and then this is 42 damage and 39 meter, which is pretty good, right? But realistically, just by adding one difficult thing, the walk palm dash punch, I now have 44 damage and 32 meter. So I gain an extra 2 damage, or I gain an extra 5 damage total over the best combo for medium kick up kicks that doesn't require KO ender. It makes it this really funky situation about, well, do I do roundhouse up kicks for the first 3 seconds? What are my routes? Do I do medium kick up kicks? What are the differences? But for consistency, like I said before, the medium kick up kick stuff is always going to be superior, unless you are committed to learning the walk palm stuff, in which case you will get the most damage that you can, or at least get significantly more damage than you would off of your medium kick up kicks, medium punch, shoulder, side swap stuff. So let's talk about mid-screen stuff. In this example, my medium kick whiffs. I don't even get my ender because I did my 4 medium kicks too quickly. When I'm able to time these properly, I get 38 damage, 26 meter. If I were to do an easier combo, that I know will basically guarantee me the corner, it's 35 damage and 18 meter. So the problem with these situations is that you're starting with medium punch shoulder when you're not close enough to the corner. Because when you are going in the opposite direction, you're able to get more damage. So this is 43 damage, 26 meter. If you're able to go for the roundhouse up kicks into walk palm, then you can get 52 damage. So the damage differential for optimizing your mid-screen Zenpo is very significant regarding if you're starting going one direction or you're using shoulder or something, or HK up kicks walk palm to go in a specific direction. And I don't have all of like the spacing specific decisions that you're going to be making, but realistically you're only ever going to be making two decisions, and that's medium kick up kicks for medium kick, or you're going to be doing roundhouse up kicks into walk palm into dash punch, or you're going to be doing medium kick up kicks into medium punch shoulder. And it's all about figuring out for you how you want to optimize your combos mid-screen based on this fact. Because some people also prefer playing on a specific side of the stage, where if they're player one, they have some set play against some characters, etc. And this is something that transcends just Ken, right? If you have the ability to go for specific things that can deal more damage, obviously you should, especially if the meter is similar and you're comfortable playing on both sides of the stage equally. Universal Overhead in Genei Jin is an important tool, but it's something that you have to understand that if this thing gets blocked, Ken can DP you or they can super you, right? So there is some risk behind doing stuff like this. Now, also, there are certain situations where setups become easier or harder based on if they are mid-screen or in the corner. Because sometimes the extra pushback that you get mid-screen makes it a bit easier to actually get the universal overhead properly spaced. And this is something that is a little bit annoying when you are looking for setups against Ken, right? Because something like this doesn't work mid-screen, but it works in the corner. Because there's less pushback since Ken doesn't have as far to go, right? His back is already against the corner. So these little nuances make for some annoying aspects of making universal overhead work. The distance at which you want to be is like here. So anything that gets you in this position where Yun's back leg ends up fully covering the can as he is going down in his neutral animation will allow you to land your universal overhead. So this means that doing things like this, as long as you're recovery canceling the Dekai at the correct timing, will allow you to go for that universal overhead. So this is something that your opponent has to decide, is he going to go for the universal overhead? Is he going to go for the crouching short? Is he going to go for the standing HP, another Dekai, walk forward Zenpo, all of these different decisions. So recovery cancel can be very important, right? You can do it off of Dekai in order to get micro walk forward universal overhead even at max distance. It's the same thing off of like Daipon loop, where you're recovery canceling the last thing into a step forward. But sometimes a step back is required. So from normal pressure sort of string scenarios, you might have to get a backward recovery cancel instead of a forward so that you can get to the spacing for the universal overhead. And it's really important that you understand the timing for these sort of things, because if you miss time even the standing medium punch, crouching leg kick, you'll get the universal overhead to whiff. So in this situation, I'm having to do standing medium punch, crouching leg kick, immediately cancel the crouching leg kick into universal overhead, essentially. Or that's what it feels like timing-wise. But if I were to add any variance in my timing, the universal overhead then whiffs. And this can either set up Zenpo, or it can set up pressure. Right? So it's either pressure into Zenpo, or it can be a frame trap situation. But it's really important to understand that I just let that fully recover, and then I micro walked forward instead. So the variance in distancing matters a lot based on if you're letting your attacks actually recover fully or not. And in most scenarios, it's going to require you to let things recover fully. So you have to think about, am I setting this up with a specific string to hit for the overhead to actually connect for a combo? Or am I using that string at a different timing to manipulate space? Am I letting myself do that full recover or not? And the full recover is important for its own reason, because when you are this far out, far medium punch forces proximity guard. So does stand light kick at specific distances. Right? And standing jab also does at a slightly closer distance. But this range where far medium punch, right, forces proximity guard, lets you easily walk up and either continue pressure or Zenpo. So in these situations where you're letting yourself fully recover so that you can walk forward and go for your overhead, it also sets up other things, right? So this is what we have baseline access to, especially off of our normal pressure at that late sort of timing, where you let it fully recover. And at this situation, your opponent needs to worry about forward medium kick. They need to worry about Kara Fierce. And they also need to worry about you doing other things that let you get back in for pressure. So Kara standing light kick, Kara crouching light kick. All of these things set up Zenpo, set up pressure, set up frame traps. So there's more that your opponent needs to be looking for at these distances. They need to worry about you walking up and going for the universal overhead just as much as they need to worry about you walking up in this exact situation and doing crouching medium kick, crouching light kick as a hit confirm, and then going into Decay, right? They need to worry about you doing any other choice, just doing walk-up Zenpo. The amount of things that you can add to your opponent's mental stack just by being pressed and pushed out just a little bit is not always a bad thing. Especially in the situations where you can control that this universal overhead is going to whiff and force proximity guard as well as hit. So there are tons and tons of ways that you can set up universal overhead as a guaranteed setup, right? But the important aspect is understanding there is nuance behind if you are going to be recovery canceling, if you're going to be letting your strings fully recover, what moves you're using and why. Another important aspect of like this distance-specific stuff is that you can use things like Kara Universal Overhead in the same exact situations where they have to be looking for forward medium kick, that if it hits them, you're +1. So because of the spacing variance here, there's a lot that the opponent needs to consider and needs to react to. So this is why certain types of pressure that you'll see players like Sho, Derun, Ushi do are not always going to be the situations where they're just doing this, right? They're doing things like frame trapping with standing HP. They're doing things like frame trapping with standing light kick, setting up ways to get back in with Karas, rather than just being at a range where the opponent could just guess what your Zenpo timing is going to be and then potentially jump it, right? There's a little more nuance to the situation when you are adding all of this stuff to it, and when you're adding space that you need to cover in order to accomplish your goals. So I'll just show some ways of actually setting up universal overhead that are actual setups now. From 1, 2, 3 activate, if you let it fully recover, you are not in range universal overhead. But if you take a step back, you are. Same thing, crouching light kick, micro walk forward, universal overhead. Go into normal pressure. delay your last crouching light kick for your standing medium punch, crouching light kick, and then micro walk forward universal overhead. Standing medium punch, forward fierce, hold forward, recovery cancel, universal overhead. Normal pressure, micro walk back, off of standing medium punch, crouch light kick, universal overhead. So there are going to be situations where you'll get close range standing medium kick. This automatically sets you up for universal overhead. Standing medium punch, crouching light kick, recovery cancel, walk forward, crouching short, forward universal overhead. Another choice that you have is using standing medium punch Dekai, frame trap, standing medium punch, recovery cancel, walk forward universal overhead. So you can also use things like crouching medium kick, Kara fierce at max distance in order to set this up. Alternatively, you can also do Kara crouching medium kick or Kara crouching light kick off of the standing HP in order to set this up as well with a recovery cancel off of the crouching light kick or crouching medium kick. Like normal pressure, close at a medium punch, crouching light kick at a delayed timing where you fully recover the crouching light kick also has the option to recovery cancel forward into universal overhead. Just like this. There's always going to be situations like this as well, where you can set stuff up. In any situation where you can go for crouching short, you can do crouching short, micro walk, crouch short, universal overhead. Using standing light kick as a way to set things up is also very simple. You let the standing light kick not get recovery canceled, you fully recover, then you do crouching light kick, recovery cancel, universal overhead. Just like this. So in situations where you're using far standing light kick, you can recovery cancel the far light kick in order to get your universal overhead. So as an example, you can do it off of the far pressure from standing medium punch, crouching light kick like I just did. So in any situation where you can get Kara standing light kick, it sets up that recovery cancel micro walk forward universal overhead from that far light kick. But depending on how far away you are, you might have to walk too much. So it's very important that you understand the distance that you're actually getting when you're doing something like this. And at the very least, using far light kick will set up crouching light kick into universal overhead if they're both recovery canceled. In the situations where you don't know if you are close enough, you do get that setup. But as long as you get the correct amount of walk, even if you let standing light kick fully recover, universal overhead will hit. It's just getting the consistency is a little bit more difficult. Things off of close standing medium punch, you get to basically micro walk back into universal overhead unless it is a chain, in which case it is a backward recovery cancel. Oops. And if you're doing standing medium punch, crouching light kick, standing medium punch, if you let the standing medium punch fully recover, you can just go for universal overhead. The only other thing to really think about is carry universal overhead. And this can be set up in a bunch of different ways. It can be done off of Daipon loop, it can be done off of various different block strings, but it usually requires you letting yourself get pushed back and then walk up to a specific space in order to make it work. So there's some important things that you have to know as far as how Fireball is used in the corner. Regular Fireball, regardless of the type, doesn't have enough pushback in order to stop Yun from punishing you. So doing something like EX Fireball off of Medium Punch, Fierce Punch is fine because it's -3 and it pushes you very far back. So Yun can't do much here, right? However, if you were to, throw him and then use Crouching Medium Kick and then do EX Fireball, you're -6. It's the same thing off of Crouching Short. So Yun has a 4-frame attack that has relatively far reach in Standing Light Kick. So when Ken does, Crouching Medium Kick into EX Fireball, then you can be punished. So the first thing that you have to think about is Medium Punch, Fierce Punch, EX Fireball, right? This is probably one of the more common situations that you'll have it, outside of just like Crouching Medium Kick into EX Fireball. So we already know that he's -3, so none of your decisions will actually connect with Ken outside of Far Medium Kick if he's standing. So you only have Far HP, or, Micro Walk Forward, Crouching Medium Kick or something. This puts him at max range Crouching Medium Kick distance, so it sets up good dive kicks, so looking for jumps is very important for Ken. So because you're he's -3, you get to decide if you want to attempt to jump out. And this is very important, but he can contest you with Jump EX Tatsu, Jump Roundhouse, Jump Back Roundhouse, neutral jump attacks, or he can just use position to stop you from actually getting out by walking back, doing DPs as you're coming down, etc. Right? There's a lot of options. So the only way to deal with this is to use red parry. The problem with red parrying this is that he's out of range or able to recover in order to deal with Crouching Medium Kick. This is your only option as a punish. You parry the first hit, and then you go for EX up kicks. Outside of this situation, there's no way to deal with the EX Fireball from this position. You just have to make good defensive decisions, and choose the timing to jump out properly. Crouching Medium Kick and EX Fireball is -6. So, depending on the distance, you have different types of punishes available to you, potentially. Medium Fierce Back Fierce can be done if you are frame perfect, because close standing medium punch is required, so it's distance specific and I don't suggest using it. Crouching Medium Punch into Medium Punch Dash Punch works, but it's a little bit tight. And then Stand Light Kick into Light Kick Dash Punch works. Now you might be thinking, well, if you are close, Ken is going to be able to be punished after 2 parries. And that might be the case, but it's very distance dependent. The only decisions that you have that will punish are Standing Light Punch and Standing Light Kick. Outside of these decisions, you don't get anything. So you have to be very specific as to what you're doing. So if you go for this EX up kicks, it has to be after the first one, right? Otherwise, it's just going to be Stand Light Kick into Dash Punch, right? That's going to be the most consistent decision that you can make. Now, because of the Crouching Medium Kick on hit being, or on block I should say, being -3, there's very little risk if you are consistent with the red parry, which I am not, in order to mitigate Ken's choices from using Crouching Medium Kick into EX Fireball. So this is why you'll see some players like Nika KO use Crouching Medium Kick as the opportunity to option parry the EX Fireball at most ranges where Crouching Medium Kick would combo into it. So if Ken walks back a little bit, there's not really much that changes. As long as he's in a range for Stand Light Kick, he will always be punishable. Crouching Medium Kick also punishes him. But Standing Light Punch is no longer an option after the double parry, from a red parry to a blue parry. So your only choice is Stand Light Kick into Dash Punch. So the next thing is crouching light kick, crouching medium kick EX Fireball. This is a relatively common thing that people will do. So in these situations, it's based on the distance at which Ken is. So if he's point blank when he does this, you can still punish with standing light kick dash punch. But if he's not point blank and he's a little bit further back when he does this, standing light kick will whiff. So it's very important that you look where Ken is when he does his crouching short, because the distance at which the crouching medium kick happens is just as important, right? Because if he's just a little bit further back, then this doesn't work. Right? Crouching medium punch doesn't even have the opportunity when you're red parrying here to work. So the only choice at this point is going to be stand light kick as well. But it's very specific as far as the timing. So you have to basically get the second parry and then immediately do the standing light kick, otherwise it will whiff. So just doing crouching short, EX Fireball puts Ken at the exact same position as the crouching short, crouching medium kick EX Fireball. Which means that you get the same punishes. So the other option that Ken has is crouching light kick or crouching medium kick at a further distance, canceled into EX Fireball. Now, why this is important is because if I try to guard jump, this is a cancel, but it's not a combo. So it will hit my decision to try to jump forward, to try to super jump, to try to parry jump. All these decisions get hit. And on block, there's no punish. And all of our attacks whiff. So in this situation, the only choice that we have is double parry. But even standing light kick doesn't punish. And crouching medium kick doesn't punish either. So the only decision that we get to make here is to attempt to jump out, or to literally just do nothing. Because the parry here doesn't actually give us anything outside of single parry into EX up kicks. So that's still like the only option that we have available to us. And it sucks, but that kind of is the only choice that you have. Because after the double parry here, medium punch whiffs, far medium kick, dash punch whiffs. You get the idea. And you can't even walk up into standing light kick. And even if you could, you would only be able to do this. So you can use buttons because you do technically have advantage, and if you tried to press something, but because crouching medium kick is kind of the only option, setting up dive kicks is kind of like your only choice, outside of just like trying to jump out of the corner after the case, or after the fact, I should say. But yeah, it makes it a little bit more difficult. An important thing as well is that the slight delay between you getting the red parry or you getting the blue parry doesn't really matter. Because it's sort of a delayed timing for the red parry itself. So it's kind of very similar timing-wise. So that's why you'll see often that, you know, players like Nika, like I said, will go for this sort of parry, because regardless of if it's a blue parry or a red parry, it is something that you can actually potentially follow up with against, depending on the range. So you have to be able to identify the range that Ken is at when he's doing this, or if he's delaying his attacks a little bit. Because if he delays his attacks and you go for the red parry, then there's still a decent chance that you will get the actual blue parry itself, because you have to commit to that parry. You're not going to be parry blocking afterward, right? So when you are doing this, you're either doing single parry EX up kicks, or you're doing double parry. And if you're doing double parry, then you know exactly what you're going to be able to get potentially punish-wise based on that distancing. activating off of crouching medium kick is dangerous from max distance against Ken. Because if you were to go for standing HP or crouching medium kick, which are both of the things that can sort of hit at this distance, potentially, mostly with a walk forward for the crouching medium kick, or if you try to interact with a shoulder, it ends up hitting the startup of the shoulder as well. Or if you immediately go for a forward medium kick, it ends up hitting the startup of that as well. So this is something that Kens can do as a way to interact with you when you are activating from far away. They can also obviously look to super, and if they do that, then potentially they're going to also hit the startup of your moves. Because you don't have the ability to trade with a close normal at like the frequency that you would be going for like a crouch short or a standing HP or whatever up close, right? So that trade isn't as likely to happen and they're able to just win out. So it's very dangerous to activate off of this move without actively deciding how you want to approach after the fact. Because most of our stuff gets hit here, right? It's very important to understand what distances certain things become available and how to make them work. So as you can see here, my standing HP was able to hit Ken, but only because I recovery canceled my way out of my activation and then was able to frame 1 do my standing HP. And he was hit grounded before the DP even could come out, right? Because it was interactable by my super priority move. And it's the same thing up close with far MP. It's the same thing up close, god damn it, with crouching medium kick. Or crouching light kick, right? So there's all these different decisions that can be made based on our proximity to Ken. But the further out that we are, we have to either delay our decision or we have to commit to it immediately. Like I was saying before, with the recovery cancel standing HP, that's kind of the only decision that you're guaranteed to be able to make. Because your crouching medium kick isn't going to have its active hurt box out far enough in order to actually hit Ken from interacting with your crouching medium kick activate at this distance. Another issue with max range crouching medium kick activate is that if you try to walk forward and make a decision, Ken can crouching medium kick and buffer super, right? So in this situation, you also have to do a potential down parry into delay and then follow up, right? So at max distance, crouching medium kick doesn't actually reach. So you can still whiff punish this, right? And it's the same thing where you can do this to DP as well. So one of the problems is that at specific ranges, crouching medium kick and standing HP both beat Ken's crouching medium kick. And this is the more common thing that you might think players would do, but DP sort of just high-end vuln deals with these situations a little bit better, right? So it makes for this weird dichotomy of how is the situation going to evolve between the players? Is the Ken risky? Do they like doing the DP? Are they a little bit safer and potentially like to use the crouching medium kick? And even though that is technically a risk, they can get more off of it than they can off of a potential DP, outside of just using the DP and then like an EX Fireball or something to eat some of the meter from Yun and force him to make a little bit of a risky decision to get in, right? But we do have some ways to deal with both. Long story short is that the only decision that we have is whiff punish. Because whether they whiff the DP or they whiff the crouching medium kick, we can do something about that. The only other option is to do something like jump medium kick, because funnily enough, if they were to do a DP, they won't be high enough and they'll still be in the air, getting a reset. So you still get quite a bit of damage and quite a bit of meter from a situation like this, right? And while this isn't something I'm advocating for, it is funny that it exists, right? But in the situations where you are just trying to contend with the crouching medium kick from Ken being a thing to stop you from getting in, you know, Kara crouching medium kick and stuff doesn't work. Kara HP doesn't work. So in the situations where you are delaying your decisions and they would beat the opportunity for DP, they lose to the crouching medium kick. So like I said, it makes this weird rock, paper, scissors scenario. Because if we walk back and we do delay Kara HP, we'd have to do it at a timing where we know it would also beat crouching medium kick. And this is a lot harder because you have to be doing it at a timing where it would be a whiff punish, right? So because DP does have a lot of recovery frames, this is possible. But it is something that you have to actually practice doing in order to make it consistent. That's why in most of these scenarios it's going to be better to just block and then whiff punish, or to just forward parry and then block low in order to deal with the situation, right? Because even though we can down parry block and then get a punish, and then also down parry block and then punish the DP attempt, it doesn't make it the best decision for every scenario, right? No matter what, your goal has to be to get in somehow. So whether that is, you know, delaying your decision and then doing a Kara HP into jump if they're grounded, or a Kara HP into Kara crouching medium kick, or some sort of follow-up from those frame traps that you get off of a far HP, like that stuff is important when trying to force your way back in to get Zenpo. But it also makes it so that these activations are very specific as to how you're going to deal with them, right? Because in this situation where you're also trying to deal with your opponent doing a crouching medium kick, it really changes things, right? Because you can't do walk back to Kai unless you just use a lot more time as a whiff punish. It will let you react to both of these things, but you're also giving up space, right? The only other choice is to try the dive kick. And that would be, most scenarios, going to be a light kick dive kick. Oops. Or you can, you know, hit the recovery of the thing. And if they don't DP, you end up whiffing right in front of them, which makes it dangerous because they can just throw or, you know, attempt to do something. If they stay grounded, the jump MK is a possibility, the jump air target combo is a possibility. All of these things do work. But because of how far away you are, you have to respect your opponent's options. So even though there are decisions that can be made that cover everything, they're not always the correct, you know, quote-unquote option selects to go for. It's highly dependent on how your opponent likes to defend, if they're scared, your resources, if the risk is worth the reward for your opponent to either super, DP, whatever. So you just have to keep a lot of different things in mind. There's another way to activate, and that is medium fear specters. And depending on the situation, HP may or may not work, based on the distance that you are away from your opponent. There's only one specific distance where HP doesn't work, and up close, shoulder works. But even at the closest distance that you can be, crouching medium kick does not. So this is important because Ken has the option to high parry and then DP to beat some of your options. But he still does have the option to deal with you trying to walk up with crouching medium kick, right? However, you're +6 now, as opposed to just +3. And that changes things quite a bit. Because you can option parry forward, and then you can option parry down, and beat both the DP that will whiff, the super that will come out and be high parried, and then crouching medium kick. Because forward parry into down parry means that the faster of the things will happen first, which are the highs, the DP and the super. And then the crouching medium kick, or the sweep or whatever, comes out slower. So they can delay their decision, so they can delay super and then potentially hit you as you're down parrying, but that's like the next layer of rock, paper, scissors, right? After you've already had this interaction a little bit. With that being said, medium fierce, back fierce, if you don't ever crouch, there's very few distances where Ken can interact with you with crouching medium kick. So from max distance, you're out of range, right? If you are point blank and you activate, you are in range. So you can do the forward down, or you can do the same thing of down, down, back. But the problem is with the down, down, back is that you're not going to ever get a parry on a down, so you should just block. Because unless you're delaying your down to actually get the timing of the crouching medium kick, then obviously you'll never get that parry. So, and then you still have to account for them letting leak super. So, depending on the situation, you can always react to the DP whiff. You can see the first parry and then block the rest of the super if you so desire, or go for the rest of the parries. But unfortunately, as the training mode is set up, it's hard to do medium fierce, back fierce, and then get a super, because as soon as he gets hit, he will try to super, and the second hit of the medium fierce, back fierce will hit him. So it's one of the weird situations that doesn't work, and I can't showcase, you'll just have to take my word for it. Another thing that Ken has to deal with jumps or with dive kicks is far HP. Now, this is a tool that is very good if you have good reactions or incredible spacing, because in these situations where I'm trying to dive kick in and throw Ken, this is a good tool in order to keep me at bay, and it also stops me from doing anything like really egregious. I might be able to get a far MP or a crouching medium kick, and that's sort of it, right? Otherwise, I have to re-jump. So when you are looking to get in against Ken, depending on how you're looking to dive kick in, if you're looking to light kick, dive kick to whiff, there's a chance that you end up just getting hit out of the air. If you try to jump dive kick in with medium kick, dive kick, because it's a little bit slower, even though it will give you good plus frames if you hit with it or if it's blocked, Ken has a little bit more time to hit you, and with far HP having slightly more startup time than a far MP, it still is good, right? And in situations where Yun jumps in, Ken can sort of delay and still do like a DP after it recovers, and because it hits so high by comparison to some other attacks, he does have time to do that. Now, there are some downsides to this, though. Even in situations where you're looking to stop the dive kick into throw, right? Because of the startup time, there is a chance that either Ken gets hit, or it opens up the opportunity for an immediate dive kick into a parry. And in this situation, Yun can also crouch. So if he does medium kick, dive kick instead, he gets a punish. So you have to be very specific as to the spacing that you're looking to do this at, and use it as a way to dissuade specific types of jumps if that is what the Yun is looking to do. Some other things that you have to watch out for when you are Ken. If a Yun does a delay roundhouse dive kick and you try to do it too late, he will still be able to do standing light kick dash punch. If he does jump forward light kick dive kick immediately, he can crouch and then punish. If he were to do jump forward medium kick dive kick, you know, you'll hit him very consistently. But if he does neutral, then he gets parry, right? Depending on when you're pressing this button, obviously. So a lot of the times, Ken is going to be looking to use this as something to place to deal with anti-jump or anti-dive kick or whatever. And it's a reaction to the jump itself and what the Ken thinks is going to happen and trying to cover options or multiple options, right? But it's still, like any pseudo option select, has things that it loses to. So you just keep that in mind, even though it is a strong option. A lot of Kens like to use their reactions to their benefit, right? And it's really important to understand how to use a player's reactions against them as well, right? Because there are certain situations where you are going to be looking to get in, and they're just going to be looking to react, like the Ken doing the far HP, right? So in these situations, you know, we might get snuffed. Or the Ken might walk back and do crouching medium kick super, or they might just try to parry. So it's really important to understand how your opponent likes to react, not just that they are a reactive player. Because a lot of the reactive players look to parry dive kicks. So when you jump, they will stop where they stand, as opposed to reacting with a jump attack or reacting with an anti-air, right? A lot of players want to maximize the amount of damage that they can potentially get from their reactions. So this means that a lot of the times they're going to be looking for spacings where you are going to be potentially looking to dive kick so they can look to get their parry into crouching medium kick into HVDP, or walk forward into medium punch, fierce punch, target combo super, right? So in these situations, you need to understand what options you have available to you, because realistically, you're not going to always be able to force situations where the opponent can't react, right? So you have to change the pace and make it so that they have to take the initiative rather than play on their back foot. So in situations where you are this far away or whatever, it's really easy for Kens to look to space to make this not necessarily a good thing, right? It's going to be relatively easy for them to for you to walk forward and crouching medium kick or something. So you looking to make decisions is going to have to be a single decision at a time in most scenarios. So whiff once and then jump. Whiff once, walk forward. Whiff once, walk back. And this is also very dependent on the screen position, the stage position. So when this is the case and they have to reposition, you can look to intercept them and walk forward for a crouching medium kick as well, right? So you looking to build meter can either force them to dash, can force them to jump, can force them to walk forward, or they can stay where they are. And it's a little bit more important at these ranges, which are a little bit closer, because the opponent is going to want to reestablish space to where they can whiff punish your crouching medium kick, or so that they can place an attack to deal with your meter build, right? And in order to stop this, you have to also be comfortable doing nothing. So what I mean by this is that, like, empty jump nothing or empty jump parry, right, to stop the opponent from doing a reactionary jump back roundhouse, jump forward EX Tatsu, whatever, is very important at specific spacings. So like dive kick and then empty jump parry, right? Dive kick, walk back, crouching medium punch. Dive kick, walk back, block, wait to see what Ken does. So this is why you'll often see in this matchup, a majority of the time dive kicks only come from neutral. And this is a lot of matchups, because it's a lot easier for Ken to react when you are jumping forward, and it's a lot harder to get dive kicks that are going to end up being frame traps. So if Ken wants to do medium punch, fierce punch to deal with this situation, like to stop me from doing dive kick throw or something, right? Let's just make him do medium punch. It's going to be very specific if I'm going to be able to do 1, 2, 3, or crouching short, short. But I have to be able to space these situations so that they occur. And if I want something like that to happen, I'm going to be dive kicking to try to make them hit as late as possible. And this is also something that Ken can react to and try to interact with throw, like we talked about earlier. So if your dive kicks aren't impeccably spaced, you're still going to end up getting punished, back thrown, and this is what the Ken wants. They want their single decision to lead to the highest reward, which ends up in this case being a back throw into the corner, right? And then they get to keep you there, build their meter, stop you from getting a good activation, potentially, among other things. So in these situations where you are, looking to set up these dive kicks that are plus, you also have to understand that because players are playing reactionary, they're reacting to you jumping, and a lot of times they have to predict when you're dive kicking, rather than the fact that you can delay your dive kick or add a super jump to make things whiff. So in these situations, you're going to have to start to intentionally do super jumps, but still do early dive kicks, so that you can play with spacing a little bit better to deal with these players that like to stop and parry. And it becomes a little bit more dangerous for you when they start doing the far HP, the close standing medium punch HP, as like a whiff punish, etc. So it's very important that you're able to pick up on your opponent's habits and how they look to react and the type of spacing that they are trying to force decisions from, so that you can take that away from them and change the pace of the match. One thing you have to be very cognizant of when you are making these decisions is that in situations where Kens are looking to establish the space to take certain options away from you, like dive kicks, or you walking into range for crouching medium kick or far medium kick, etc., that jump back HP is strong, but in situations like this, you don't want to force yourself backward too many times. This is why oftentimes you'll see players like KO, Yakun, etc., they'll do something like this, and then they will either walk forward, or they'll do an immediate jump forward and either light kick, dive kick, or they'll do an immediate super jump and then attack in the air to stop an opponent trying to jump in. Because in a lot of cases, certain characters, maybe not specifically Ken, but they will jump in to cover space, right? Rather than walk forward or dash forward. So against characters like Ken, you can take advantage of them, reestablishing space with different dive kick pressure from further away, rather than in a exact spacing that Kens can react to consistently. By pulling the stage away and making them have to move, it opens up different options as far as timings and dive kick choices that deal with potential options that Ken could have. This is often something that you'll see players like KO use to their advantage, where they will either do something and then dive kick under an opponent as they're trying to jump at them. You can see this in him playing against deshiken, where he does a dive kick and then knows that deshiken might potentially do a jump back roundhouse, so instead he makes a decision to do a different dive kick that will go under him as he's jumping backwards, rather than getting hit. So this sort of thing is very important. I've gone over this a little bit, but I want to touch on it a little bit more. The importance of double dive kick, especially in the corner, is very high, because in these situations, you might be able to do jump roundhouse, and then you're plus, and then you can attempt to jump out, right? Or you can do a dive kick and then jump over and then dive kick again, so that you're far enough away that you can, guard jump the other direction or whatever, and bait the jump EX Tatsu or something from Ken. But in these situations where you're dive kicking, you still have the option to do that light kick, dive kick that pushes you back. And if you, hold back and Ken whiffs, then you get a whiff punish. Or if Ken whiffs, then you get a Zenpo in some scenarios, where if he tries to throw you here, then you get Zenpo. So let's make him throw. Right? So in this situation, Ken is going to be out of my range, and I'm going to be able to Zenpo his throw. And this comes after that first dive kick, right? So in this situation, he's going to be right next to me, and I'm able to hit him in the shoulder here, right? So this becomes very strong. Also, in this exact situation, it pushes you outside of throw range, which lets you go for a crouching short dash punch, if this is the type of thing that they want to go for. And it still lets you threaten with medium fierce back fierce, and you can option parry before doing something like this, right? So it's a very strong situation to have, because you can also just continue to re-jump again, and then do something like a safe jump standing HP, or, you know, you can dive kick and then whiff for throw. So there's a lot of decisions that you have available to you, you know, because when this pushes you back, if you're already jumping backwards, as an example, and Ken presses standing medium punch, you're already trying to get away anyway. So it's not the worst thing in the world if they recontest your jump back. The only thing you really have to worry about is if they are going to air this jump attempt. So there are some situations that are important to understand when crossing up your opponent. So there are certain distances that you are pushed back away from your opponent when you dive kick, depending on the dive kick you're using and the timing of it. So as you can see here, I'm at 54 pixels away from Ken's throw box, and 50 pixels away from his closest hurt box from the middle of my character. So in this situation, I am now 48 pixels away, right? And in this situation, I'm 54. If I use roundhouse dive kick, I am 68, 68, and now 61. So it's important to understand when you're going over your opponent what it can mean when they are to do something like this, right? So Ken's doing Kara back throw rather than regular forward throw, because he has to walk forward to actually get into range to throw me. So this is important because a lot of the times you're going to want to forward parry and then block low. And depending on the distance at which you try to do this, Ken's Kara back throw will actually be in range. See? Now this is important because if you delay your dive kick, you will never be in range. So I get to do that buffer high parry block and then go for the punish, right? But you're not always going to be able to make that distinction when using medium kick dive kick, but it's also a situation where you may want to actually be closer to Ken. Now, because I'm crouching, it sort of moves my throw box down a little bit, right? So it extends it very slightly, and it makes my hurt boxes go out very slightly. Right? See? It is at the purple, and now it's in front of the purple when I'm crouching. So this is important to understand, because when I'm doing the forward parry, down parry, or if I'm just going to down parry, right, Ken can get this throw. But if I walk back, or if I don't do anything, or if I re-jump, Ken can't Kara throw me. So it's important to understand the distances that you are pushed back because of the interaction with standing medium punch, not just throw or Kara throw, right? Because in this situation, if I were to roundhouse dive kick over and I just block, or I forward parry and then I go into the block like I was talking about, or I do forward parry, down parry, right? Then you are put at a range where you can only punish with specific things, right? But if I use medium punch, or medium kick, I should say, from my dive kick, and do the same thing, I get crouching medium punch as my follow-up. So this changes some things, because in these situations where you're trying to be closer to your opponent, if you walk into range, or if they delay their standing medium punch very slightly, while you're holding forward or you're trying to parry, they might get a close standing medium punch instead, right? So the idea here is that when you're dive kicking over your opponent, you're looking to cover an option and then block another one. So because crouching medium kick at this point will push you out of range of being able to interact, it's important to understand what that means. So I'm doing forward parry and then block, right? So if I Get the parry, great. And if I block, well, I'm blocking the crouching medium kick. So the crouching medium kick is the only other way that he can really do anything outside of attempting to sweep you or something that is not super risky. And because both of these can technically be parried, they are risky, but you get the idea, right? So if I down parry, I get the punish. But I still have to delay the thing, right? So if I double parry, it's because crouching medium kick has 2 extra frames of startup than far standing medium punch, as far as when you get your hit frame. And it also depends on how far away you are, right? So it lets you interact properly with Ken, and it also lets you forward parry and then block, right? And this is really important because now you are put at a distance where you can interact with dive kicks. But the important aspect here is that if you crouch block and you do a medium kick dive kick, you're in range to contest next decisions with your round crouching medium kick. Whereas if you do a roundhouse dive kick over him, you are just out of range. So you have to walk forward, which leaves you susceptible to them doing their own walk back crouching medium kick or something after the fact, right? So it changes how the footsies work after this situation as well, depending on what you are crossing up with and what you're comfortable with. So there are some differences, right, on how you have to punish things. There's also some differences on what this opens up or takes away as far as you potentially using meter after the fact. So in these situations, you're not ever going to get standing medium kick into shoulder because you're too far away after the standing medium kick. But you're able to activate off of it, and you're able to get the standing medium kick, activate medium kick up kicks. This doesn't work, however, off of roundhouse because of you being a little bit further away. So in situations where you're off of roundhouse, you have to make other adaptations. Like something like this. Or simply doing walking up and then either doing Kara crouching medium kick or Kara fierce, or just doing shoulder, or just walking up and making them decide if they want to jump back or not, right? So these are some of the decisions that you can make. And similarly, you can also try to do the medium fierce back fierce to force them to not be able to quick rise and then get that follow-up dash punch that I talked about earlier as well. So there's a lot of decisions that you can make as far as how you want it to profitably work for your activations, but that isn't the primary goal of doing, these situations, right? It's just a happy little accident that we get to force a parry that will give us like 25% of our meter if we end up getting it. So it's pretty cool mid-screen, but in the corner it gets a little bit better as well as far as activations go when you actually do get away from your opponent. But it also means that they are more likely to do something like the delay Kara backdoor like I was talking about before. So in the situations where you are able to actually get over your opponent, you can just block and then jump away, if you so desire, right? You can still interact and then get your knockdowns, and then you can interact and do medium fierce back fierce. However, if you see that it whiffed here, the reason for this is because I delayed my decision. If you want the medium fierce back fierce to combo off of a roundhouse dive kick, it has to be instantaneous. You can't wait and block low and then go for the medium fierce back fierce afterward, right? It's just not a viable option. But roundhouse dive kick can still put you in range for close standing medium kick sometimes, depending on how you're doing things and the interaction. So you have to be good at gauging your space to even try to consider doing that. But the important aspect of this is that if you just block, you can jump away, as long as you block long enough. Because your opponent has to decide if they want to try to hit your guard jump or whatever, and they have to walk up a decent amount in order to throw you. So, again, you only get standing medium punched and then you're put back mid-screen. And that's not the worst scenario in the world. But it's really important to not use medium kick, dive kick in these scenarios, because when you are in range to be Kara back thrown from Ken, when you do the forward parry crouch and stuff, you end up potentially ending the round for you by giving Ken that corner, especially if he has meter, right? And the set play that he can get off of it, or the strong Oki that he can get off of it, is not ideal for you. So this is why, in these situations, you know, you're going to want to not go for down parry, jump back, right? Because crouching medium kick is scary, but if you're going to commit to down parry, you need to block. Because otherwise you're going to get hit by the standing medium punch as you're trying to jump away. If they're doing it instantaneously, or even a couple frames off, right? So it also comes back to the fact that you can buffer parry and then jump away, if you so desire. And then you can react to this. But then that requires you to also not think that your opponent is going to go for a crouching medium kick in these scenarios, which a decent amount of the time they might. Or they might air-to-air you, or they might dash up and back throw you or something, or attempt to. So there's a lot of choices that Kens can do here, but building the space away from them is one of the most important aspects of this. Because if you were to just hold up after the fact, the standing medium punch resets you into the middle of the screen, they have to dash up in order to follow up. So you get to reestablish that mid-screen situation, run away, do whatever it is that you want, regardless of if you get hit trying to jump away or not. So the risk-reward behind something like this is very strong, regardless of if you're getting hit or not. And it's also very strong if you're able to interact profitably with your parry, because if you're able to medium fierce back fierce, you can go for resets, right? And still get decent damage and good meter. So the only other thing to think about is that you can do neutral jumps, and this sets up dive kicks that are advantageous to you so that you can frame trap, or it sets up dive kicks to whiff for throw. It sets up neutral jump HK that will hit them if they walk forward, try to parry at specific timings, right? Early jump medium kick. It also sets up safe jump HP, which we've already talked about, where Ken only has really one punish to this. So there are a lot of options available to you, including just empty jump parry. But if Ken decides that he wants to interact, you can't jump parry this. The only way that you can jump parry is if Ken decides that he wants to interact with standing HP or something, or if he mistimes the standing medium punch by doing it a couple of frames later. So let's record that and take a look. So in this situation, we will delay it by 3 frames, and then we will set the dummy to recording. So in this situation, I'm able to get the parry, right? Because he isn't instantaneous. But because if he's also not instantaneous, there's this chance if I have my dive kick hit at a specific height where I'm able to jump it technically, but it's very infrequent for you to actually get that scenario. So it's not worth talking about, I guess. You saw it happen once. But yeah, so the idea here is that you still get the opportunity to parry, and if they're not perfect timing, then you will get your parry. So let's change this to 1 frame delay. So just by delaying the standing medium punch by 1 frame, there's a chance that you can get the parry. And by 0 frames, see, so 1 frame can make all the difference in the world. But in most situations, you're just going to be looking to contest with this parry and getting the proper punish depending on what dive kick you're doing. Obviously, getting out of the corner, mostly going to be roundhouse. But you get the idea, right? There's a lot of nuance to this situation, and it just opens up a lot of the rock, paper, scissors, because the double dive kick scenario is really what sets all of this stuff up, right? Trying to force your way out of the corner. So, you know, something like this, or something like super jump, and then you dive kick away. All this stuff is very common, right? Or dive kick and then try to jump out. Depending on the situation, though, you know, Ken still has profitable interactions. So that's all that you really need to account for. When dive kicking from the front in the corner, there's just a lot of decisions that he has to make as far as, is the Yun going to try to jump out or not? And if he is, pressing a button is the best option, right? Just to keep you there. But they open themselves up to being parried. So that is the main rock, paper, scissors, or the main mind game that you have to think about when you are trying to get out of the corner with things like this.